I was a dick getting collaborations, but bro, for me, my life moves so quick. I feel like I learned so much.
Yeah.
These like even the past year, I've lived like 5 years in 1 year
That's great. How were you able to learn all of these things?
by getting thrown into the water and fucking learning it, bro.
I'm so happy that you were able to evolve as a person.
Thank you, bro. You too.
Thank you.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What?
Yeah. How old are you?
21.
Yeah, so you were probably around my age when you pretended to die.
No, bro. I was 15.
Yeah, I was 15 online too. I didn't pretend to die.
Why is this moving?
No, there's nobody back there.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I already did that before.
Okay.
Can you tell your friends to stop calling me and telling me I owe H&M money?
You owe H&M money?
No, I don't. Your friends won't stop calling me and telling me I do.
Who's telling you
It's
that?
not gonna work. I've been getting these calls for 10 years now.
Oh, you're talking about the Indians.
Your friends, yeah.
Those aren't my friends. You know what's crazy? You had Armand on the podcast. I was supposed to go to India, but then something happened between me and him on stream, and then the people of India saw it, and they didn't want me to come anymore.
Yeah, I would make a joke about them not having phones, but I would make really.
Bro, India's a nice place.
Okay.
So what do you think? What do you not like about India? That's not. Bro, I want to go show it, bro. The culture, bro. They have Rolls Royces there.
You should do like a cultural stream where you show all of the things they do. You can go and do some scam phone calls with them. Call me and tell me I owe H&M money.
You think that's all Indians are, scammers?
That's the only interaction that I've had with them over the past couple of years.
You have one with me right now.
Yeah, but they're your friends. I mean, it's the same thing, right? I guess you're saying they're not, but I mean, you just said you wanted to go show their culture, get involved.
By that, I mean like, bro, like the weddings, the dances, the food.
Shit.
They don't eat shit.
I've seen the videos of it.
That's bro. None of
There's
them.
no denying it now.
They don't eat shit. They throw shit. Or it's not, and it's not shit. It's like
It's cow shit.
It is.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, that's just it's like a hobby. It's like you playing like you skateboarding.
No, it's not because skateboarding doesn't involve me eating feces. How much money do you make from your gambling deal in comparison to the amount your fans lose?
I haven't gambled in 4 months. I'm actually starting a new one though. But let me tell you this, bro. Okay. Regardless, anyone's gonna gamble, bro. They are, bro. Like everyone gambles, and guess what? I want to use my deal to. That's why I get my chat. To what? To tip my chat. To give them money.
Yeah.
And then
now let me. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. If your fans are losing more money than you're making, even if you gave them all of your money, mathematically it would be impossible for you to pay them back what they lost.
But I showed them losing. So if I'm losing so much, why would they want to gamble? If
that's a ridiculous question. Why would if you
got $1 million a month right now, you're taking a gambling deal?
Let me explain something.
Answer yes or no.
I do it for free just to gamble because I'm a little crazy. But let me rephrase it for you.
Okay.
If they're paying you $1 million a month and you're losing on stream and you're saying, why would you want to gamble with this thing and losing? Why would they pay you $1 million a month if they're not making at least $1 million?
But
whatever. That's the example you gave me. There's no need to be semantic about that.
You know,
they have to be making the money or the whole company would just collapse.
Yeah, but they're gonna make money off other people. My people don't gamble.
So then why would they pay you?
Like if you add, I don't know,
just for fun. They like you. No, they don't. Because your fans are losing loads and loads of money.
You agree with that, bro?
Is it true that you were dating Anne Frank?
I was dating someone similar to that, yeah, for 2 years.
Anne Frank?
Sam Frank, yeah.
Sam Frank?
Yeah.
Is that a different person?
Yeah, different person.
Oh, that makes sense because Anne Frank died 80 years ago.
Yeah, have you ever been in a relationship?
With Anne Frank?
No, with a girl.
It would be impossible. She died over 80 years ago.
Yeah, but any girl you ever been in a relationship?
No, I haven't. I don't even speak to them. I mean, it seems like you kind of have like some sort of, I don't know if that's a problem or what.
No, she's my assistant.
Oh, sorry about that.
Come on, bro.
I'm just like, dude.
Well, she's just fine.
Anyway, we'll move on.
Hold on, I need to put you on a date with a girl.
No, I think I'm fine. I mean, especially if it was on stream. That's not even real. It's just like.
That's not true. Relationships come. Damn. Okay.
Wait, what did you?
Nothing. Just have.
What did you gather there?
Nothing. But all right, you understand relationships can start.
A large reaction, please.
On January 18th, 2026, poker pro Martin Zamani posted a 30-second video on X that would ignite one of the most damaging integrity scandals in online poker's recent history. Shot on a smartphone camera, it simply panned through two rooms full of computer equipment, rows after rows of laptops and monitors, each displaying an active poker table. But no humans were seated at any of these computers, just empty chairs and autonomous software, aka bots, cycling through hands at machine speed, extracting money from real players on Ignition Poker. The response wasn't shock, it was resignation. Players did not say bots exist. They said, of course bots exist. And worse, they said, of course, Ignition knows about this and does not care. Martin Zamani is no stranger to outing wrongdoings or cheating in poker. In 2022, Zamani exposed a collusion ring among a stable run by Bryn Kenny. Martin posted last week, massive bot farm on Ignition Bovada. They have known about for ages and done nothing. It's high stakes, and this is not the entire operation either, and they just don't care. Ignition responded to Zamani's video with a statement. The video in question is outdated, dating back to 2022. All accounts shown, along with associated accounts uncovered during review, have already been terminated. It was a denial with an expiration date. Zamani responded the next day with a screenshot provided by the same source who had given him the original footage. The screenshot displayed a tournament dated February 18th, 2024, 2 years later than Ignition's claim, showing what appeared to be the same bot farm operators still active. It said that out of 300 players, 100 were bot accounts, among other statistics. The anonymous source providing the material made it clear this wasn't ancient history. This was from the same person who sent the video, not that anyone believes you scumbags. The poker community's response validated his skepticism. A player named Snoop Dogg revealed, me and others have submitted 100% clear evidence of collusion weekly for months. They would gaslight everyone and say there was no cheating. They literally don't care as long as they pay rate. On January 21st, 2026, Brandon Hamlet posted a video showing suspicious player behavior on the bubble.
So we are still in the bubble of the 1K on Ignition. I know there's a lot of cheating going on, but I'm gonna post it. Obviously, like we're still in the bubble. Chickle here's limping. He's gonna check, and I guarantee you, 85 will somehow win the pot magically. Just beware. I'm knowingly playing the 1K that this is going on, but yeah, just watch 85 will win the pot. Like obviously, any normal person in a 1K online is gonna know for some bubble, there's no one with 6 big blinds more behind. Like he's gonna jam any 2 cards, but we're limping and checking down 82, 85. So that, but yeah, you're sitting out now. So
this scandal did not emerge in isolation. It represents the culmination of years of complaints about Ignition's anonymous table structure, which was supposed to protect recreational players, but instead created the perfect hunting ground for sophisticated bot rings. In early 2024, a player named Peter Falconer discovered he could beat the bots by identifying their mechanical patterns, earning nearly $51,000 in a single month. His reward wasn't a commendation from the site, it was a permanent ban.
Do you have any particular guesses as to what potentially led to the ban?
I have two. One is like very unlikely, like maybe sub 10%. That I got banned for winning a lot versus the bots specifically,
Mhm.
which opens a whole lot of questions of why.
Yeah.
But I think the more likely and the kind of funnier reason is that Ignition customer service is just, the Ignition is run by some of the stupidest, moronic people that have ever existed in poker. That they were able to look at their their pool of high stakes players, of cheaters, RTAs, colluders, bots, VPNers, and then just somehow in that entire like mess of people, pick the only one that had a legitimate account and ban him. So, yeah, I think it's almost certainly just some level of just severe incompetence that they just very good month and then a very good month, and they went, fuck it, just ban him and just to be safe.
The message seemed clear. Bots, and you become the problem because that would lead to mass banning of bot accounts. In January 2025, Brian Hastings showed video proof about collusion in a $1,000 tournament with players at adjacent seats appearing to communicate whole card information. His evidence was public, undeniable, and went unaddressed. The silence from Ignition about redistributing confiscated funds also spoke volumes. While they claimed to have banned the bot accounts, they offered no transparency about compensation for affected players. Gypsy Team had reached out to a PokerBot company pretending to be a customer who plays on Ignition and asked them about the bot's win rate. The representative said that the average win rate was around 18 to 22 big blind per 100 hands and claimed this number came from their private development statistics. They also said that bans were not something customers need to worry about, adding that poker rooms update their security regularly and that the company updates its own software in response. The truth is that poker sites operating in regulated US markets don't have bot farm scandals. PokerStars cannot allow sophisticated bot operations to run unchecked because the New Jersey Division of Gaming Enforcement or the Pennsylvania Gaming Control Board will revoke their license. Similarly, 888 Poker and Party Poker operate under strict regulatory oversight. Their public commitment to banning bots and issuing refunds is not charity. It's a business requirement to maintain state licensing. Compare this to Ignition Poker's situation. No state regulator has authority over them. They operate in regulatory limbo. There is no licensing body to answer to, no threat of losing approval to operate, no real enforcement mechanism. The best that can happen is that individual state regulators eventually file cease and desist letters. The Zamani video was shocking in its visual evidence, but it wasn't a revelation about the existence of bots. What the video revealed was how trivially Ignition Poker responded, how transparent their priorities were, and ultimately how the incentive structure of unregulated online poker makes player protection economically irrational for operators. The viability of online poker as a competitive fair
Never.
It's What's More Likely on a Friday, presented by Power Windows and Doors. When it comes to your home, Power Windows and Doors always have the winning game plan. I'm going to read it right now anyway. That's why your neighbors trust them. Koa.com/Eisen. Okay, here we go. We've been hearing about it forever. June 1st is Monday. The more likely 2026 team for A.J. Brown, the Eagles, Patriots, or the field.
Oh, I'm taking the Patriots. You just wanted me to say it. You just wanted
Well,
me
look, you're hearing Chiefs and Rams rumors still. So, I put the field in there, Rich Eisen. Someone might sneak one in.
I don't think
Adam
so.
Schefter saying the teams are not close on a deal.
Okay. All right. It's just a lot of singing and dancing right now. I'll still say your Patriots pull it off. But so let me ask you, how do you answer this question?
I mean, I don't want to give up a first round pick for it. Do we have to give up a first round pick? I don't want to do that.
What do you care? It's the second to last pick of the first round, right? You're gonna make it again, aren't you? Second to the last pick of the first round. What do you care?
I don't know, Richard. Have you seen Cake May these days? Looks like he's put on some weight. Cake May got some muscle.
Oh,
He's got some muscle. Cake May.
He is apparently in the field at the American Century Championship next month.
Oh, you're gonna see him.
Cake May. I will personally eyeball him, maybe.
Tell him about our nickname.
So, yeah, I mean, at least he's rumored to be in the field. I still say Patriots, but man, if it's the Chiefs, that would be wild. That would be, but I don't know. That doesn't sound like something that the Chiefs would do.
I know, but we don't know. I mean, Rasheed Rice is like, what's going on with this guy?
I'll take the Patriots.
Okay.
Take the Patriots.
All right, Rich. Not sure if you saw the sound bites from the Minnesota quarterbacks this week. That was interesting.
I did.
And weird. And we got some video from Browns camp. More likely to be the more interesting quarterback competition: Cleveland or Minnesota?
Oh, it's Minnesota. Come on now. Video is one thing or another about and Shador and Deshaun Watson. It's youngster who got his shot after being drafted in the 5th round with a chip on his shoulder against Fed, who the team is already way monetarily invested in and may want to give a shot to for a new head coach. A quarterback whisperer coach who is 1 year removed from being coach of the year, and a young kid who got drafted in the 1st round seemingly to get a shot to the point where they let Sam Darnold walk to go win the Super Bowl somewhere else. And then Kyler Murray comes in, and you hear that it's being described. It's not like we go out together, we hang out together, we're playing video games together. It's like two teachers in a classroom. I'm on one side of the class, he's on the other side.
It's so bizarre.
Come on now, man. I think you have the answer to that question.
When did this become normal?
No doubt about
42 players showed up last night. 39 rebuys followed. Prize pool climbed to 3360. Game started slow. The room got busy. And after 1 a.m., the final 3 players looked around. Nobody was surprised by what happened next. Lovely day, poker enthusiasts. Welcome to South Scoop 314. And honestly, I think the room changed. A few years ago, the 3-way chop would have been a big story. People would have debated it, negotiated.
I knew you were going to do that. That is not the game.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know. I'll go obviously with Joe Burrow over Lamar Jackson here on that front. I mean, there's Jamar Chase and there's T. Higgins and there's an offense that he's been running. So I know Lamar's won MVP awards with a wide receiver room less decorated than the one that Burrow has. But I'll just take Joe Burrow if I have to choose one over the other. I'm curious to see what the Ravens' new offense looks like for real.
Yeah, agreed.
They brought in a new OC from the Ben Johnson world, so that's going to be fascinating to watch as well. But for the moment, based on the information I have here on the final Friday of May, I'll go Burrow.
Well, let's talk about A.J. Brown. There are some wide receivers still out there without a team. Free agent wide receiver likely to sign somewhere first. Stephon Diggs, Keenan Allen, Deebo Samuel.
Wow.
Oh. I'm still shocked these guys
Have some fantasy legends right there.
Amen to that.
I'm going to dart throw and say, I'll dart throw and say Deebo. I'll dart throw and just say him. But that's going to be fascinating. Because if they're not some sort of, everyone's going to go through OTAs. These guys are probably going to go into August.
Yeah, seems like it.
And that is amazing. But I'll dart throw and I'll say Deebo. I have no idea.
A lot of touchdowns scored between those three guys. All right, Rich. We got a Game 7 this weekend. The most best words in sports, Game 7. But who's more likely to win the NBA Finals? Thunder, Spurs, or Knicks?
Come on, dude.
Yeah, say it.
I will say it. Two words. Bing bong. That's for you, O'Shea Jackson Jr.
That's so
Bing bong.
2021, but we're bringing it back.
And I want that voice text on a text chain sent to everybody after every Knicks win in the NBA Finals. I want it.
I got you.
Okay, I will expect it. I need it. In all seriousness, though, they have their superstar at Jalen Brunson. They've got their two centers, one who can stretch the defense in Karl Anthony Towns. They've got Josh Hart, who does everything. They've got OG Anunoby, who's got a ring already, knows how to do it, who can also rebound and shoot threes. They've got Bridges. They've got a bench deeper than the one they've ever had, and they've got momentum, and they've got an offense on tilt, and a defensive mindset that doesn't appear to be that much different from the Thibodeau years. So why not them?
I mean, in all seriousness, if I'm Oklahoma or Texas, I'm scared of those city slickers. All right, I don't know if I want to stay in a hotel in New York. I don't know if a fire alarm might be pulled. Those crazy Knicks fans, I'm scared. So you should.
I hear you. My son Cooper, who speaks to a lot of his friends, and they want their hot takes brought to the Rich Eisen show.
I love that.
They were wondering, is Madison Square Garden the greatest home court or field advantage in any sport anywhere? And I thought that was an interesting question to ask. And you could make an argument that it is. Just from its history, and the sounds are different in that building than other ones. But we'll find out. Obviously, we got to see who the Game 7 victor is, and then we'll start really drilling down the matchups. But yeah, I'll go Knicks there.
All right, two more, Rich, and then we'll send you on with Kansas City way today. It's the take that won't quit. It's maybe the dumbest thing I've ever said. It was Overreaction Tuesday. I just want everyone in the comments to have that information. Ohtani did it again the other day. He threw 6 hitless, even though he gave up a run and hit a home run. So more likely at his next start, Ohtani higher number home runs or runs allowed.
Hold on a minute. By the way, this is a great question. Are you doing this now to sort of soften the blow of your terrible take? Now, these...
Again, it was an Overreaction Tuesday, so it's not like it's an actual take.
The take-ish, except for the fact that even when you're not doing that technically, or in front of that microphone, on the show, you do say these things about Ohtani, that he shouldn't pitch anymore off camera.
I do that. They don't need him to win. They don't need him to pitch to win. It's all said.
Okay. He says you.
I mean,
I'll go more Ohtani home runs. What would it be? Hold on a minute. What would it be? So he's won the last 2 MVP awards in the National League, right?
Yes. said 2.
Okay.
I said 2
And then
MVPs.
before that, he left the Angels as the MVP of the American League, right? So it's 3 MVP awards in a row, correct?
Correct.
For Shohei Ohtani. What would it mean if he doesn't win the MVP award this year, but wins the Cy Young instead?
Oh, that means he should stick to hitting. Like, I mean, what do you mean?
He doesn't win MVP, but he wins Cy Young instead. We will never see this again.
So he'd be the best for playing, every 5th day instead of the best for playing every day.
I'll go home run.
All right, last one. And Shay, I want you to be involved in this one. Rich and Shay, what's more likely to happen first? A legit Lakers championship or Den of Thieves 3?
Okay. When do we expect to see Den of Thieves 3 in a studio near you, by the way?
I mean, they haven't finished writing it yet. It should be, they should finish writing it next year, and then we probably need a year to set up filming. And then after we film it, you need another year. So it's about 3, maybe 2.5, 3 years. So, I mean, I'm going Lakers.
Well, hold on a minute. O'Shea Jackson Jr., you're missing, we've glossed over what Brockman is doing here. Do you see the word legit on the screen?
Yeah, I know. He's a hater. He's a hater.
It says legit Lakers title. So he's saying the last one was not legitimate.
Yeah, but that's what the losers say, Rich. That's what the losers say. All right. Now, if he would have made it to the finals and got a championship, we wouldn't hear this nonsense, these shenanigans. So I don't listen to Brockman. I learned to tune him out. You taught me well.
Well, there we go. Well done.
There you go. That's what's more likely. Thank you, Rich. Hey, you made it all the way to the end. Thanks for.
This one doesn't have a sinker on it, so it's gonna be real light. Yeah, the base seat is still on it. And it is very aggravating when you're on this side of the boat and something snags on that side of the boat. And it just constantly happens. So we, over the years, we just decided any catch point on the edge of the boat is going to go.
foremost, how we've been kind of reporting on San Francisco getting like a little bit better in small ways. This experiment happened after we went to college.
Yeah.
So this thing is maybe 10, 15 years old at the max, and it's already like, that was enough. That was dangerous.
Yeah.
Kids are retarded, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we have some more context about what's happening once they're in these programs.
Another example why high school grades aren't the most reliable indicator for academic competency, over 25% of students enrolled in a UC course intended to fill the gaps in elementary and middle school math had 4.0 GPAs in high school math.
So they were just pushed through 4.0 GPA, never actually learned anything. Now you get to college, you kind of actually do stuff, and you need to relearn high school math.
Yeah, and isn't that crazy? 4.0. It's like they don't even try to lie a little and be like, give him a 3.0. They go, give him the best possible thing. He's going to need to relearn middle school math once he gets into the UC system.
We want to see you succeed.
And guys, there's obviously no racial breakout of this kind of stuff, but
yeah,
you know what it's been.
I was going to say, when the teachers complain about that, they probably just don't like to see brown people succeed in STEM field.
Yeah, they racist.
They racist, not because you don't know 7th grade math, but it's because you brown. They don't want to see you win. And we have another example here, which I thought was pretty funny. This interaction happened on Twitter. This young black man became a doctor, and he kind of misunderstood statistics.
He goes, after 4 years, I'd like to reintroduce myself as Dr. Jalen Spain, MD. I now join the 2.6% of black men who are physicians. The journey has been tough, but it has been conquered. Here he is. He's all graduated.
2.6% of black men, so that's 1 in 40?
1 in 40 black men are doctors. Thank you, doctors.
So when you see the teen takeovers, you can kind of, all right.
Every 40, one of those guys is an MD.
These guys are safe because there's a lot of doctors here.
There's a lot of doctors, and a couple of them have surgery tomorrow, so we're going to wrap up this takeover pretty soon. But yeah, so this guy got fucking clowned, which, he made a mistake. I don't know, the wording, whatever. But that's the doctor. The doctors aren't supposed to make mistakes. And somebody said universities have lowered their standards so far that they're giving out MDs to people who don't know the difference between 2.6% of doctors are black men and 2.6% of black men are doctors.
Yeah, it sounds about the same.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Who gonna check it?
All right, and then Yale is also following suit. They don't want any of this woke stuff. They want the SATs and ACTs back as well.
Yeah, Yale actually acted on it. They fully reinstate their...
What's I say? They won't fight party the money. Johnny, I am kid.
This is all a good bit of finding the type of influences that I can actually get behind. It's good content. And he actually got a few good shots in on Paddy, even though Paddy wasn't really trying. It's weird seeing Paddy not fat when he's not got a fight coming up, unless he has got a fight coming up. Maybe he's changed the lifestyle up since losing to Gage. If he'd have beaten him, he'd have been on the White House guy. Yeah? Come on. Do it. Do it. Do it. All you got is a big mouth. Big mouth. I spoke with you with respect. You spoke with me with disrespect, okay? Пошел нахуй, okay? Пошел нахуй. I'm not your cousin. Okay, okay. You are little mug. You are little mug. Come on, come on. police here, police there. A minute ago, you were talking about you're going to get up and beat him up. This is a mixture of being on summon and Napoleon complex. And honestly, I doubt Cuz was ever in the military. And just because you're in the military doesn't mean that someone that's not been in the military can't beat you up.
Game of Thrones. And I swear to God, if I see the actor Joffrey anywhere, I'm going to be like, this guy. You literally watch it. You're like, what a piece of, you watch the mob.
Yeah.
You watch some movies.
Yeah, Game of Thrones messed me up. And I think it messed up a lot of the world because it got everybody into incest porn. Because people started watching it. And how many people turned off the TV when Jamie and Cersei's hooked up? Or how many people got quiet and watched it? That was
his face at the end is priceless. Someone said PBD's the type of guy to leave comments on Family Guy compilation videos saying, I lost respect for Peter after what he said to Meg.
I mean, they look great out there. Not that I'm shocked. I'm not saying women cannot drive or they curve wheels all the time or anything like that. I'm not saying that they're not. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
Wow.
Oh, they follow. They're following the bass drum. They follow the bass drum. All 11. Follow the bass drum. No. Stop it, dude. Stop it. Again, I'm not saying we're gonna follow the bass drum. All right, one to go this timeline. There's no way that's ever happened before. You have got to be kidding me. They follow the bass drum.
Someone said maybe women athletes should be paid more than men because the point of sports is entertainment and this is entertaining as hell. As long as it's male commentators that are allowed to say what they want, then yeah, it'd be funny. If you've got some women pretending they're doing amazing, we don't want to hear it. The luxury escorts in that room, because I don't see them. There's been an escort scandal with footballers in Italy. Shocker. The footballer Theo Hernandez, who plays for AC Milan, used to call someone to order escort services for other players, allegedly. Theo was the boss. He was the organiser of the escort parties. He even bought a van specifically for these parties, just filled with hoes. Calhanoglu, Brahim Diaz, Castillejo, Donnarumma, Tonali, Ibrahimovic, one time. Liao, only a few times, all attended these parties. They maintained a good relationship with Calhanoglu, despite him joining Inter. So Inter and AC Milan are meant to be rivals, but off the pitch, obviously, they share escorts. In these parties, they consume the drug known as laughing gas. Sometimes the driver of the car even said to Theo Hernandez to stop inhaling the gas from the balloon. Stop, tomorrow you have to play.
Let's not take the piss here. I took my run for the fence because I'm a street fighter. I want to the fires in Cali.
How the fuck would you just throw someone's phone into the audience like that that's paid to come see you? Not everybody's got a bunch of money to buy phones willy-nilly like that. It makes you feel less bad that they started throwing trash at the donut, to be honest. I don't even hate this kid, but this shit sounds atrocious. Someone said, why are they throwing this music at him? There's another streamer the audience gave shit to as well. I think the world's healing. It's that annoying little streamer called Rakai. He decided to come on the stage. I don't know why when it's a music concert and he's just a fucking streamer.
What are you doing?
Let go of my
bag.
Give it to us.
Let go of my fucking bag.
Let it go.
Get out of my bag. Get out of my fucking bag, man.
so outraged that they're taking back the products that she stole, as if they're stealing them from her. Someone says, now I've got a chance of eating an ice cream out some cricket's backpack. Please tell me these items don't go back on the shelf. From burn the trash, which is also a waste. But yeah, if you go back and eat some ice cream, and all of a sudden you're buzzing if it sticks. That's probably why.
I don't want to ever talk to you again. Get out of my face and leave. Don't ever come to this property.
Don't you worry about it. I'll tell you what, that's not true. That's not what happened.
It is what happened. You're a liar. You lied.
I did.
Get out of here.
You know what? You're a mean son of a.
You're a mean woman. You're the devil. You're the fucking devil. And on top of that, you suck at golf.
Yeah, bro's been holding on to that golf comment for a while. Look in the comments, and most people are surprised as to how he handled his anger and how he stayed calm. That's the best thing you can do. Don't start getting aggressive or personal. Just tell him you don't want to see him anymore.
I'm literally giving everything on the plate. What's the game I told you was huge. Oh, it looked like you didn't give a shit. Little things that we do, the simple stuff, we don't even do it. And you know what, we're gonna see each of you have something to say.
I'm looking in the comments just wondering if this shit is actually real. Apparently it's real, it's not a skit. And I can't believe like this comment says that they're taking KSI serious. I know he's paying them. He's just bought a football club, by the way, and I know he's paying them and everything for this shit.
Yeah, I'm getting some new scans here in a couple of days of the jaw. We'll see what my doctors say. You know, can I even play again? That is definitely in the realm and possibilities of things.
You might have seen this dramatic hand in the big game.
Bring your tricycle. It's ridiculous. High five for the assist there, just in case.
But what most people never knew was what happened after the cameras stopped rolling. Because once the show was over, the real feud had just begun, dragging on for days, spilling onto social media, igniting a controversy that went far beyond the table. What transpired between these three men was not merely a rivalry of skill. It was described by observers as bullying and by the perpetrators as entertainment. We've split this video into two parts. Part 1 focuses on what happened on the show, and Part 2 reveals what happened after the show, something very few people are aware of. The confrontation began almost immediately after Andrew Roble took his seat as Tony G launched into his trademark speech play in an attempt to intimidate him.
You did Mr. Robo, right?
I'm happy to be at this table. Chips are fine.
But one thing you do have to do, you have to straddle every hand. We're not having no internet kids coming here and being tight ass. You're gonna play every hand here. You don't come here and play tight, okay?
According to Elizabeth Houston, the amateur loose cannon who witnessed the events firsthand, Roble sat down at the table and announced his intention to block Tony G and make him fold like a girl.
You're gonna play aggressive, and you're gonna play loose, and you're gonna be in there all the time mixing it up with me.
I'm gonna bluff you for all my chips. You're gonna fold like a little girl.
This provocative statement set the tone for what was about to follow. Roble's tendency to fold almost every hand also added fuel to the situation.
Roble looks at ace-9, folds.
And you folded every hand, and you're tilting me up so much. I'm the donkey, I gotta sit here and play every hand?
I have a maniac on my left.
Roble, queen-5.
I would limp, but I'm very afraid you're gonna raise.
Uh-oh. Roble folds. Roble, 9-deuce. Out of here. Roble folds. Roble, suited 1 gapper folds.
Before long, Daniel Negreanu added his voice to the discussion, commenting on Roble's tight approach.
No. You just have to give some action. Once in a blue moon, you have to actually give some action.
Action continues as Roble folds. Roble, ace-6. Nope. Roble, very quiet. King-4. See ya. So Andrew Roble under the gun. Folds. Roble. King-deuce. Out of here.
After a few hands, Daniel began needling Roble over the fact that everyone else at the table was straddling except him.
$800 to straddle.
I'm trying to win money in the poker game.
So you're okay with it being the only one who doesn't straddle in the game?
Yeah, you remember that?
I mean, do you sleep okay at night at that? Like taking the other leg straight in?
I giant big bet of money.
No, really, I was still a little weird about it. Being the only guy that doesn't straddle?
Roble pushed back, offering a reasonable explanation for his decision not to straddle.
I don't think the stacks are really deep enough to have a game that with straddles. It kind of
But
takes
you
away.
like the idea that you can just knit up and take an edge over everybody else who does straddle, because that's always nice.
Well, no, it's your guys' choice to straddle.
But it's always nice when everyone else gives action and stuff like that.
The first major flashpoint of the rivalry was the backhand. The atmosphere was already tense, with Tony G making constant comments about Roble's slow play. Roble looks down at Queen 6 suited. He raises to 3,200. Tony G defends the straddle by calling with 5-3 offsuit. On the turn, Tony G puts Roble to the ultimate test with a massive overbet of $50,000.
I want to bet 50.
Tony bets 50,000.
See if you're a real man.
50,000.
Tony's playing mind games to make it look like he's trying to buy it, and he's even making it personal. Yesterday he told Daniel he was going to put the pressure on Roble, and he's doing it now.
As Roble thought, Tony G began his performance, and this is where the poker ended and the bullying began.
I want to call the clock. I want to call the clock. Come on, meantime you play like in 1 second. And when you come here now, you come to my game, and you're wasting my time.
Bring your tricycle.
It's ridiculous. These kids are coming here, taking me on.
Tony, calm down, please.
Tony, I need to know that you bring a bike for me.
Tony G called the clock almost immediately, violating the standard etiquette that allows a player reasonable time to think in a large pot.
That is floorman Tom Keene putting Andrew Roble on the clock.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fold.
The rivalry reached its climax during a hand between Negreanu and Andrew Roble that would become the subject of intense scrutiny. This hand is perhaps more damaging to Roble's psyche because it involves his idol Negreanu participating in the mockery. The pot escalated through multiple betting rounds, with Negreanu applying pressure throughout. On the river, Daniel tries a bluff that looks like a value bet, putting Andrew on the spot.
Like that action on Negreanu. That's it. Bet 18-5.
3-10 is a tough one to pull off, so Daniel's trying to rep a big ace or maybe a straight. His bet is designed to bluff Roble off a king, maybe.
As Roble deliberated, Tony G suddenly called the clock on him, creating an intense time pressure situation.
I'm going to walk out. If these guys are going to come here, waste my time, I'm going to walk out of the game. What's a joke? Canal is thinking 20 minutes every hand he's playing. Fucking nit.
Here comes floorman Tom Keene, who's received more airtime than Hoyt Corkins, who had broken 8 hands in the big game.
All right, Andrew, we're going to go through the same thing.
When you play online, it's like quick. 2 seconds, bang, bang, they're pressing buttons. They come here, they freeze up.
Daniel's done a good job of making this look like a value bet, so Andrew has a legit decision to make. He seems to be doing a good job of tuning Tony out.
Eventually, Roble folded his hand under pressure.
After all that, he finally threw it away. I mean, I had a 6.
Daniel shows the bluff.
You qualified.
I was so happy you called the clock, Tony. High five for the assist there, just in case.
In a moment that would define the controversy, Daniel Negreanu then revealed his hand, showing that he had been bluffing. This public acknowledgement of collaboration, whether intentional or not, transformed what might have been a routine fold into a lightning rod for criticism. The optics were particularly damaging. 2 established poker pros appearing to work together to humiliate a younger player on national TV.
You got yourself a nit, and you can bluff him out.
What is this, Pledge Week?
I know Daniel's excited, but there's no need to rub salt in the wounds. Finally, I bluffed, and the person didn't call.
Andrew Roble responded by publishing a blog post titled Big Game Drama that harshly criticized both Tony G and Daniel Negreanu. In his post, Roble accused the veterans of inappropriate conduct and suggested he had been bullied at the table. He said Tony G was totally out of line, calling the clock on me in the hand versus Daniel. If I remember correctly, he called it in under a minute, and with the amount of money at stake, I consider it totally out of line. Can you imagine what would have happened if the situations were reversed and Tony G called the clock on Daniel after 1 minute? Production and floor would never let that fly. In regards to Daniel, he said, Daniel was one of my childhood heroes. I read every strategy article he ever wrote and found them humorous and insightful. And when I first met him a few years ago, I was amazed at how down-to-earth and humble he was. He was the real deal. After the last few years since I met Daniel, I can no longer say I see him as humble and down-to-earth. Daniel Legrand responded to critics by stating the following. We knew when Roble sat down, he had a terrible reputation for taking way too long on each and every decision, even the most elementary decisions. Tony called the clock on him, not based solely on how long he took on that particular hand, but Roble's habitual abuse of the amount of time he takes on every hand. As a side note, for every extra minute Roble sits and stares at the flop, that costs production a significant amount of money. It's also important to note that a TV game is not a regular game. The players on the big game are paid $1,250 an hour to appear on the show. Since players are being paid as entertainers, they are expected to either give a little action or at least be somewhat talkative at the table. Roble did absolutely nothing to add to the show. In fact, he burned up production dollars, not to the extent of a Phil Hellmuth, but with Hellmuth, at least you have the entertainment factor. Roble's decision not to straddle is just plain wrong when everyone else in the game was willing to create some more action by making a negative EV move in the best interest of creating action. If only one of the two guys are straddling, then I would not have said a word. But when even Alan Barry straddled regularly and Roble wouldn't give back even $800 to the cause in the name of action, he broke the cardinal rule. Andrew Roble responded with the following. On the first season of the big game, I was a backup alternate. This consisted of me being basically on call to play on any day they needed me. I was promised I would get a slot, not as an alternate, on the next season of the show. 2 days before the show started, I received a call from production saying that unfortunately, they were not able to get me the starting slot they promised, but they would like it if I was available to be on call to be an alternate all week. This was not what I wanted, and I felt a bit of disappointment. But I still wanted to play on the show and was happy to help out in any way I could. They offered me $160 in tournament tokens a day to sit on set and wait to play in case 2+ people busted. I told them that I would lose a significant amount of money in opportunity cost if I missed playing online for a week to set up on set, but I would still like to help and play on the show. So they come to me a room at South Point where the game is filmed, and I happily waited around for a week to fill any vacant slot, which I got to do on this episode. I rearranged my schedule at the last minute so they won't run out of players, and was happy to do so. But now suggesting I wasted production time and money? Come on. As for not straddling, whenever Daniel gets stuck, he goads everyone in game into straddling. I personally feel Daniel is a tilter and plays much worse when stuck. I dispute his claims that straddling is good for the game. It does create bigger pots. After all, the stakes are doubled, but it also halves effective stacks, making the game less strategically deep. More than that, it also makes certain players play tighter as the stakes are significantly higher and the money means more to them. I think all of these things are not only bad for me, but bad for the game. As far as not splashing around like it's play money, like him and Tony do, I don't apologize for that. During hands, I think deeply and analytically about my opponent's hand ranges, their bet sizes, how they react to various bet sizes, psychology, etc. I know that many of the players on this show don't do this, but I'm playing with my own money, and if I don't win at poker, I can't pay my bills. I feel that it's my right when playing sky-high stakes to have ample time to try and make the correct decision. Tony G countered with his own blog post, sarcastically titled, "I am the third most hated man in poker." Rather than offering a genuine apology, Tony G spent most of the post defending his actions while claiming he had crossed the line when calling the clock on him. Though I apologized to Robo, I still think I had a point about his nittish waiting at the bus stop behavior. It drove me to distraction. It made me mad. He argued that Robo would eventually thank him in later years for this treatment. Elizabeth Houston, who was at the table as the amateur player, offered a vigorous defense of Tony G in her blog post. She portrayed Tony as a supportive and protective presence who helped her feel comfortable in an intimidating situation. Houston argued that Robo bit off more than he could chew when he decided to take on the lion that is Tony G. Houston's perspective emphasized that Robo had initiated the confrontation with his braggadocious declaration, making him fair game for Tony G's antics. Houston also noted that viewers only saw an edited version of events and that Tony G's trash talk was exactly what he was supposed to do for television entertainment. Tony G defended himself by arguing that his larger-than-life persona was precisely why he remained the most sought-after poker player for TV shows all over the world. His behavior generated ratings and excitement, making poker compelling television for millions of viewers. Eventually, Daniel Negreanu and Andrew Robo reconciled through a phone call, attempting to end their feud. So as I mentioned, I got off the phone with Andrew and let him know we are cool and we squashed it. He explained to me why he did not straddle, and I explained to him how it came off, etc., and we both agreed that we made valid points. So as far as I'm concerned, the issue is over, and I think this all ended up working out better for him anyway. It certainly created a lot of drama and discussion, which always makes good for storyline for the next time he appears on the show with me or Tony G. These rivalries also highlighted an important transition period in poker. The game was evolving from a personality-driven, Wild West atmosphere to a more analytical, professional sport. Players like Andrew Robo represented this era, while Tony G and to some extent Daniel Negreanu represented the old guard. The conflicts were not just personal, they were generational and philosophical.
All right, this next hand we're going to talk about, this was a crucial one. Okay, this was a very important pot. It ends up getting pretty bloated, but it all starts with a limp. Starts with a limp. Starts with a limp. Yeah. Oh, boy, freaking names out of that one.
I know it's not that interesting what Ollie's eating, but once again, and I'll put a pin in it, he absolutely destroyed a Chinese order. And I kid you not, went chicken burger. He took the bun off, but hammered the burger out with the ranch, and then went for the fry onion ring combo, dipping straight in the ketchup packet, washing it down with a shake. I mean, oof. That's just.
I'm a soldier.
Good luck tonight, my friend. We have a Negreanu win for the
this
hijack.
thing goes any longer, good luck to you, my friend. This booth ain't that big.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
Man.
Jaeger choosing to limp the ace-jack suited behind Negreanu.
Yeah, interesting. Nice to see the limps and so on. It's cool to see sort of unorthodox approaches at final tables such as this. Nicky P eyeing them up. Goes for limp, 6-5 off.
Orphan decides to find out what's what with King Jack out of the big. Not going to get rid of Negreanu, nor Jaeger. Have fun, boys.
Nicky P.
I'm having fun just watching.
Steps out.
I don't know where I'm going. Probably in the way somehow.
All right, so you pick up the ace deuce suited. You've got hearts, and I decide to limp for 12,000 from the hijack. Okay. The unknown player that, again, we started to really focus in on and try to figure out. He limps as well from the cutoff. And he's got a nice hand himself with the ace jack of clubs. Notice he didn't raise, right? He decided to limp. Petrangelo obviously, defends with the 5-6 from the small. And Orpin decides, you know what? Enough of you limpity limpity. So I'm going to stick it to you. Makes it 5x. Makes it 60,000 straight. I didn't limp the ace deuce suited to fold to a raising position. Obviously, out of position, it's much more difficult to play. But the fact that I'm going to have position on Orpin throughout the hand, and there's a good chance I'm going to have position because the other player folds. And I don't mind playing a suited ace in position that deep when I have the ICM pressure because I'm the chip leader. I'm the man. Who do you think you are? I am. What was it that guy, the bowler guy? Who do you think you are? I am. So, Orpin raises with king jack off. We call, as does Jagger. Okay? Again, we're still playing this hand without him in the pot, but he's there. What are we going to do?
Plenty of interference across these three holdings, and oh boy, ace, deuce, 3. Oh boy, indeed. Massive spot for Negreanu here. Jaeger, as we can see, top pair in the backdoor club draw. Negreanu with the aces up. Not a whole lot for Orpin aside from the initiative. 204,000 out there, and just 10% from Orpin, the follow-through figure. Yeah, Orpin seeing what's what. So's Daniel. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how Jaeger proceeds in the face of this limp. Nicky P completes Orpin, a squeeze of sorts, whatever you want to call it, against the limp. Goes for the 10% pot. Daniel shooting it up to 125. Jaeger is in, Ali.
I can't do all that. You got all this money now. You're ready to gamble.
475 in the middle, just south.
Something good. Now the flop comes, and it comes with the ace deuce tray. And notice we do not have backdoor hearts, but we do have aces up. And Orpin into a pot of 204,000. He's going to do the solver approved size of 20,000. So why would anyone do that? Right? Well, I'll explain it. So part of the thinking behind the $20,000, essentially like a min bet, is it just gets out all the misses, like the complete air misses, right? So, king jack, 10 jack, queen jack type hands, whatever, like, I don't know. It's not going to get a pair this size. I don't love it, personally. I know this is a thing. Believe me, I don't love it. I don't think it works often enough to make it worthwhile. It's going to put you in some really awkward spots against a lot of players who just float here really wide. So I would prefer more traditional size, but Orpin is something that he's worked on and, works for him. And everybody's got to have their own thing, But when he bets us 20,000, I sort of look at it like a check to a certain degree. It doesn't really mean anything. Not really. So we got the aces up, and we're thinking, all right, well, if he does that ace king, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. So I decided to raise. And sometimes I'm going to fly here. Let, maybe Jagger decide to bluff at it or whatever. But I decided to go with some pretty good size. And I make it 125,000. All right? So Jagger calls, of course, Orpin completely whiffs. And now he folds. Now we got 474 in this pot. All right? Orpin, Archer. Ladies and gentlemen, heads up.
Turn, Daniel here. It's longer.
3 straight, boss. 3 straight. Right? Tough spot. Big pot.
Curious to know what, if any, influence over Jaeger's ultimate decision Daniel's speech is having. Well, Daniel, kind of the master of this, very experienced, sort of talking people in, talking people out. Hard to say. Only the gods know, Ali. It's gonna take a minute. Time by time. Well, there is still one more decision left if Jaeger chooses to flat. He's a little bit hard on his sleeve here on the turn. Maybe he's thinking all in or fold.
Okay.
Goes for
Wow, didn't see that coming, bro. I'm gonna play a big one.
3-7 job content. Maybe that is far from out of the spot. But with over $1 million out there, sub half SPR.
Turn is a blank, a 7. Really, it's the blank of all blanks. He really should never have a 7 here. He could have a 7 though. The other problem here is he could have me beat. He could have 4-5. He could have set of deuces. He could have ace 3. He could have set of 3s. So I'm sort of right. Well, I'm not really. 300,000, right? What I'm doing is I'm trying to also against this player. I feel like if he has an ace, like ace queen, ace jack, which again I didn't think was really in his range. I thought that he was going to be raising these hands, but if he does, I'm going to get some value with my aces up, and I'm going to do some equity denial too if he decides to fold. Like with the pot size being as big as it is, if he folded ace 10 or ace jack here, I wouldn't have been mad at it. Honestly, there's already plenty in there. I don't necessarily need to risk it because if it does come a 10 or a jack on the river, it's going to be difficult for me to see, and I'm going to lose me a big chunk of change, which I don't want to lose, right? So the 300 is a very big bet, really. It's 2/3 pot, but it's substantial. He calls, all right? Now we're worried. I'm worried about already being beat, and I'm obviously worried about, what river card might come off.
Huge river coming here, Ali. True over to the jack, but Daniel does hold up. And what a pickup this will be for Mr. Negreanu, my word. And with ace 3 and ace 7 off the board, one would imagine all in. Negreanu clearly taking ace queen out of the conversation as well.
So we don't got this right. That's what that side means.
It's Jaeger in.
I thought you had the diamond. I guess not.
What a moment here for Jaeger. Tournament life hanging in the balance. 450, mind you. If he were to choose to fold here, is still plenty of chips. Still 30-some odd bigs, Ali. Indeed it is. One of the most famous poker players of all time, if not the most. Hard spot with a bluff catcher on TV, Can he find the fold and live to fight? Palpable pain. That does get away very nice, sir. Great pickup for Negreanu.
Good fold.
That was a 5-3. Good fold.
Yeah, nice. That's a good fold. You got a 0 now? Yeah, you'll find out now. Like, that's why. This part, so if you have an ace, no, honest. I was going to tell you.
Good fold indeed, my friend.
What's that?
Live to fight another day, Ali.
It's like a set of them?
Yeah.
I don't know if that'd be a good fold, but I don't think so. That might be a little too good of a hand.
No, you're a set.
No, I didn't say that. Better than an ace, if you can believe it. Limpy's fun, man. I'm sticking with it. Limpy, cool. See a fly, let's go. What the heck, one? So good. Limpy, like the old 90s games. And the river card is the queen of clubs. Okay, so you could have ace queen now.
Raise 81,400.
To stay centered and claws way back into this match. Is open to 6K, slathered here by Miss Rocky's ace deuce. O'Barra has made the call, and this could be it.
35. 81,000.
Good bit of equity for him, but he is behind.
81,400, right?
Yeah, grinding these highs, went for it. Having a deuce in your hand is kind of dangerous. A lot of the times your opponent calls there, you're the one dominated, so. And you don't, even if they've got pairs, you're still in bad shape. They get pair threes, you're not loving it. So he found the hand that he's got a bad hand. It's not even out of shape.
Wheel, and O'Barra's all but dead. Now running ace deuce 6-7 would be a thing. Clubs would have worked, but instead a jack on the turn, and the GGs come swiftly for June O'Barra as the grinder wins his second match. Moves on to play a third here today. Day one of the 25K heads up.
Half of the bracelet. The guy's so crazy. All in for the bracelet.
Not quite.
If you call it all over.
A double up.
Now I have superior. Superior. Okay, so 3 out after flop. Maybe you hit it, and maybe clock.
Go on.
Clock TV table.
Martin trying to clock the dealer. Instead, he's clocking King 9-6 and a big issue
Let's do 8.
for the Queen 7, which can easily draw death play.
8. Not like that. Congratulations. Congratulations. Nice playing with you. You know what? I give you time banks for the next round, okay? Enjoy.
Okay, Martin.
Well done.
So that's it, folks. We busted because we had the one and only Masato Yokosawa like our opponent. And it's no shame to lose to the good guy and to the best player in Japan. Are you the best player in Japan?
Yes.
By far. By far. Okay, I would like to get a refund because I get the toughest opponent. So if it is possible this time, can I get a refund? Can I get good luck in next tournament? Thank you. See you guys. Thanks for supporting.
On the top of the bottom, Helmuth is jammed here. On top of a Baker Open, King Jack is in the call camp. And Helmuth is a 3-2 favorite, roughly, to close this match out against ODB. This was always one that we circled and expected to be amongst the last to be resolved in this second round.
While we wait, it's like you just want to put your opponent's range in a difficult spot. You can do that more, I think, with a larger bet in those situations.
Ace 7 deuce. Flush draw for Helmuth as the advantage grows between the club. Playing 16. Kings and jacks needed for Baker. Instead, the 3 of spades. And now it's just one pull at a 5-outer for ODB. Can he double once more and hit the reset button again in this match as he did earlier?
Phil might hop out of his seat. He hits here.
So with that, Phil Helmuth advances. No, but
yeah, good game.
Oh, and to get 7-4 off. Brutal.
Yeah, feels a little hopeless. Are they clean cards at least?
Looks like paint 10. Jack 10. Ooh, Jack 10 suited. Oh, not suited, okay. Okay. Got both your suits covered, though. You aren't making a flush either.
Yep.
Oh, all right. We have life. Could double to 2 bigs.
Pair of 7s for Dykes. Now the gutter to go with 10s and jacks for Castro. Oh, and he dims the lights. The 9 on the And to close it out, runner, jack high straight. That adds a little bit of insult to injury there for Dykes. I've not played poker in Texas. I hear stories from all the locals here in Vegas that go down there and come back about how the chips are flying all over the place. The games are great. So many folks open up. Of course, to the Austin area. So you see Castro dissatisfied with the 6.5K request. He takes it up to the third floor with his suited ace, the superior one.
Yeah, you don't see this a lot out of position with just these suited aces. A lot of players are content to just call. But look at Daniel with the 4-bet. Daniel's seeing right through this. Even though he has the worst hand, he's in the best position. He's putting ace-7 in in a very tough spot. I mean, how do you feel when you 3-bet your opponent's raise with ace-7 and you get 4-bet? You can't feel like your hand is good. So hats off to Daniel for sniffing this out. I think he's going to take this down with the worst hand. Unless Castro could dig deep. I don't see him calling here. Castro could dig deep at 5-bet, try to just shut it down.
First test.
Well, he's going to call.
Wow. So they're going to play a deeply inflated 4-bet pot here, both with the suited aces, neither of them premium in nature.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot for the ace-7 when you just call here, because unless you flop really well, which he did by flopping a flush draw, you know, your opponent's going to see that a lot. You probably just got to shut it down unless you connect in a way like this. And sometimes when you get 4-bet by hands, connect with your ace, you're dominated.
So the runner continues the storytelling here with nothing more than backdoor wheel and spades.
Wade gives up. He's going to be disappointed if it gets to the river and the ace-7 wins. So,
you know, 4-bet pot, though, you are concerned about top shelf material across the way. So he does choose to flatten. That allows Negreanu to pick up a nut flush draw. Okay. Do you try to minimize equity guaranteed by a check back?
I think the range, Daniel's wisely going to say hit his opponent's range connects in that king-queen 9 realm.
Wow, but he's reaching for chips. He says my 4-bet range is this texture as well. So in comes barrel number 2 post flop, 90K.
Yeah, and it puts a lot of pressure. Like if his opponent had a hand like Queen Jack, you know, even King Jack, it's like, well, I got 4-bet here, and he's still pumping. You know, saying he's got like Ace King or potentially a set. I mean, he's really trying to represent a way stronger hand. He knows he's got equity. If he does get called, he can just make his flush. And this is what I mean by like defending with the ace.
Right back.
Ship it.
With King 10 offsuit, it's going to be a customer. You can wrap this up here and now.
It's like 170. That's a pretty standard call here.
North of 10 bigs. Certainly, if Yokosawa can find the double, we're going to have continued work to do. So on his feet, but not the man at risk. That, of course, is Masato, who has the lead. Can he hold on to it? No. 10-9-8. Saliba well out. Now, looking for Yokosawa. Nickels needed for the time being. Well, he could carve it up potentially with a 7. Queen wouldn't work. 5 for the outright win. Can Masato keep the dream alive? No, and if he wants to win this event, it's going to have to be courtesy of a rebuy in day 1B tomorrow. Saliba makes his way into the money.
25.
Back now to help Mizraki. The bazooka on the button here. He's king suited. Only defense 4-5. Totally detached from this Jack 10-8 board. If the price follow the backdoor punch, that allows Helmies on the arrival of a 3rd diamond and a 4-liner to activate. And that 20K gets the job done. Let's pick up there for Phil.
Not too used to seeing those sort of passive lines out of the grinder, but I think he decided that the defense by Helmuth was interacting with that board too often.
Yeah.
Bad river.
I have some magic, bro. But you know this.
Bad
You
river.
know I have magic.
That was a bad river.
Dabbleverse, thank you. Thank you for doing what needed to be done.
My pleasure. You're welcome.
You're doing the Lord's work. Lord's work. GT coming in. With 5. A new show idea. Bits and Pieces of the Dabbleverse. Thursdays at 4 p.m. Hosted by Cardiff and Vinny Paulino. Say no to Carl and H. Oh, GT hates all of my co-hosts. Again, I was a co-host. I was a co-host of Dabbleverse Live for the second time, JT. I'm practically a rotating cast member at this point. Been on three episodes, 2 as a co-host. I'm a big fucking deal around here.
They already added you to the intro.
Should have. But thank you, GT. It's right in there. Bits and Pieces. It's still stuck in there. Fuck you, Vinny. Zom 24/7. Thanks for $3. Woohoo! Woohoo! Cardiff show. No phone calls. Almost. Almost. You almost got phone calls this morning. I almost had it figured out. I might do something tomorrow. I still want to play with the phone calls. But I was going to do something with Rumble as a call-in feature. So here's the thing. You need a Rumble account. So if you aren't on Rumble, just get a Rumble account if you want to call in. But you also, what I'm going to do, I might test this tomorrow morning. Might do a Patreon-only show. So I'll put the link up on Patreon to call in. So if you're not a member of Patreon, sorry. I don't know if you don't have $5 a month, you need to reevaluate your credit card bills. Is that what Gino said? That's what Gino said.
Yep.
But yeah, we might try that tomorrow morning. Patreon-only show with calls. I'll take your calls if it works. If I can get it working. Almost not working. I can get it working. But maybe by next week.
I'm curious because I have no idea how this is set up, but it does sound interesting.
The best part about this is no phone screener required.
Thank God.
I've cut my costs. But if you want to participate in the show whenever it happens, it might be tomorrow. But might not. I don't know. It depends. Blind Mike is even off tomorrow. I might have a lot of slack to cover. But I also might go to a farmer's market. But sign up for a Rumble account if you haven't already. And, of course, sign up patreon.com. Sean coming in with 5. Hi, Sean. How you doing? Tuki's unpaid staff. Thanks for the 5. Thank you. No. Thank you. And Tuki's unpaid staff again with another 3. Welcome to Tatering Live. Chris Angler coming in. Were you a Byway or Bargain Herald's guy? Bane of my existence. The bane of my existence. The biggest insult, JT. The biggest insult you could be handed as a kid, for me, in my school. Where'd you get those shoes? Byway? What are those, Sparks? So obviously I was a Byway guy. But when we had a little bit of extra scratch, we would trek on down to Bargain Herald's. That's a fact. Jack. Thank you, Chris Angler.
Sounds very Canadian.
Please talk about merch, Ice Dancer. That's literally all I want to hear about. Seriously, LOL.
Hawaiian PGA Secretary, the creator of Dabbleverse, said the seems to be down. It's not repopulated. It's not refreshing. But check that out. I have a merch clip. It's merch talking about Kumia. Sorry, I don't have any merch Ice Dancer stuff for you today. Apologies. I'll try to do better for you because you do better for me. Again, dabbletube.com. Search for the Dabbletube playlist. Fantastic. He grabs all the Dabbleverse clippers and puts it into one playlist. Amazing. Tickle Me Tukey coming in. The great Tickle Me Tukey. I heard Tickle Me Tukey's changing his name to Tickle Me Cardiff.
My boy, you are the best co-host. You should go on Merv Griffin.
Merv should come on my show. That's a fact check. Thank you, Tickle Me
Shoo.
Cardiff. What the fuck?
Oh, my little sprite. Thank you for playing my favorite cover. Now let's drop some Patreon memberships. Check your email.
Labyrinth Mystic sent us a Patreon membership. If you want a free Patreon membership, stay tuned. I'll get the link that Labyrinth Mystic just posted. I'll drop it in the chat in a couple minutes. So get ready to click that link and claim yours. They go fast. I'm not Chad Zumach. When I give away Patreon memberships, they go fast. So stay tuned. You can get yours at patreon.com/gift. Get the Patreon membership today. I'll put that up in just a couple minutes. Give you some time. Get your clicking finger warmed up. Okay. So, what are we talking about today, Jim? Nothing. I got nothing. I have no idea. The best part about Saturday mornings for me. But other than that, the best part about a Saturday morning for me is I get to wake up, to have a coffee, maybe make some eggs, roll downstairs to the basement, to an unfinished, freezing cold basement, turn on EV Mux, and a show is waiting for me. All I have to do is talk for a couple hours with my friends. Those are the best. I don't have to plan nothing. I don't have to do nothing. But today's a different story because, our friends abandoned us. So I had to come up with a show all by myself. So let's see how I did. JT. This is what we're going to talk about today, JT. And the first thing is going to surprise you. I don't even know if the first thing I call the shots, JT. You're a big fucking dealer.
Not really. I'll give it a shot.
Since my time in Italy, since the steel toe got demonetized on YouTube, one clip of him coping, saying how this is a good thing, has really got me interested in the steel toe. So I started paying a little bit of attention to steel toe. So we got some steel toe clips. We've got steel toe trying to get our friend Pat Dixon to go to Greenland repeatedly. Very cool. We've got Merch talking about Anthony Cumia. Someone trying to get Anthony Cumia canceled using a very old school method. I don't know if you've seen this yet.
I did. I catched a little bit of it last night. Very interesting.
Yeah, I saw this started popping up on Twitter. Someone's going very old school. We have that. We have Adam Bush and Pat Dixon talking about Kevin Brennan. And then, just in the nick of time, Misery Loves Clips came in with a clip I was looking for, where Kevin Brennan is refuting all the claims of Adam Bush. Kevin Brennan comes on his show. Yes, he starts the show, and I wish I could have recorded. Starts the show screaming about how Adam Bush got everything wrong, and his entire rant was filled with maybe it was 2009, or no, maybe it was 19. Like, he got no details correct, but he was screaming that Adam Bush was completely incorrect. We've got that. And we've also got, don't tell Carl. Can you keep a secret?
Oh, I could keep anything from Carl.
That's true. We got Opie. We got Opie begging for money to fix his teeth.
Oh, I'll send Emily the link right now.
Please, send Emily the link. We need Emily. Opie's got a toothache, and he needs us to PayPal him to pay for that tooth. All while sitting in front of his $5 million view in front of the Atlantic Ocean. He's on the ocean, right?
Yeah, the Long Island Sound, I believe, sir.
Okay, so is that the ocean, or is that like a bay with it? Like, is that like, or is he like?
This is I can't remember if he's on the north side or the south side.
Oh, okay. So he could be in like a whatever.
Okay. Anyway,
his land is very close to the ocean. Okay, he's got a multi-million-dollar view, and he is begging for money to get his tooth fixed. I just came back from Italy. I am broke. I have zero money. You hear me begging for? Oh wait, I'm in an unfinished basement. Okay, unfinished basement. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So JT, I've given you all of your options. What do you choose? Oh,
I got it. Yo. What's the deal with the beef tips guy trashing the bacon bits? Is there drama among the Shuliites?
Oh, no.
There's always drama in the Shuliites. That's a fact, Jack. But beef tips and bacon bits should not be fighting. They should be working together because that sounds delicious. That's a fact, Jack. To the unpaid staff, were you a Zellers man or more Walmart? Well, I was a Wilco guy, if you really want to know. But Zellers always holds a special place in my heart.
Why aren't you telling the truth about Rocco and the neighbor's dog?
I should be telling the truth. I really should. JT, I'll leave that for you on your show tonight at JT the Watcher on YouTube. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please tell the truth about Rocco and the neighbor's dog. Thank you. Scab sandwich. Ew. Ew, that's literally the most disgusting name I've ever heard in my life. Scab sandwich. Mint Diggity, the great Mint Diggity, coming in with a $5. Aren't you worried for Rocco? Is he ever attends an event in Cleveland? OJ was like a tough dude, and I can imagine him murdering Rocco for disrespect. That's possible. This beef could go pretty deep. There could be violence.
Kmart or Zare? Also, how many Negronis will it take for you to wear a robe again?
Me? Never wear it. My Kmart. You read Kmart. Or did we? I think we did. I don't think I've ever shit out of jeans. Let's be honest. But if it's a big public bathroom and there's people like on either side of me, if I can hear them shitting, I know they can hear me shitting. I can't do it. But I also have trouble in a public bathroom. This one's weird. I guess if I see the person, I understand. Look, I know when you go to a public bathroom to shit, right? I know that somebody has shit there just before me. I understand. I don't want to see his face. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I see them coming out of the stall, no. Especially if you know they're you know what. You know what I'm saying, JT, right?
You got to do what OJ did. Make a little nest pile on top of the seat, and you'll be all right.
Giant nest. That was strange because I think he was
okay. Let's move on.
In that toilet. But speaking of shitting in that house, but yeah, I cannot. If someone's listening, someone's hearing, I need privacy. Lots of privacy. Play music. I'll play music. Thank you. Okay. JT. We've had enough time. What are we doing first?
You know, because we were looking for it just prior to the show. I gotta watch the Kevin Brennan stuff.
Okay, perfect. And now that we have the Kevin Brennan clip, I don't even think we need the Adam Bush, Pat Dixon clip. I mean, I have it. Misery Loves Clips. Clip that. That's what got Kevin all upset. That's what got Kevin all worked up. But I only pulled that. Adam Bush just tells a story. Adam Bush just sits there with Pat Dixon and his homosexual mustache. You heard me. He's just sitting there talking, telling the story about how he did a table read with Kevin Brennan. comes on to tell us all the things that Adam Bush got wrong with encyclopedia-like precision. Encyclopedia-like precision. I don't know who made this clip, JT. I think it might be Misery Loves Clips. I'm not sure. But they are a great clipper. They've been around forever. Forever. They've been around longer than you. I want to thank Misery Loves Clips. Let's check it out. Oh, yeah, hold on. I got to get to this one first.
Yo, are we still sending dick pics to Rocco?
Yes, Turbo7049. TukiSoup@gmail.com. Dick pics. He needs those. That's going to help him through his recovery.
So I saw Adam Bush. So Adam Bush apparently thinks that I'm misremembering what happened in my sitcom days. Thinks I'm misremembering. So really, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And so what happened was.
Now let's prepare yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, for this laser-focused reenactment of Kevin Brennan and his picture-perfect telling of all the events.
It's pretty simple. Like, he got confused with the time. So,
he got confused with the time. He can't look up quick enough. That stupid Adam Bush got confused with the time. Now here, let Kevin clarify.
1998.
1998.
We did a pilot. 1997, 1998. We did a
97, 98. Yeah, he was confused.
Me and Neil wrote a pilot. I think it was me and Neil.
He doesn't even know who wrote with him. He's not clear. But stupid Adam Bush
wrote a pilot for NBC. It wasn't called Number One Son. So we wrote the pilot. We did a table read. Carolyn Ray was on the table read. She played one of my sisters. That guy, that's Golder. He was on it. He was one of my brothers. I really didn't, Seinfeld was obviously gigantic at the time. But again, I didn't watch Seinfeld because, I wasn't home on Thursday at 9 o'clock to watch it. So I'm not disrespecting Seinfeld. I'm just saying I didn't really know the guy because I didn't watch the show religiously or at all. I didn't really watch the show until it got its syndication. So we did a table read in March of '98, and they didn't pick it up. And that was when I did. Anyway, I was telling my wife last night about some Conan appearance I did.
You're tuning into Black and White Sports on YouTube. The no-holds-barred truth of sports. The main event starts now.
Well, guys, I called it. I knew the Washington Nationals would actually get rid of this executive who spilled the beans with James O'Keefe Media Group. Now, I don't know why these people, man, they go on these blind dates with people, and then they start talking about all the dirt of their organization. Remember, guys, blind date, which means they don't really know these people. But these people actually go out there and spill the beans on the company they work for. And then the video goes viral, and then bam, they're fired. This is what happened to this Washington Nationals communist executive. Yeah, self-admitted communist, folks.
admitted to blacklisting Christian players, admitting to pushing a communist agenda, admitted to spying on every single fan that shows up to a Nationals game. This was not going to fly well, folks. Now, whether or not the organization actually knew what he was up to is relevant. Once he was out there on video going viral, we knew he was going to get fired. And the Nationals, yeah, they fired him. And the main thing I believe is actually their star pitcher, Trevor Williams, because he's a Christian. He doesn't like all the alphabet mafia stuff being pushed out there. And since this guy was the executive of public relations, he made an effort to actually blacklist this player. Absolutely amazing, guys. Let's go ahead and dive into this. Here we go. So right over here, Post William, Washington Nationals executive, after admitting to undercover OMG report to blacklisting Christian player from social media surveilling fans. Yeah, this guy right here. Yeah, Director of Community Relations, Sean Hudson. He's out of there. He struck out. Not on 3 strikes.
Please keep that opinion to your own house. I am stating what is national school authority policy.
We have 2 students dare to articulate that there are only 2 genders. 2 teachers freak out. Both kick them out of class.
I wasn't making discrimination. I'm simply saying there are 2 genders, male and female.
Yeah.
Anything else is a personal identification.
I'm sorry, but you chose to make an issue of making a point which is contrary to policy.
Both record the interaction and they go viral.
This is the video posted by State Representative Brian Harrison of Midlothian.
I have a question because I'm not entirely sure this is legal to be teaching.
And people are claiming you should have the right to teach anything you want. But keep in mind, these are universities funded partially by taxpayer dollars.
Which bans public universities from offering programs that reference race, sexual orientation, or gender identity.
That seems so reasonable. I thought that was the progressive position. They've become the thing I thought they were pushing against.
So I am not going to participate in this because it's not legal, and I don't want to promote something that is against our president's laws as well as against my religious beliefs. Yes.
That's the problem I have with this professor. She's insinuating, do you dare claim that what I'm saying is wrong?
Yes.
We can judge whether something is legal or not. That's really up for debate.
Well, can you explain to me how teaching us about gender identity and transgenderism and that there's more sexism? Huh?
No one's claiming your gender is illegal. The student is pointing out that what you are teaching is illegal, and you're not contending with that at all.
If you want me to read the paragraph in the order itself.
If you are uncomfortable with stuff, you can go to it.
Yes.
And if you look to claim that it is, you talk to the department or the head of it.
Well, the student did just that, and it turns out that this became a big debacle.
Well, I've already been in contact with the president of A&M. I actually have a meeting with him in person to show all of my documentation.
This got into the news. The dean backed up the professor, and then the president of the college found out, fired the dean, the chair department. I don't know what happened to this professor, though.
The situation is now under investigation by the Department of Justice.
I'm not convinced that we're proposing will be effective in stopping things that are biologically true.
See, that's the problem I have, is when you claim it is biologically true, because it is not biologically true. I think it's important for students to be able to examine many ideologies to understand the flaws and how they're wielded. But the problem I have is when you claim anyone who questions
president is wrong.
You're going to be my political and
Because they don't have objective truth, they fall back on ethical virtue, the professional expertise, therefore I override your logic and objective facts.
Okay. Yeah, no, I am.
And then she kicks out the student. Rinse and repeat. We continue to see this play out.
Yeah, technically, if I am, then how would you kick me out of class? It's not very inclusive.
Can I take my sentence, please? It's not very inclusive. No, I'm sorry, but you are saying it's not very inclusive. And this is an inclusive school.
This is such an inclusive school, we're going to kick you out. Today's sponsor is one of those that I wish I had started using. A day money-back guarantee.
Yeah, how was what I was saying?
Because I was saying that the normal website is that there are more than one gender in this country. That is my opinion, and that is an opinion which is acceptable in the school. I'm afraid yours, which you're saying that there's no such thing as any other than male or female, is not
Scientifically, they're just two genders. Depending on what
I get it.
gender.
You're choosing to make an issue of this.
In the UK, those in power are on the opposite side.
That was your opportunity to keep quiet.
We have the ethical high ground, therefore it's our way or the highway.
You were clearly given an opportunity not to pursue it. You chose to do so.
Yeah, because I think it's...
You chose to do so, yes. That's the key question. You chose to do so.
I think it's silly to have anything other than two genders. So.
Okay.
Anything else?
Please keep that opinion to your own house. Thank you.
That is amazing. Finding something silly is forbidden. You must keep that in your own house.
Not in
so you get to put your opinion out in class, and my
I am not
my
putting
opinion has to stay
I am
inside.
not putting my opinion. I am not putting my opinion out. I am stating what is national school authority policy. Okay?
Well, it's not scientific whatsoever.
Not every policy is scientific, right? Not every policy is scientific, Murray.
And he just flat out admits, we know this isn't objectively true. Yeah, it's not grounded in science, but it's the policy.
And you can't come out here and say that I'm not being inclusive where someone says...
I didn't say you. I said what you just saying is not being inclusive.
You could kick me out of class. If you want to have a discussion about it, we could have done it. Had a discussion. You don't have to kick me out of class.
I'm sorry.
Waste 30 minutes of my time. Or I could have been down and revised and doing something else. Instead, I state something I believe in and kick me out of class for 30 minutes. And
take this somewhere else, Murray. You can make an official complaint.
I'm not going to make an official complaint.
Why not?
It's the exact same pattern we just saw play out in the previous example, where that student did make an official complaint. In the UK, the student has no ability to make an official complaint, which is why we are so fortunate not to have the policies of the UK.
I just think it's...
I know what you think, and I know what the authority thinks. I know the authority's point of view. It's very clear that we make no discrimination on the grounds of various...
I wasn't making a discrimination. I'm simply saying there are two genders, male and female.
Yeah.
Anything else is a personal identification.
I'm sorry, but you chose to make an issue of making a point which is contrary to policy.
You made the issue when you complained about the website, sir.
Yes. And I made it in a way...
And I responded to that there are only two genders.
And I never made the issue. I am not going here. You can choose, but you're making bad choices.
And it's dangerous when people like this get backed by the authority. Watch out. That was the whole point of that policy, so that professors like that don't have this move. They can't make this move.
I'm a bachelor's student. Yeah. Well, can I take my bag with the researcher and start advising?
You can stay here.
Okay, I'll stay here. Thanks for wasting my time.
Not just that you found this student to be disruptive, so you kicked him out. No, you genuinely think that this statement is harmful. You're going a step further and arguing and debating with him about it.
Wait. I ain't couple of what's the mind take? You know this thing. Okay.
You know your legs not touching.
So Cynthia Erivo recently did an interview talking about this and how she was perceived, and she had some choice words for everyone who criticised her as being a disruptive influence on Ariana Grande. Here's what she said, quote, "I think we haven't really come to terms with the insidious nature of how we view black women, and I'm sure people will read this and think, oh, for goodness sake, it's not about that."
Yes, God, it is.
Because that's what was being made fun of. It was my physique, which has nothing to do with you being black. It was my shape,
which has nothing to do with you being black. It was the fact that I was bald. It has nothing to do with you being black. It was about what I looked like. Again, see my previous comment. And because of that, there was this assumption that I was bigger than my co-star. You were. And so I had to be controlling or protecting, and that was my role. I would hazard a guess that it would not have been the same had it been the other way around.
Dude, you were just acting weird. You just did weird things. Like,
Yeah.
you were really strange.
You looked like a terrifying monster creature, and you were this weird, like, insidious, like, you know, you were always, like, looming over Ariana Grande, and she looked genuinely terrified of you. So...
Also, there was a time when she went, because of that, there was this assumption that I was controlling or protecting. There was literally a time where someone walked up to Ariana, grabbed her, and Cynthia Erivo was the one that dragged him off her like a bodyguard. So, are you surely being someone's bodyguard would actually be a positive if you protected somebody?
Well, no, she's the witch from Weapons. She's slowly sucking the life out of Ariana Grande. She's getting more powerful as she gets weaker.
No. That's like, if you look at the photographs since, Ariana looks way healthier than she did during Wicked now. It is like she recuperated.
Yeah, they were in this... Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it was, but, like, they were in this weird trauma-bonded, codependent relationship while making that movie. And
there are other people too, right? Michelle Yeoh looks really skinny as well after she was on that film.
You would honestly think these guys... You'd honestly think these guys have been in the Indonesian jungle for like 18 months making Apocalypse Now. Yeah, like that degree of emotional damage that had been done to them. It's like you were making a lightweight, fluffy musical. Like, what was the trauma that you guys went through? It's bizarre.
The whole conversation around that movie was really weird. That first one came out and it was getting, like, people were talking about like it was one of the greatest films ever made. Then the second one comes out, nobody gives a shit, no Academy Award nominations, just dead.
Yeah.
It's very strange to see that unfold.
I kind of had a feeling that would happen. Like, I've seen the stage show, and I know the second half is rough, because that's when it tries to dovetail with the actual Wizard of Oz movie, book and stuff. And that's where it kind of falls apart, because it's like, okay, you're just, like, retconning a whole bunch of shit to try to make this work, and it doesn't make sense. And, yeah, they had the exact same problem with the movie. And, yeah, the whole result is just, it's not as good. But I think the whole perception of her just took her career took a lot of hits because of this, because she just came across as a complete weirdo.
Well, it's interesting as well when she says, it wouldn't have been the other way around. It wouldn't have been the same stuff the other way around. So, as you said, the picture on the right is where the guy attacked her and she defended her. Well, the reason why the perception wouldn't have been if Ariana, or no one would have expected Ariana to do it to her, is because Ariana is way smaller than her. And so, yeah, you don't expect the weaker, smaller, more vulnerable person to be the bodyguard. But if you think about where she goes above, I was being made fun of. Ariana definitely got the same amount of comments as Cynthia Erivo. If you remember holding her finger and stuff, that was all Ariana, and that was all over the place. The creepy behavior went both ways. So to make this about a race thing is just bizarre.
Ariana looked more like she was in a hostage situation, because every time she did something, fucking Cynthia with her long fingers kind of tapping it on the head, like she was like mind controlling her. So it did look more like a hostage situation. That's why it's a bit different, because she's a freak. Whereas Ariana just was dying.
I mean, obviously, you know, I can only go by like the body language that they both displayed during interviews, red carpet walks, like, you know, moments like that when Ariana gets approached by a fan and Cynthia like steps in. And it always seemed like she was the more controlling presence, like she was just a more dominant personality in that relationship, and she's just kind of always looming over her. Like, even when Ariana Grande was getting interviewed by herself and they were asking her a question, like, Cynthia Erivo was just kind of hovering there, almost like making sure she doesn't say the wrong thing or to, you know, give away some like dark secret. Like, I don't know, man. It's difficult to shake that perception that, yeah, there was just something a bit off about that whole thing. And she obviously knows it. She knows that that's how she's perceived. And she's like, what can I do to try and escape this? What can I do to try and, like, deflect it? Like,
I was the quote unquote star, but I wasn't. Doris Roberts was there, so they were all mad I was late, and she had every right to be mad at me. So she didn't really say anything, but I think maybe Neil was there, and then Neil was like, "Yeah, people were not happy." It's a little. I mean, we're talking about 1998, so we're talking 30 years ago. But I specifically remember being late. Doris Roberts, Warren Thomas, and I don't know, but I think that's what Adam Bush is talking about. But that was not number one son. Number one son was 2004, 2005. We were never in an elevator because it was all, at that point, HBO had mostly relocated to Santa Monica. So everything was in Santa Monica.
No elevator.
Every meeting I had at that point was Santa Monica. We never were in Century City. Because even I thought it was great. Century City was kind of a pain in the ass to get to. So he doesn't know what he's talking about. Whatever. Podcast entertainment.
Why the air quotes? I was watching the whatever podcast entertainment that Pat and Adam Bush were putting on. What's this? What do we call this? What do we call any of this? Put air quotes around it. You're watching the show.
They were saying something. Of course, Pat Dixon was making some story on how I wanted to see that. I just wanted to hear of Adam gets paid to do Horton's podcast. And he said he did it. So, of course, he's a fucking loser. Of course, he's a loser. So, I don't need anything else. I don't give a fuck. Of course, he's not working as an actor. He's done. Actors are done. AI is going to take over. And even if they don't take over, Adam Bush is done. He was basically a kid actor. He's done. He's done like Stuttering John stuff. They're done.
Again, not to... I like Adam. He's a nice guy. Again, say all you things you want, but you can't say he's not worked consistent. Do I have to pull up his IMDb? Like, he's literally worked very consistently. I'm doing it, JT. I gotta defend. I gotta bootlick Adam Bush. Hold on. Let's see. Adam Bush. Adam.
I know he recently does like music stuff too, like produce. I think like an album of Nine Inch Nail covers recently.
Like I know how much work he does, because every time I see him show up in something, I annoyingly send him a picture of my television on Instagram. I'm like, hey, look, it's you and the rookie. Hey, look, it's you here. Okay, hold on. Let's again, I'm not even talking about Buffy. I could give a fuck about Buffy. But just acting. 2026, The Red Weather. Ali Gord's Sugar Ray. Short film. The Nora in the Middle, of course. Typecast. Allegory. 2022, two roles. 2021, 3 roles. Chicago PD being one of them. The Rookie, 2019. Proven Innocent, 2019. Altered Carbon, 2018. Rebel in the Rock. Dave Made a Maze was a great movie. Everybody should check that out. But again, none of these are. He's an Empire 2 episodes. None of these are major roles. I'll give him that. Other than Buffy, sure. Grey's Anatomy, the man is on. But he's worked. This is what an actor is, ladies and gentlemen. This is what an actor is. Not everyone can be Brad Pitt or Tom Cruise. Like you, JT.
Thank you.
Like you. But he's actually slogging out a living as an actor. Is he going to be a huge movie star? No. Again, too chewy. He said this. But he is going to be a character actor. He will be old man number 6, I'm sure, in 30 years. He might be 20 years. Old man number 6. In Godfather 5. Whatever movie. To say he's not an actor, to say he's failed, to say what is just bullshit. He's working. And he's working hard. Good for him. Too Julie.
They used to work. They don't work anymore. So Adam Bush was saying that in the elevator down, And we absolutely did take an elevator up to do the table read where Doris Roberts was there and Warren Thomas. And again, I don't remember all the other particulars, but I do remember there. I was late. They were mad. We did a table read, but that was just Doris Roberts and anybody else showed up. They were doing a favor to HBO to help us, work out the kinks, and that was not Dee Valentine there, the president of UPN. Anyway, Adam Bush was saying on the elevator down, I said to Adam Bush, "Hey, good job. You did a good job." And so
Adam Bush is a liar. Adam Bush is a lying cocksucker. Fuck Adam Bush. He lied. All bullshit. There's no way Kevin said good job. The liar.
he was saying that I was never on an elevator, and I wasn't. For number one son, I never got an elevator. It was 2004, 2005, 2006. I was never on an elevator for number one son. I might have been on an elevator with Adam Bush, but it was not number one son. I think it was just called a Brennan pilot or something like that. It was 100%, 1,000,000% not number one son. When Adam Bush might have been at the table read. He might have been. I don't really know what was happening. Stu Smiley was not involved. It was somebody else at HBO. And again, it was HBO's arm of HBO where they're developed.
Yeah, it's true. David R. Fuller, that's right. Elevators weren't invented yet. Impossible. They hadn't made. There was the first elevator west of St. Louis was built in 2009. It took so long to get elevators to the West Coast.
Sitcoms and stuff. After, the success of Romano's show. And so I guess these people that came in, Doris Roberts and Warren Thomas, those are the two people I remember. I actually had to look up Warren Thomas on Google because I couldn't remember his name. I know he's dead. I know he died in 2005. But he's a very well-known comic, San Francisco, LA comic. So Adam Bush might have been on the table read, and I might have said, "Hey, good job. You did great," or whatever. That's usually what you say, especially if people are doing you a favor. But that was not number one son. That was in 1998.
And it was on the stairs. I said good job on the stairs. There was no elevator whatsoever. Why is...
One son was 2004, 2005, 2006. It's really 2005, 2006, because 2004, it was the end of 2004 when there was any interest in, 2005 was Aspen, and then I got the HBO half hour in 2005, and then we taped the pilot in 2006 because we got married after. So it was 2005, 2006, Now One Son. There was no elevators involved. Everything was Santa Monica, and then we did the tape in Hollywood, but it was on a whatever. So he doesn't know what he's talking about. But again, that doesn't stop those claims. I mean, context is like, yeah, I want Adam Bush's Venmos. I don't. I said, screenshot me where Carl pays you, but he didn't because Carl don't pay him.
So Pat Dixon was claiming that Kevin said, "I want to see Venmos." And Kevin's like, no, I don't want to see Venmos. I just want to see screenshots of the pay. Send me pictures of cash. Again, Kevin, all of this with other people, they don't understand. Really don't understand.
He said, I talked about this already. That I talked about it with Stuttering John, that Carl doesn't pay me. Again, I don't watch every show. I'm not pulling a Ray DeVito, but I absolutely 1,000,000% do not watch every show. And even if I did watch some of that show, I didn't watch the whole show, and I didn't see a clip. But again, Adam Bush is like Fred Stoller. He's living off of whatever money he saved when he was, he's got no overhead, he's got no family. And so he probably can live, maybe he has a rent-controlled apartment. Maybe he bought a studio when he was on Buffy, or I don't know, but he had nothing to do with number one son. That's 100%.
Yeah, he would have been a big success if he was part of Number One Son.
Dan Lizard in the chat a minute ago said Adam Bush said multiple times it wasn't Number One Son. He never claimed that it was.
There you go. I'll believe Dang Lizard. There you go. He probably, again, I don't want to go back to the Adam Bush and Pat Dixon clip. And I don't think it's relevant at this point. It's fun. Just Adam Bush telling the story that he's told before. I thought what was funnier was Kevin misremembering the misremembering. But, yeah, there you go. He's never even made the fucking claim. Dang's never been wrong.
Accurate, and so he's pretending. I mean, he's not pretending. It's like Kevin he said I said something nice to him, and they were saying I can't even accept that because I'm so mentally damaged that I couldn't even accept that I said something nice regarding Number One Son. I'm like, there was no elevators involved with Number One Son, and I'm not going to use that as a title. But again, I know more about my career than Adam Bush knows about my career. But Pat Dixon probably knows more than anybody, because Pat Dixon's literally an expert on everything except, like I said, how to make money as a comedian or as a podcaster. And every woman that Pat's been involved with has accused him of abuse, emotional abuse, physical abuse. They all have one of them.
Every single one. Huh? Or just the ones that have been on Kevin's show.
I don't know if anybody has the trifecta. Maybe Felicia does, but they all say something. You remember the one with the pancake house? Chrissy Mayer said he was rough with her on her behind, her bottom, as my parents used to call it. So Pat Dixon, that's what he's known for. Punching Gino, punching women allegedly. We know he punched Gino because there's video. But there's been a lot of there's literally been nothing but accusations when it comes to Pat Dixon and women. His Mandy, Tangy, whatever her name was, back when he left her penniless. So that's, I guess, financial abuse or emotional abuse. That's what Pat Dixon's known for. He's not known for anything else. He can't make any money as a comic. He can't make any money as a podcaster. But he's an expert on everything. It really is amazing. It really is amazing that he just goes on and on about what an expert he is. Shout out to Tager and Team Japan.
Maybe Pat Dixon again. I don't know a lot of Pat Dixon. Didn't he perform in like giant theaters with like those redneck comedy guys?
Possibly. Like, I also don't know a lot about like Pat Dixon's history and stuff like that, but
like I'm pretty sure he opened for like Ron White and Jeff Fox, like all those the redneck comedy tour guys. Pretty sure he did some pretty big shows over the years. I think he's made some money in stand-up. Today, okay, sure, might be scraping the bottom of the barrel comedic, but he's a great piano player.
He has opened for Ron White, last established standing. So.
Ron White. Not the Fox one. Not the you might be a redneck if. Not Larry the Cable Guy.
No, Ron White was the better one, I think.
Yeah, he's the one that talks like this, right?
Yeah. Tater salad.
Fuck him. Tater salad.
He hooked me up on the old Zell. Is it Zell? Yeah, I think so. I mean, just watching guys who don't know what they're talking about just go on. It's like Ray DeVito. Everybody has a little Ray DeVito in them, I guess. Because Pat Dixon, he's just like, yeah, man, Kevin said he needs to see your pay stubs. I don't give a fuck. I just want to see. I just want to ask you guys. He paid, Carl paid him.
I don't give a fuck. But I want to know if Carl pays him. That's not the definition of I don't give a fuck.
American Man with a 5. Been watching Ryan's Japan vlogs, and I don't think I've ever seen him this happy other than the Bears winning. Maybe it's weird.
It's very weird. I'm the only happiness I find from it is knowing that, again, He's only happy in the place that created Nintendo and anime. So he'll have to
Damn, Pokemon.
Yep. Well, that's Nintendo.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Nope.
Nintendo has 25% ownership in Pokemon.
That's it?
Yeah, just like Dana White's only like 5% owner of the fucking UFC, but you refer to him as the fucking owner of the UFC.
No, we refer to him as the commissioner. You fucking retard.
Nobody's calling the commissioner. It's a wrestling tournament.
Oh, you might want to walk that back. You're about to get flamed in the chat right now if you're saying that nobody calls Dana White the commissioner of the UFC. That's fucking wild to say.
He's generically called the owner of the UFC.
So you don't watch UFC.
He's generic.
You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Commissioner Gordon. That's right, Commissioner Gordon.
Whoa. That's wild.
I never did. Somebody said I never did.
Okay, Dana White the commish. Yeah. He's the commish.
Thank you. Nah, it's people that think Dana owns the UFC.
Yeah.
Correct.
Fucking retards like Jeremy's that thinks that.
Dude, he's
That's wild. No, dude.
Yeah, so anyway, Nintendo owns 25% of Pokemon.
Okay, Pokemon is the Pokemon company, dude. There's a reason why you don't see Pokemon games in Nintendo Direct. They have their own Direct for
Really?
Pokemon.
Well, then why don't they drop them on PlayStation and Xbox?
Yeah, dude. Because. No, because Game Freak has a thing going on with Nintendo, dude. Money is shit.
Yeah, how dare they just release them on these systems that could sell hundreds of millions of more games. But yeah, why would they do that?
Because they don't need to. Thank you, American Man.
It's the most
$5.
Nintendo shit ever to be like, we could sell hundreds of
You're not
millions.
trying to fucking deflect this shit because you didn't know that Dana White was the commissioner of the UFC.
I never said he was. I said he's referenced as the owner all the time. He's perceived as the owner all the time.
That's wild. James Bursey with a 2. Jeremy, we need Fence Stellar? Who's Fence Stellar on Tuesday night's main event? Who's that? Did I say that word?
As all this is happening, look who's on Time Magazine. And guess what he's referred to as?
The commish.
The promoter.
The promoter. How did you find that?
Dude, this guy's never going to let it go.
Oh, no.
The commish.
Nobody calls him
well, you'd be wrong saying that nobody calls him that.
Does anybody here watch UFC?
Oh,
Sometimes.
God.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of Dana White is called the commissioner of UFC?
No.
I have.
I think you're lying to take
I'm not
the heat off Beardo.
Trust me, I'm not trying to take any heat off Beardo.
I've never heard him called the commissioner.
Because you don't watch UFC.
I literally watch Dana White interviews all the time because I react to them on Cobra Cast.
Okay, so Dana White is not UFC.
Done that. Of course, but how they fuck you now is those stupid auto flush toilets.
Oh, yes.
And especially if there's no button within reach, you don't want to be touching the button too much, and you gotta like stand up and pretend to leave while the shit's coming. It's impossible. It's impossible.
Or you try to put your hand over the sensor, thinking that would work a little.
Dave Taft Movie Show, thanks for the $5. Anna Bush is the eye candy that lures women to the Dabbleverse. Hi, Potato and JT. Everyone watching at home, using all my letters, almost done. Thank you for getting every penny out of your $5, Dave Taft. I respect that.
Why can't you be like your brother? He makes lots of money on that TV show he made with the black kid that beat you on Sat Search. I heard they made millions. If you're so funny, I don't make millions.
I never met him, not for number one son. That was 2005. 2006, I was never in an elevator. In 2005 or 2006, 2004, I got married. 2008, we had the kid. So yeah, 2007, I was never in an elevator. In fact, I never used an elevator my entire life. So I never met Adam Bush. So maybe I told him, but not for number one son. Wait, what?
Thank you, Ghost Crusaders TV. Ghost Crusaders TV Where were you with that super tip 30 minutes ago? We could have avoided that entire Kevin Brennan clip if only you were here 30 minutes ago with that perfect summary of that entire clip. Thank you very much. Shroom if Nuclear coming in. Super.gg/com.
Il grande ritorno di Joel Terrico. Grazie Dio. Please explain to questi stupidi americani. You never go full OJ. The Dabbler left. If you don't know who the Dabbler is, it's you, Dio Porco.
Oh, Dio Porco. Peccato. Thank you, Shroom if Nuclear. Steph Renee coming in with a picture super tip. I can't play that one. I will not. I cannot put nudity up on my show, Steph Renee. So I'll play this. I'll put up the second one you put up here. Rockin' Tuki's green today. Haven't seen Tuki or even Dabbler in weeks. Hashtag missing puppets. Thank you, Steph Renee. Tip 422. These two are synchronizing the super tips somehow. You're back there just sending texts to each other. All right, you ready to super tip Cardiff? Hey, wait. In 5, 4, 3, 2, boom. Thank you for the $3. Tip 422. Tuki's dead, dude. I didn't say it. Wait, I did say it. Thank you, Tuki. Oh, big news, JT. I don't know if you heard on Dabbleverse Live. There is. What?
I did watch Dabbleverse Live. There was you were on it, sir.
I was the whole time. Carl is planning a Detroit live show again.
Late September, early October.
Wonderful time to head to Detroit. Looking forward to that. I hope the schedule's alive. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
You need me to pick you up?
Yeah. Got a passport?
I could get through your way. I could do it.
Oh. King of all Diffs coming in with $10 to do.
Ha ha ha! I win. I scared Wapo off. I am the boss bish of the Dabbleverse. This is Zumok Country Nicker.
Dare you. Thank you, King of all Diffs. Zumok in Cleveland. Allegedly for. I should pull up his Instagram.
It was like an emergency he had to go home for, right?
Yeah. He had to go home for an emergency, but his Instagram is just full of pictures of him in front of stupid Cleveland landmarks, like the sign. Like, you know, every city has a sign of letters that say the name of the city. Cleveland. It's like this fucking idiot has lived there for most of his life and goes back as a tourist every time he shows up. Hey, look at me! Cleveland! Chipped it! Fucking emergency, but I got. Hold on. I gotta leave this emergency now. I gotta take a selfie. Cleveland song. Frida69. The $1 underwrite. Please call Karmic home phone to make sure he's okay. After he got banned from MLC, he was seen standing on top of his shed making threats. Send me his number. I'll call him. Call him right now. Thank you. Frida69. Okay. Enough of that, JT. Enough of Adam Bush. Let's do a little bit. You know what? Let's get to Opie. Let's get to some Opie, and then we'll do some steel toe, maybe some merch to wrap this up. Carl has been, since I announced this at the beginning of the show, Carl has been texting me nonstop. No, you can't do Opie stuff. Stop it. I mean it. This one. I brought you into this world. I'll take you out of this world. Opie belongs to me. Like, Carl is upset. Carl is very upset, but I'm sorry, Carl. You snooze. You lose. I got to tell Opie's my friend. I've always said Opie was the talent on the Opie and Anthony show. Out of the three on that show, Opie was the best. The best. He's still got great bits. He's got FU Friday. And these are great things. But when this showed up in my Spotify, so I've become a big fan. I've gone back in time. I got away from listening to a lot of these shows. JT, WATP. I got used to YouTube. But I've recently gotten back into listening. Just get the feed on Spotify and listen to the shows. It's what I enjoy. I've been doing a lot more driving. But when this Opie episode came up on Spotify, I saw the title of it, and I saw the tweet. Opie actually tweeted out. I should pull that up to show everyone. Let's find some Opie radio on Twitter.
It was from like 19 hours ago.
Was it that recent?
But he tweets a lot.
He does tweet a lot. Yeah, here it is. But
he's got his own QR code and everything.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you better believe he does. So Opie tweets out yesterday the same Opie's rotting tooth fund, PayPal.com/whatever, to keep the Opie radio podcast going for another month. He's got a tip jar with a QR code. So go ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Now's your chance. The QR code is up. Send Opie some money because the man with the $3 million view needs your money to fix his tooth. Now, another reason I found this interesting is because have you ever heard of this guy called Stuttering John, JT?
I heard of him.
We had a fan, and I believe I saw her in the chat earlier. I don't know if she's still here. I met her at Hackamania. I believe she got married the last Hackamania. She is her name in chat. It's not her real name, JT. Just in chat is Skeddy Tooth John. Have you ever heard or met Skeddy Tooth John?
I have met her a couple times, believe it or not. Yes.
Now, thank you, Frida69, for putting, I guess, Karmic's phone number in the Rumble chat. I will not be putting that.
Nobody go there.
I'll try and use that a little bit later. How about that? I wasn't actually prepared for you to actually put his number in chat. So please don't do that. Oh, there's Skeddy Tooth. Skeddy Tooth Galloway. Oh no. She's changed her name. Oh no. Do you know why? You know her real name isn't Skeddy Tooth John. That's not on her birth certificate.
It's Miss Galloway.
Yes. Who's Galloway?
Chip.
What?
Oh, come on, get with it, Carter.
Can't get with it. But her name is Skeddy Tooth John because Stuttering John eating spaghetti. Now, I don't know if you know this, JT. I just came back from Italy.
No way.
Yeah. A couple weeks ago. I've readjusted to North American culture and lifestyle.
You reaccumulated to this side of the hemisphere?
Yes, I reaccumulated.
Accumate or whatever.
Acclimate.
I know, I fucked up words a lot.
You do. It's fine. We love you. But they make spaghetti. Traditionally, you make spaghetti what they call al dente.
Al dente.
Where it means you just undercook it a little bit. So it's a little tougher. It's not soft and soggy. Over here on this side of the world, we make it soft and soggy. So spaghetti, even al dente, is still soft enough that I would assume it wouldn't break your teeth. But John, who's just a disaster of a human being, can even break a tooth on something as soft as spaghetti. But Opie may have one-upped him here a little bit. Can you guess what he broke his tooth on? If you know, please don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
I know he likes ice cream, so I'm like, there's no way it's going to be ice cream.
Pretty close.
You gotta be shitting.
Fucking close to ice cream. It's not far off from ice cream.
Snow cone?
Chad Buzmak, even raw spaghetti should not break a tooth. I'll give him that. But let's let Opie. So he starts off. He's talking to Ron the waiter. He's Starts pointing at that QR code already. Give me money. Give me money.
Of course I do that.
What are you doing with your finger?
I'm pointing to my I'm pointing to my PayPal. It's the show PayPal. Relax. If you guys give me some PayPal money, it certainly goes to Ronnie Babes. But right now, my PayPal account is set up to help me. I'm calling it Save Opie's Rotting Tooth Fund. It goes for a good cause. You can literally save one of my toofuses. Because I went to the dentist because, the toothache never went away, Ron. I got an update on the toothache.
Well, yeah, it's not going to go away. What do you mean?
It's part of going away. I was chewing that gum. I don't know what's in your gum in Boston, but it cracked my tooth really bad.
Gum, JT. Bazooka Joe. Maybe Opie bought a pack of 1989 Don Russ.
I know Houston is it's kind of in a crazy underground scene forever. Like they're the OGs of underground poker in Texas, but like supporting rooms like this that are doing shit that's going to ruin everything else is a bad idea.
It's the Poker News Podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to episode 968 of the Poker News Podcast. I am Chad Holloway, joined by Mike Holtz and Ben Ludlow at Level 9 Studio in Las Vegas. The 2026 World Series of Poker is underway. We're going to have a good episode. This one sponsored, a new sponsor, summer long. You can see it on the signage. FanDuel Poker, Poker Stars. It is a new era over there, new software, all that jazz. I'm excited to have them as a sponsor of the Poker News Podcast, so be sure to check them out. We're going to talk about a, not WSOP story, another raid in Texas, but I think this one for the better, right? We're going to talk about Sean Chacon. He's out of jail, might be at the WSOP. We'll have to wait and see. A big-time poker pro is going to be a father, which was big news yesterday. We'll talk about High Stakes Live coming to the WSOP and the Charity Series of Poker, number 100 this weekend. Mike, Ben, let's talk about this raid in Texas, in Houston.
Yeah, I'm on this one. First of all, anyone out there, if you're playing in underground poker places and they have games that aren't poker, like fucking Baccarat or Blackjack, maybe like don't play there. I mean, and so for those of you who don't know, this is a room in Texas that
Social Club.
Yeah, I think this is like the 18th name it's gone under. It used to be Richmond 101. It used to be the Johnny Chan place. It was like
I was there when it was the Johnny Chan
Yeah.
place. We did the Texas road trip.
And I think there was like several shootings and robberies there. I mean, all of these things should have dissuaded you in the first place. But yeah, this is a place where I am 99.999% certain that they run a ton of Baccarat tables, and then they have some poker tables in there. And yeah, this is kind of tough. This is a very different story than the Lodge, because the Lodge thing was like, oh, you don't know about the legality of poker in Texas. This is because there's goddamn Baccarat tables in there. Maybe don't play at a poker room where there's Baccarat tables and it's illegal. That's just my take. I know that's a crazy take.
Before I get to you, Mike, I want to show the video that Poker News obtained of the actual raid. Play was happening.
Yeah.
Players and staff, there were some arrests made. We'll get into that in a minute, but yeah, check it out. You'll see people's hands up. It's because the officers didn't raid. They sent in drones. Check it out.
Oh, place is being raided. Everybody get their hands up. Look at this. Look at this, Carl. Place is being raided. You said everybody put their hands up. Uh-oh. No joke. No joke. Lucky J's being raided. Huh? Run for the door. The drone. You see the drone flying throughout the place right there. Man. Guys, you gotta be shit, man. raided the place. Oh, I'm gonna go to the car. Holy shit. They searched everybody in the place. Raid.
All right, so there you have it. You see the raid. Pretty wild stuff, Mike. What do you make of this one?
Well, now, I have a question. First off, I was under the impression that there was a way to make baccarat and blackjack legal in Texas under the same laws of poker. Is that not correct?
I mean, look, the gray area for poker is certainly there, and I think you get into even deeper shades of gray when it comes to casino games. Like, I've seen one place claims to be operating legally as under a sweepstakes model, and it's practice casino games, but they're still giving out prizes.
Sure.
It's
hard when you're playing against the house, right? Like, baccarat is inherently you're against the house, so I don't know how they...
I could be getting this wrong. I just remember seeing a reel of one of the newer places that opened. They were talking about how it was legal, and the way it was legal was the players somehow get to be the dealers or something. I might be getting that wrong.
I think they're trying to twist it and find, really thin loophole to get through when it comes to casino games. And I think anybody who knows anything about Texas poker in the Houston market knew that this wasn't going to last, especially with what just happened at the Lodge, which has reopened. We talked about it last episode, and we can get into it more in a little bit. But with what happened in Austin, you now have Austin and Dallas. They both won legal battles. They have a huge interest of protecting now their legal, quote unquote, legal operations, right? Like they have some bulletproof. What's been happening in Houston for a long time has been a black eye for poker in Texas, the robberies, the shootings, etc. And so it did say in the article that this place has been, Lucky Jason's been under investigation for several months because the neighbors complained about illegal gambling.
And like gunshots and shit.
That sounds like my boy Leon's house back in the day. Shout out Leon on Leon Street.
Last year, I think about 20 players were robbed after they were leaving. There was
20 players were robbed.
20 that we know of.
Right.
And like a giant armed robbery thing. That's crazy.
I think this is great for Texas poker, especially coming on the heels of what's happened earlier in 2026, because this has been skirting the laws a lot more than anything else. When you start introducing baccarat and blackjack and craps or whatever they are doing at these places, it is to the benefit of the Lodge and to Texas Card House and those operating above board to get these taken care of, get these shut down.
I mean, you can say what you want about, like, gambling in general being illegal, all these things, but, like, if our goal is to have good regulated poker in Texas, shit like this needs to go, and as players, if you're out there listening, I know Houston it's kind of been a crazy underground scene forever. Like, they're the OGs of underground poker in Texas, but, like, supporting rooms like this that are doing shit that's going to ruin everything else is a bad idea. So if you're out there and you're listening, and you see baccarat tables, go across the street to Champions or somewhere else that isn't doing shady stuff like this. Like, it's that easy.
Yeah, I would say it's a bad look for poker in general to be associated with and everything, but I do think overall, like, are they really committing that big of a crime? Like, adults are just playing baccarat and blackjack?
No, and that's what I agree with you, and that's what I was saying. Like, say what you will about this being a bad thing or whatever. It's not like a bad thing in the grand scheme of the world or whatever.
Sean Chacon, he became famous back in 2005 WSOP. He feuded with Mike Madison on WSOP episodes. Been in the industry for a while, but in November 2023, he was sentenced to 48 months in federal prison for running an illegal cannabis business. I believe we covered this story. He surrendered on January 1st and entered the prison system where he's been for a bit. And then, according to Jeff Nadeau, he released a tweet that Cheeky, as he's called, was in a kind of halfway house, where they transition you out of the actual prison. You're still you're monitored. He was serving time there, but is slated to be released. So foreseeably, potentially, could be at the World Series of Poker.
Halfway house, great place to sell weed, by the way.
No, listen here. This is fucking outrageous. Our justice system's so screwed up. He's over here. He sold weed, and now he's got to go to a halfway house where he's released. Sir, you grew a plant. What are we talking about? I smoke weed before the podcast all the time. People say they love me on it. Am I dangerous?
In a raid.
We got him. Won't be the first time. I I'm not getting it. It's a plant. What are we doing? Sending people to prison for it?
Yeah.
What's even happening? And then you got to go to a halfway house afterwards. It's like, well, what's even going on? He's not like a drug addict. He doesn't need to be reintroduced into society slowly. Like, what's this doing?
I'm going to read, according to the Poker News article, he admitted, along with an accomplice, of knowingly and intentionally conspired to distribute 100 kilograms of and more of a mixture and substance containing a detectable amount of marijuana, a Schedule 1 controlled substance in violation of Title 21 U.S. Code, sections blah, blah, blah.
My body has more than 100 kilograms of THC in it right now.
That's true.
Okay? What are you talking about?
I guess we're conspiring to distribute.
Gummies or something like, oh my God, he's gonna get people high. Holy shit! Sponsored by Miller Lite.
Yeah.
I'm glad that he's getting out because I kind of agree with you. It seems extreme. Obviously, you can't break the law or what have you, but I do think they maybe could turn their attention to more serious stuff. 4 years he didn't have to serve at all. Thankfully, he's getting out. I don't have like a intimate dealings with Shiki. I've never had him in the studio or lengthy conversations, but I've always liked him as a character in poker.
One time I met him, we smoked weed. I feel like our podcast is just becoming like a libertarian, like fight the system podcast. I love it. I'm just no one should be in jail.
Yeah, no, of course.
No, I mean, he's a great poker player too. He's a hell of an element deuce 7 player. Glad that he's out. I mean, don't break the law or do break the law. We can't tell you what to do.
If he comes to the WSOP, I'm gonna extend the invite to come in the studio.
Oh, hell yeah!
Interview to get
For sure. Two feet will be high before the podcast.
Yeah, can we just can he pitch his legal cannabis business on the podcast? We are looking for. I bet FanDuel will love that. By the way.
Speaking of the World Series of Poker, it is a big weekend for them. They have debuted their. I don't know what it's called. We used to call it the Mothership and the main stage.
We don't have a name for it yet.
Don Peters called it on the Poker Go podcast, and I liked it. The Arena.
Yeah.
Because it is massive. They say it's like the size of a football field. For the first few days of the WSOP, it was behind a curtain. And I actually, as we're recording this, haven't seen it because they're debuting it in a little over under 2 hours from now. We're going to record it and insert it here to give you a look at it. So we can't react to it per se, but in real time. But here it is, the WSOP main stage feature table area arena.
3, 2, 1.
Called it the new home of the World Series of Poker, and I genuinely mean that. I think when people think about the World Series, this is going to be their thought. This is where we are going to live on for the next few decades, hopefully.
I think this goes with kind of the reintroduction of the WSOP on ESPN, which brings it full circle for me. That's kind of where, that's exactly where I got my kind of start, where people saw me first on ESPN in 2004. So being a part of that, just being asked to be a part of it was an honor. There was no way I could say no.
Well, the Rio couldn't accommodate this. This is incredible. 26,000 square foot dome we have here. It's just amazing to go from Binions, where people were spilling out onto the street onto Fremont to play in 04 to this thing.
It feels weird being on a stage that's literally 10 times the size of any home I've ever lived in combined. Yes. Look, if you want to be on a big stage, you got to build a big stage. And I am very, very impressed with the amount of time and effort and, most importantly, cash that the World Series of Poker has invested into growing the game of poker. And somehow I get to be included in that. Can you believe it?
All right, so there you saw it, the brand new arena. We haven't seen it yet, so it's hard to react to it.
Yeah.
But it is in the Paris, no longer the Horseshoe. So there is a different feel to the WSOP this year in terms of layout.
I really like the new layout. I think the event center is much better, like pavilion room from back in the day. The room where you have the little stables and stands more spread out. And I think Paris is where, like the arena. I was going for Coliseum or Place Pantheon.
Pantheon's good.
Place Pantheon should be, or the house that Jack built. That was Mike's idea.
Never said that.
No, I did off air. We have it recorded, I promise. But yeah, I think the layout's better. You know, the cash room, gross cash. You know, it's kind of a sore, an eyesore, but you know, I understand.
They're using that for tournaments.
We should put that in Normandy or Provence.
That's been tournaments the whole time, hasn't it?
Yeah, because no one plays for the week. You know, for the week. But yeah, no, it looks awesome. I like the new layout. I think there's gonna be more natural foot traffic, and it's easier to get to that stage. I mean, the stage in the Horseshoe is great. It's just like it's a fucking maze to get back there, and if you don't know where you're going, it's sort of like tough. But now there's gonna be, I bet we're gonna have a better spectator experience overall because of where it is and because of the size of the stage and sort of the spectacle. So good for them.
Another kind of new thing coming, it's not open yet, is the new WSOP merch store. We've all walked by it. It's in the hallway between the Horseshoe and Paris. But the old WSOP merch location is operating right now, and Poker News actually went over there and talked with WSOP's executive business manager, Camilla, who had a big role in this year's merchandise line. Check it out.
Hey, welcome to the WSOP merch shop. We definitely did something a little bit different this year. We wanted to bring back like the history of poker of 54 years that we had in the game. So we built some legacy logos in the front here. We went back and pulled out all the fonts that were used in the specific era. So like 91, if you look back into the photos, you'll be able to see this typography that was there. We basically have about 65 facings of new era hats. We also did some collaborations with Black Clover and Travis Matthews just to keep it consistent from previous years. We also did some collaborations with New York designers that are only going to be in our store that's going to be opening in June. So they're not in the merch shop, but stay tuned, they're coming. Come check it out. We have like a little bit of a souvenir. We want you to know that World Series of Poker is Vegas and Vegas is World Series of Poker.
All right, so there you can see some of the merch this year. I'm a fan of, I'd say, 80% of it. There's a few things I was like, a little too AI-ish for me, but I did like how they dug back into the archives of WSOP history, brought it in, and used like the same fonts and stuff. So I'm a big fan of that, and it seems to be selling well. I've seen like Sean Deeb bought a bunch, Negreanu had a bunch in his dressing room there.
Seems to be selling well. The two most profitable poker players in WSP have a bunch of it already.
It's got to be selling great. Well, you're wearing
I'm sure
WSOP
they bought
merch. It's not
Oh,
from
that's
this year,
I
but
bought this from in 2021 when I participated in the Seniors Championship.
the first Seniors
Where
Championship.
I got third place against Big John Oakenson.
Big John, Big John Oakenson. All right.
Our boy.
He was 94 at the time.
He was a good man. He was a good man.
He's a good man. Yeah.
It's just Jeff Madsen with the mustache.
I mean, Jeff Madsen is old. He's getting there. But yeah, I think I like WSP is such a cool brand. I feel like, you know, I'm not gonna go buy a bunch of stuff because, you know, I'm too cool. But like, I feel like the WSOP should be like a sweet kind of streetwear-y brand. Like people are wearing it that have nothing to do with poker, and I think this gives that opportunity to kind of like make it kind of that cool whatever vibe brand. That's my take.
We'll give a tour of the new merch store when it opens. I think in the first week, about a week probably in June. So that'll be exciting. Another exciting development was revealed in Daniel Negreanu's Day 3 vlog. I've watched every vlog of his for many summers now. It's part of my routine. And in this one, it was a little surprise. He was reading the new father, A Dad's Guide to the First Year, and then revealed along with his wife Amanda Negreanu that they're having a baby boy.
Hey,
and you know, if you follow Negreanu, which many people have over the years, it's kind of been a thing. I think that's been on the back of their minds. They are using a surrogate. They revealed and shared that, and yeah, it's you know, it was unexpected, but I think it's good, obviously, for them. You know,
it was unexpected, but they have a surrogate.
Well, unexpected for like the poker world to be revealed in the vlog at the start of the summer, and it does to me put a new light on things. Like, one, you have a kid. I assume none of us have kids, but life changes quite considerably, and I've seen it with many poker players. Like when they have kids, they take a step back from poker.
Makes more sense why Daniel missed Europe.
Well, that's true too. Yeah, good point. And so he even said, like, in his vlog, like, this is going to be, if he does vlogs in the future, it's going to be very different, right? You're not, whenever you see their house, there's going to be a baby around and stuff. But I think it's awesome. I think it's great. I think it's a good opportunity for us to celebrate by giving away another giveaway. Poker News book. I'll get Negreanu, I'll get Daniel to sign this. It's not signed right now, but I will get him to sign this, and we will give this away to one lucky listener or viewer. All you got to do is comment on this video on YouTube of this episode Negreanu, D-Nags, whatever you want. One of those two. And I'll randomly select a winner.
I'll sign it.
Mail you this or yeah, Ben will sign it too.
I'll sign
maybe
every other page.
Yeah. I heard there's some really insightful stuff about overbetting in there.
Or deep
this book is from 2008, so I can't say that the strategies are going to serve you very well. But it's sick. It's so cool.
It's so cool. What do you think the leading names are for his child?
Bartholomew, probably.
Bartholomew. Yeah. Matt Savage Negreanu.
That's a good one.
Martin Cabral Negreanu.
That'll be a big. Kelsey will have odds
Yeah.
on that.
I'm actually going to run the book illegally if you want to come. No. FanDuel's going to have it. Don't you worry, boys.
Speaking of Negreanu, he was in the big hand in event number 2, which was the 5K 8-handed. He was actually cruising in that one, and it was near the money bubble when he got pocket aces. And check it out.
Nicky, where's your entry fee? Nick. What is it? You can't follow instructions? You can't follow
There you have it, Negreanu, essentially bubbling. You can check out more on his daily vlogs. And if you want to follow Negreanu or other favorite players, you can do so by using Poker News' new My Players feature, where you can go star players, basically pin them to your profile so that you're getting curated updates, chip downs of your players. And so I'm doing it right now with our fantasy team. We have a ODB fantasy team for the Poker News podcast. Going to see how we do. You guys still owe me a little money for that. But, yeah, we do have Elio Ezra based on Robbie's insider info.
Brother.
Oh, yeah, we did get Ellie in the insider game.
I feel like we should get more insider info. I feel like people should give us more insider info.
Oh, you don't get insider info?
I actually feel we're pretty good at that, especially like Mike's very tied in with the Las Vegas. I know you're in a bunch of group chats that I can't get into.
I was getting ready for you to be like the prostitution. Mike's really tied in with the underground gang.
It's the Las Vegas illegal cannabis group chat.
Yeah. Sometimes
How you cashed last night, right? The 550.
Yeah, I did.
That's the first cash for our team.
I didn't know that.
Wait, am I on the team?
No.
Okay.
I'm just saying, as a group, we finally have a cash.
Let's go, guys.
Your boy, I wasn't familiar with him, but nearly joined me as a winner of the industry employee event.
I was so excited, man. I wanted to win. Skylar Holan was my dog. So when I first moved to Vegas, he was one of my first friends I met here, and he dealt at the time. I think it was like, I don't know, it might have been Aria or something. I don't remember where exactly he dealt. He's been a dealer around town for 10+ years, I believe. And we used to hang out. We play like $10 WSOP online tournaments. We'd sit on the opposite sides of the room. Like,
can't do that anymore.
Can't do that anymore. I mean, this is like 2020. You know what I mean? So, pretty cool stuff, man. Seeing him grow and get to this point. He's a good poker player, and great performance by Skylar. Unfortunate not to take it down.
Yeah, it just proves that anyone can win the employees.
Yeah,
he finished third for almost $30,000. It was Jerome Neppel, I think a poker dealer from New Mexico, took it down for $64,000, defeating Sean Hamrick. Perry Green. And I mention this because Perry is at the WSOP right now. As we're recording this, he's in like the final 15 of the 08. He's 90 years old. This guy is an OG of the WSOP. Alaskan fur trader, still lives in Alaska, travels down here. I've interviewed him before. He played with Doyle. I think he's won, I want to say, I'm going to try to pull it up. I think he's won 3 WSOP bracelets. He's made the main event final table twice. And he's just been around since the beginning of the WSOP, all the way through now. I just think it's awesome. And I think, people who are watching this that don't know who he is, he's a legend. He played with Doyle. He played with Amarillo Slim, with Gentleman Jack, and all those guys. So I don't know. It's just really cool. Like, I'm so keeping my fingers crossed he makes the final table. Yeah. Vanessa Selps is also.
I was just about to say another legend showed up. Vanessa Selps, she's there.
Yeah, it's that's one of the good stories. One of the good tournaments to keep an eye on. We'll cover that in the next episode. Let's talk about June 5th. mark your calendars because that is when big time cash games are coming to the WSOP. The $1 Million game through High Stakes Live will be part of this. So June 5th through the 20th, High Stakes Live is basically the Hustler Casino Live crew are coming to Vegas. And they're going to be playing high stakes, no limit hold'em, $100, $200 blind, 50K minimum buy-in. And this will be live streamed from the WSOP. And then they'll have the $1 Million game starting June 12th. I think this is good in terms of, the WSOP is known for its tournaments, and they do have a cash game area, but it's been nothing exciting. And even if there are high stakes games, you don't get a glimpse into it. This is going to give players a glimpse into it. I don't know, to me, this is a collaboration that makes sense. Mike, Ben, what are your thoughts?
It does make sense, and I get it, and I, think it's fine. But I don't like during the World Series of Poker, which is a strictly tournament event, to take any shine away from the tournaments. Like, if they're taking resources and putting it into this, or like production resources, as opposed to streaming more final tables or more tournaments, whatever, then I don't like it. But I get it. I mean, people like to watch. That's what's getting the views on YouTube right now is, oh my God, high stakes. They played a $1 million pot with like 8-4 off. That's just crazy. Look how rich these guys are. But you guys know I don't. I'm not. I think the giant cash games and like the that being kind of the number one thing people watch is obnoxious. So I'm not a huge fan, but all the players involved are good. They're none of these are like bad people for poker. Like, it's a good lineup that they chose, and it makes sense. I'm not a fan.
I'm gonna get clarity on this because I don't think they're taking any resources from WSOP. I think it's the Hustler Casino Live. People are coming. It's going to be streamed on those channels, et cetera, et cetera. So it'll be like a complimentary thing, which I think would be good. But I'll find out.
Watch tournaments instead. It's 1 month of the year where we're not thinking about cash games at all.
I think it's fine to watch whatever you want, but me personally, I wouldn't be associating myself with the Hustler Casino if I was WSOP. That's just me. There's how many people on there have been like crazy criminals laundering money, doing this and that. They got some weird shit going on. Nick Vertucci. I just would prefer the most prestigious brand in poker to not be associating itself with things like that. But maybe I'm just a pussy.
No. I mean, you are, but I agree with you too.
I mentioned it earlier when we talked Texas Poker. The Lodge live stream is back. In fact, last night there was a big their really first big cash game stream back, and it was special. It had Doug Polk in it, Alan Keating, Garrett Edelstein traveled down, and I think this was the first time that Garrett and Alan, I keep saying Alex. Sorry about that. And I know Alan really well, but the first time they've ever played together, like two legends of streaming cash games finally going at it, and Doug Polk in the mix.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I just talked a lot of shit about stream cash games, and I'm like, this is great. The Lodge is but I mean, my point was more about the association with the World Series and kind of like that being a thing. That being said, very happy for the Lodge reopening. Love that. I think great idea to do like a kickoff cash game with 3 of the biggest legendary cash game players of all time, with Doug Allen and Mr. G-Man.
Who won? Doug won $95,000. Garrett lost $13,000, and Allen won over $1 million. 1.0.
Oh shit! I was gonna be like, that's it. They gotta play higher stakes.
Jasper, some player named Jasper I'm not familiar with, lost $865,000 with the big
Jasper
loser.
boy. You gotta be better, Jasper.
What about Taurus?
Taurus was the second biggest loser, $551,000
Taurus,
down.
Ford Taurus? Taurus?
No, it's Taras.
Oh, so not like it wasn't like a Ford car plane.
No, it was.
Oh, that's impressive.
There's one event I want to talk about that's going to be tonight. I'm going to be there. If you're listening to this, you still likely could have a little window, at least if you're listening to this early as we did. The Charity Series of Poker, event number 100.
Yes, sir.
Big milestone for them. I've mentioned it before. I'm going to mention it again. I've won a CSOP event. I don't have the trophy with me. It's back in Wisconsin. If I did, I'd put it right here. But I love the CSOP events. I know you both have been to them. I don't know if you're going to this one. I am. But 100 events is a good milestone. We're going to celebrate episode 1,000 here yet this year. So, yeah, what do you think, Ben?
I mean, who's going to be bigger, episode 1,000 of us or episode 100 of the CSOP? I don't know. No, I mean, I've known Matt Stout for 15 years, and I am anything that we can make poker in a positive light, poker bringing money to the kids, love the kids, is great. So CSOP's done a great job. They have events throughout the year. They do really well, and it's just a fun social environment. And people are, generous there, and there's a lot of cool celebrities who show up. And I'm excited. You know, I bought my tickets. I don't know if I'm going to go, but regardless, I am supporting the cause. So I'm
You want to fix your tooth? If Opie wanted $2,000, if Opie wanted $2,000 right now, one weekend on Airbnb, one fucking weekend on Airbnb in that house, easily $2,000. Easy. He's probably got 3-4 bedrooms. You list, JT, find me a 3-4 bedroom house, Long Island Sound, on the beach, for fuck's sakes. You're at minimum $2,000 for a summer weekend. We just had Memorial Day weekend. That would have been $4,000. Memorial Day weekend. Pick 3 weekends of fuck. You were just in Boston. Rent out the fucking summer in the beach house. Verbal, fine, whatever. 6 bedrooms. He would pay for everything. He could pay for the teeth. He could pay for Ron's teeth. He could pay for parking. Pick 4 fucking weekends of summer. Rent the beach house out. Big deal. You have to come in on a Monday and clean up. You have time. It's fine. Fuck.
There are properties that are on the water on Long Island that are like on the water, looking at over 500 a night.
Minimum.
That's
right.
where
Pretty fucking good. Jesus. On the fucking beach. Make some money off of that, you idiot. Love you, Opie. Write me on the show. You're the true talent of Opie. True talent.
Keep that power on, or I'll beat the living headlights out of you. Johnny, are you operational? Please say something. Oh, dearie, please see.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a great quote from Short Circuit 2. Or 1. I love Short Circuit.
Crap about any day. They want me to lose all my teeth. All right, I was trying to get some right? Because I'm out of Long Island. Long Island stores. Huge. I could roll through them really fast. You got it. Stupid lady. No offense to this stupid lady. And she's going viral.
I don't give a fuck about Long Island. We just want to talk about the tooth. And the millionaire. Thank you. Begging for money. From JT. Thank you for bringing that clip to the show, JT.
Liam Gray live streamed the reporting of Katie Gibbs' channel, among others. One video was a clip of the Star Wars girl accusing Liam Gray of suffering from mental illness. Liam has deemed the video inaccurate and defamatory. Liam Gray catches the eye of Daring Bear, currently with 585,000 subscribers. Like, why would this guy with over 500,000 subscribers, did you go scorched earth?
Right.
Wow. I don't even know who Daring Bear is. Who's Daring Bear?
Daring Bear here. I'm a guy on YouTube. I'm a Pisces. I like to take long walks on the beach and laugh at retarded shit on the internet. And we've got some retarded shit on the internet. So this all popped off today, right? It's kind of ongoing. Now, remember when the quartering crashed out like a month ago? Jesus, time flies, doesn't it? Well, at the time, me and many others said that one of the dangers of this crash out, of a guy with such a big presence crashing out the way that he did and destroying channels, was that it was going to create like a copycat effect. It was going to create an environment of all-out flagging nuclear war, you know what I mean? The quartering, setting the example that he did, was going to create many quarterings. And this story is about exactly that. Meet the quartering, Australian edition. And yes, that's a lemon that he's holding. What is it with these guys and fucking citrus fruits?
What are the oranges for? Well, I bet it tasted good. Let me know what you think.
Fuck off and get your own content. Stinky fuck for panda.
But as you'll see throughout this video, the similarities don't stop at citrus fruits. So let's have a chat about Liam Gray. Let's go!
I said, anyone who tries to destroy me, I will destroy. So now I'm going to do what needs to be done. And I'm starting with Katie to make an example of things.
So I originally saw this clip on Twitter, I think, like yesterday, obviously. And it was this guy saying, "You've got 24 hours, motherfucker." And I thought, ooh, that's one to watch. So Liam Gray is an Australian, obviously. He's like in Comic Gate or whatever the fuck with that Portly guy. I gotta watch the flagging situation, obviously. The Portly guy. You know, the other Portly guy. Ethan Van Sciver. And I don't do Comic Gate, right? I'm not a comic book guy. I'm not interested in getting involved. I just want to laugh at this spurgery, right? But he does like a live stream and it gets clipped and put on Twitter, as I saw. And he's talking about how he's going to flag all these enemies down. You know, because they've done heinous stuff to him. Just terrible, horrible, heinous stuff.
24 hours. I am going to strike you down and remove you from this platform for harassment, for abuse, for propaganda, for a misstatement of evidence, for name calling, for personal insults.
Guys, I think you need to chill on the propaganda, name calling, and personal insults. Because Liam Gray's not gonna fucking have it. So the next day, which was today, it was this morning, he fires up his stream, right? The stream where he intends to flag all these people. The stream where he's spotting his tough guy Lemon. And I gotta be honest, I watched about 5 minutes of it and got really, really bored. So I commented, "Did you go scorched earth?" And it wasn't until much later, like 40 minutes ago, that he responded, "Yeah, mate, good to see you, Bearing." I said, "Who did you flag?" He says, "Last night it was just Katie fucking someone, but I'm gonna be doing like 5 to 11 more channels later." Say hi to Tits for me, love you guys. Then he follows up with his own response saying, "Yeah, look, it's all serious, heinous shit.
Name calling, personal insult.
We're just down the road from each other. We got hit by the same windstorm. Let me know if you ever want to sit down and chat about it. Bye." So I'm kind of reading this tone, this matey tone, and it kind of couples with what I've heard before. See, people have got in touch with me about Liam Gray before. People have been pushing me to talk about Liam Gray because apparently he's like, you know, the sort of person I talk about. In fact, one guy said to me, "Yeah, he talks as if he's your mate all the time. Like, apparently you guys are fucking besties. He knows your wife. You're on first name basis. You're having fucking barbecues. You know, you're practically neighbours. You go way back."
For those of you who don't know, that's one of my old openings. That is my boy Baron. Much love, you glorious bastard. I haven't heard you for a long fucking time. Send me an email. Let me know how you doing. Let me know how you doing. How's the kid? How's the wife? How's my sugar tits? How's she doing?
Yeah, she's good. I will send you an email, bro. So what I didn't realise before, right, is that when I left that original comment saying, "Did you go scorched earth?" I didn't realise that he'd actually done it. I thought he was just threatening to do it, right? Because I didn't watch the stream because it was really fucking boring. And you'll never guess who notified me on Twitter that he'd actually done it. He'd gone through with it. None other than Jobless Johnny. That's right. Big ups, Jobless Johnny. You never know what the future holds. Me and Jobless Johnny, besties again. The internet's a fucking retarded place, man. I love it. I've been doing these casual videos on Saturday night. I don't know if you've noticed, but it feels like, how can I describe it? It feels like when I started YouTube. It feels very casual. I can talk about the most retarded shit, and it's like super duper duper fun. Not that it's not fun during the week, but there's something about Saturday night. It just feels like that dipping your toe in the water thing again. You know what I mean? But tonight was either going to be Liam Gray or Sticks, Hexenhammer pushing his fucking his cat funeral fundraiser again. He wants $3.5 grand for a cat funeral. I went with Liam Gray because Alyssa Clips, we all know Alyssa Clips. She got in touch with me and said, "Hey Baron, I've clipped up this whole fucking stream. You don't have to watch the 6 hours." So I thought, great. And by the way, this is kind of the point of the video. See, Alyssa Clips was kind of reluctant to upload those clips to her channel because people like Liam are so fucking flag happy that you kind of risk your whole channel just by talking about him. Like I heard, right, that Liam, I don't know how true this is, Liam can fucking confirm if he wants, but I heard that Liam travels like half an hour every week to the nearest police station to present them with the evidence that he's gathered that week on his internet haters. You know what I mean? You gotta fucking chill out, bro. You gotta chill out. Now, Liam says he's been watching my channel for ages, so I hate to go in on a viewer kind of thing. I really hate to do it, but this is gay. It was gay when the quartering did it, and it's gay when you do it.
But Liam, don't you know this means it's the end of your YouTube career. I used to host a punk show on Channel V, which was on national television. I've been interviewed on the morning show. I'm a national figure. People stand and salute at me when they see me in Comic Cons like I'm a god.
Don't you know who I am? I have many leather-bound books. Don't you know I have an Anglo-Saxon YouTube rep? It's the same energy, man. No one gives a fuck if the other guys at the comic book store fucking get on their knees for you or whatever. But you gotta remember, this guy's got like 10,000 subscribers. Now, I think the way it works, I haven't confirmed this, but I mean, I would imagine the way it works. If you've been on YouTube for a long time and you've got like a substantial channel, I would imagine that YouTube would take your reports more seriously. Like more seriously than some guy who's just started, a burner channel and reported a bunch of people. 10,000 subscribers is not a tiny channel. And YouTube listened to it.
I got an email.
What did it say?
Harassment and cyberbullying. The Legend of Liam Gray.
Oh, she cut out.
I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We got up to the harassment and bullying.
Cyberbullying community guideline strike from the Liam Gray Ministry of Dude. The Legend of Liam Gray. Dr. Tell Ministry of Dude. Yes, I got a community strike.
Oh no, war body, as they say on the internet. That's the thing they say now, right?
So not only is he flagging people down live on stream, he's also encouraging his audience to do it.
You can do this too. You can report these things as well.
That wasn't enough. He's reporting motherfuckers to the E-Safety Commissioner, Australia's E-Safety Commissioner. That sounds so gay to say, but she's an ex-Twitter trust and safety woman. Thanks, America!
I'm going to put all of this through the E-Safety Commission as well, along with everything else. So, even if it takes YouTube a little while to notice it by going through this measure, there will be actual people on this side of the internet working on it.
Now, the last thing I'll say is that Liam claims that this, harassment is really, really, really serious. It involves doxing and real-life stuff. But, we've heard people say that before. And if it was doxing, wouldn't that be like a privacy complaint, not bullying and harassment? Now, I was speaking to Star Wars Girl on Twitter in the DMs, right? And I was asking her, why did he flag you? And it was apparently because she called him mentally ill or something. Like, what did she call him? Like a spaz or something like that? I don't know. So it all seems pretty lame and gay, if you ask me. Visit me on Twitter. It's @bear_ing. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you later. Ta-ta. Bye.
They serve the same, a sponsor from 3 years ago and a Super Dad trophy, allegedly from his kids, hold the exact same value for him because they're both the exact same. They both hold the exact same screen space, the value of screen. It's not dead center, just kind of tucked in the corner. Hey, I'm a super.
I think I win by doing nothing more than any other human being in the world. When your entire detractors are complete nitwits, give them a microphone and let them talk. And it kind of sucks for me. I think it's a great strategy on their part. Just like if I don't say anything, everyone tells them how insane and crazy and coping they are. If I start talking, I can only get mixed up in the thing, and it can only get what do they say? Stupid people drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. The worst part for me is content-wise. It would be great to point out all these retarded things about these people. The problem is they expose themselves. Everybody already knows. And then by the time I get to it, it looks like I'm just piling on a dead retard. We've got a lot to talk about today. Thank you very much.
Who's he talking about? Who's the dead retard he's piling on?
if you refer to Pat Dixon, remember you were like, why does he hate Pat Dixon or something like that? It had to do with Pat was on with Haley from a pretty antisocial podcast. You know, Haley, Aaron, you know, they go back, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's
obviously,
it's like the Sam and Diane.
My fans for triggering TVP already explained. I appreciate it. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, noted failure Pat Dixon, the pretend news guy, sadder Bill Schultz. I think with each birthday he gets angrier and more bitter. And I think when you live in someone else's basement and you're in your 50s and you know you're not getting out, there's no money, there's no family, it's just total death. I mean, honestly, if I were him, I would have. I'm not kidding.
Ooh, that's a good turn.
If I was Pat Dixon, wow. Now, it's not funny. It's funny. It's not funny. But people that go to that pretty quickly, like if I was this, if I was a complete failure, I most definitely would just go to Greenland. The fact that comes to him so quickly, unfortunately, probably means Aaron's taking a look around. Aaron's what, 40 years old, 39 years old?
He's probably, I think, close to 40.
Okay, he's just about in that period of your life where those are what they call your prime earning years. Like right now, Aaron he's 38. Thank you, Coach. He's 38 years old. These are at 38, you should be kind of hitting your full stride, right? Your 20s, you're finding your way, you're looking, you're bouncing around job to job, kind of building. In your 30s, you kind of have to find, where you're at. So at 38, this is where he's peaked. He's peaked at begging for $300 a day. I got.
Great on the burrito. We're gonna go with A+. We'll break the potatoes. We'll catch up. Oh. Mm-hmm. All right, peeps, we're walking into the Air State. We got $25,000 heads up today. This year, a couple wrinkles to it. It's always been sort of the 64-man bracket. This year, there's a 64-man bracket. I believe we'll probably fill it. And then, if we fill another 64, there'll be a full secondary heat tomorrow. And in addition to that, if you busted today in the heads up, you could play the second leg. So there's essentially, not a re-entry, but, one extra option. So we see who we draw heads up's a little different, You don't get any chance to hide. It's very intense. We're going to have to really focus in hard, and then really use that mistake we made yesterday as fuel to really think through each spot and, get it done. Video. World Series of Poker 1970. I remember watching that. About to start the heads up and do a big reveal of the stage. Get a good look at it. Of the World Series of Poker. You guys all want to count it down with me? Are we ready? Let's do it. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boy, that's 6-8 over there. Look, tell me it's excited. All right, look. Oh, wow. Wawa-weewa. Hey, Phil, what do you think? Huh? You really love it? You love it? This is fantastic. This is going to be the new stage. Wow. You next and I are entering the heads up. $25,000 buy-in. New stage. Oh, crazy. All right. Feature tables over there. You got feature tables over there. You got 4 guys over here, well dressed.
be a daily show you can watch every day, streaming. And then we got guys keep kids over there. We got, oh wow, fancy. Oh wow, this is huge, bro. It's big too. You know what I'm saying?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome
to the World Series, bro. So we got
to the world.
side table over there. Okay, got the main one. I guess that's the main one, right? Over there. So we got another side. So three big medium tables, and then a whole bunch of spots inside. I don't see as many stands. Well, nobody wants to watch you, Phil. All right, so this is the heads-up table here. I looked and it said I'm up against Chance. And I'm playing a guy named Dardar Semidar. Who Dar? Darius Samal. Darius Samal. His name is Dardar Semidar something. You got it. Is he good? Okay, cool. I got Brock the Brains. Brock the Cock is what we go by. Brock the Cock. Yes. Okay. That is officially the updated. That's an upgraded. Upgraded, yeah. All right, let's play some heads up with no limit bowling. All right, one of the cool things about the app is you can do a little research. So I've got Sammy Dar in here, and I decided to take a look at some of his stats, okay? Well, what do you notice right there? Well, his last cash, 2024, where his biggest one was 2 years ago. He won. He won this tournament. He won this tournament. Not the defending champion. It was 2024. 2024. Okay. That's good to know. That's probably not from you. Do our thing, I guess. Nice little touch to the heads up. They gave us a little bracket sheet. Fill this out so we get a perfect bracket. I think Martin Cabrillo's already threw in 6 hands. We just heard about it. They're on the stage telling everybody how great he played. I mean, yeah. And then, okay, look at my cards, Chance. I thought we were getting all in calls. What we're looking at here in the wild is Chance Cornick, who had lots of chips, and Brock Wilson, and my guy left with none. He's gone. He's gone. I got them all. So we wait, we relax, we go get a coffee, we beat the shit out of one of these two guys. We just stick it going. Yes. All right, intense match, guys. Intense match. 2 hours against the guy he won a couple of years ago. He's no slouch. First 2 hours were pretty much even. And then I pulled away in a pretty big pot. I put beer in there. And then on this last hand, well, the last big hand, he was shorter. But 6, 12. Yeah, it's not standard. So you can put cards up, you don't have to. It doesn't matter. He raised what? 6,000, 25. I call with king jack. Just call. Flop is 9-6 deuce. I check. He bet 5,500. King jack is like the king on the turn is so big here because sure, no problem. Sure. Okay. There you go, boss. All right. So anyway, I call. The turn king is massive for me because first of all, it's in like theory, he's got to bet this king, whatever he has, right? And I'm not supposed to have a king that often. I check, he bets 16K. He has like 30,000. Don't think raise is good here. I want him to try because if he's bluffing, he's just folding the turn. You know what I mean? If he has something, he's valuable. He's going to bet on the river, and I might beat some of that stuff. Any king, he might bet for the river. And also, like I said, it's bluffs. So I don't raise him. I just call. And the river comes 7. I check. He essentially goes all in. He bets 25.5, leaving himself crumbs 5K. And I just snap, obviously. And he has nothing, 10 bucks. So let's talk about the 2 other hands that were interesting. Heads up, there's a lot of interesting hands. I can't remember them all or write them down because we're so engaged, Think about heads up poker. It's always on you, man. Action's always on you. No place to hide.
Hi, Sexies. It's Tracy. I'm your girl, Martina. And we're here at the East Coast Music Awards happening in Sydney. And we're here with Needs Convenience. So they got a whole...
James Cornett, what he doesn't realize is, if I play him, so something to think about is, my eyes are really dry from when I stepped in here last night and don't have eye drops. So my eyes are going crazy, blinking. So he may see things that are not real because I'm just have dry eyes, like special situations like this. It's just my eyes. drop. So that's probably a bonus for me today, having that, because this is a guy who pays attention to live tells. So we might have some that don't make the damn sense, and he's going, what the hell? Why are you blinking so? Yeah, Brock Wilson, we have a great history. It's actually funny. You can ask him. I promise. Ask Brock Wilson who he has coolered more than any human being in a short period of time in cricket. We have, or put a brutal beat on. We at the studio used to battle like a lot every day. And, whether it's King 10-4 and I have pocket 10s, he has pocket kings, or I have pocket kings and he has pocket 3s, all in pre-flop and hits a 3. He beat me like an inordinate amount of hands. But I don't allow that to affect me. I really don't. There's no psychological advantage, even though he has all those things going from that perspective. I'm ready to go play, regardless of who it is. Looks like Brock was stuck. He's back, so I'm not going to say who I prefer, because there's no point in any of that. We're not doing it. All right, let's talk about the first game. Early on, heads up, you got to play pretty aggressive at times. So this is an example of that. He raises. No, I raised the button to 1,500. That's correct. Make it 1,500 with Jack 8 of clubs. He defends the big. Flop is Ace King 3-2 clubs. The king is not a club. Not too relevant, but somewhat. He checks. I just bet 1,000. No. Okay. It was whatever. It's close enough. The blinds are actually 400, 800. So I made a 2K on the button he calls. Now on the flop, he checks. I bet 1K, just quarter pop. He check raises very small. That could be a lot, but it feels a lot to me like this. That's like when he does this. This guy's going to hang on for a little while and we'll see. Nope, sends him re-raise 0 to Jack. I flush. I turn is a 5. He checks. There's 8K in the pot. I'm like, all right, now's the time to put a little heat. I'm not just putting the heat on with this turn card. I'm going to most likely, if the river's a good card, fire again. We shall see. Now, if you study with solvers or any of that sort of stuff, you'll find like a couple of thoughts. Well, when you have showdown value, you don't bluff as much. However, when you block the potential 2 pair combos he could have made on the river, that's an opportunity to bluff. What the heck does that mean? All this mumbo jumbo I'm talking about? Well, let's say he had an ace or a king, right? Just 1 pair, okay? Not 2. He's less likely to have made kings and 8s or aces and 8s on the river, which are both hands that he would absolutely have. He doesn't 3-bet ace 8 or king 8. So I block a lot of those 2 pairs that get there, which make it way more likely he's on a 1 pair hand. Now, do I need to bluff? All of his draws that are better than mine, but I can't block a lot of the draws. Those fold anyway. We get that. We talked about that. However, it just feels like he's very, very 1 pair heavy, and it's going to be an ace. So I like to go massive, and I go for 35,000 to go big. I probably don't have the Jack of Clubs isn't a great card to have, but whatever. Like I said, we're not too worried about that. I go 35,000, thinking an ace can fold here. Does not. He called me an ace for opposite, which is exactly what we're talking about. So off the races. Now, before I set this next hand up, I have to tell you about a couple hands and plays. This is what you really should make suggestions for strategy and performance ranges. 2 hands on 2 different occasions. I raised the button and he just called with pocket 10s and pocket 9s. Okay? That's very important information. I mean, he wasn't 3-betting a lot at all. His 3-bet percentage was quite low overall. So then you ask yourself, all right, what are the 3-bets then? The 3-bets are going to be, if he's just flatting those, it's going to be quite polar. All right? So he's going to do it with, aces, kings, queens, maybe not even jacks, I was just playing. Ace, king, ace, queen type hands potentially. And then some of the bluffs, like ace 4 suited, ace 3 suited, all kinds of stuff. Like, whatever, queen 10 of diamonds, like some of those, good hands to throw in there. And I get this information from him that he's more likely polar, he's more polar than normal with his 3-bets, I think, because of those 2 flats that I think are standard raises, standard 3-bets, not always, but whatever. But so I use that information now on this key hand where I raise on the button to 5K. Okay? At 2K big blind with ace 9, ace of spades. He makes it 20. He doesn't 3-betting a lot, like I said. So, I think I block an ace too. So I'm blocking ace, ace, I'm blocking ace, king, ace, queen type combos. Makes it a lot more likely this is some shenanigans he's doing. Or, like, maybe he does have a big ace. And we'll find out here. Why? Because I make it 5, He makes it 20,000. I say, okay, bro, this is it. We're gonna do some stuff. And I probably raised a little too big. 50,000 is spade. Now the flop was like 10, 7, 4, 2 spades or something like that. He checks. There's 100K in the pot. In 4-bet pots, your sizings, especially heads up, is going to be low. 20% on flops, pretty standard. You can do that with your whole range for the most part. Now betting this flop, I think pretty much 100, pretty close to 100%, and it's always going to be about 20K. So I bet 20,000. He calls. Turn is great in a way. Well, in every way. It's an 8 of spades. So at this point, when he check calls, I'm still thinking he has ace jack, ace king, no, not ace jack, ace queen type hands, maybe some king queen suited. Maybe he has overpairs, and if he does, against those overpairs, like you get an ace, a jack, a 6, a spade. How about a house? He checks. As you saw in the video, get it all in, 2 folds again, in that key pot, and then of course the last one I told you about. So good battle. I took what was available to me, and like I said, I really think that the key pot was the ace 9-0, which on paper is not a thing. It's not a 4-betting. Ace 9-0 is not a 4-bet. So why did I do it? And I did it because, like I said, I made the natural adjustment to his range on my own. Like, I don't need to input that, in a solver to tell me that his 3-bets are going to be more polar. It allows me to 4-bet him like that. All right, we got plenty of time. It's only 3 o'clock. We got till 5. We're going to chill and make our second coffee today, and then await our next phone. All right, I just did an interview with this guy.
Yes.
Flash, right? So he's the new guy. We're going to do. I'm going to be the first ever.
You're the first ever on
the main stage of the live stream. Heads up, you can watch this on YouTube.
Yes.
Oh, on WSOP.com. Just go to and it's free. It's free. Then I'm only give a promo code DNEGS, nothing. I mean, you can. Promo code DNEGS if you want, but you don't even need one. Just go for free. Okay, we're gonna play Heads Up, Unlimited, Texas Hold'em, and we are playing it. Look at this. Look at the stage. This is sick. It's unreal. Look at this thing. Wow. Whoa, we got camera people. I got we're going all the way. Oh, we got carpet. Carpet's nice. Which one's me? I'm over here somewhere. I don't know which seat's me, but okay. Yeah, I'll go here in a second. All right. So we're streaming apparently on WSOP, the YouTube channel. Which, fun. Let's go.
By the way, Mahmoud defeated Faraz Jaka in the first round. I think that was one of Jeff Gross's takes during the countdown. So Sean Smith fell to Christine.
Jeff Platt. Jeff Gross.
Did I say Gross? I'm sorry, Platt. The two of them do a lot.
So they do both excellent at what they do. With this Negreanu monster full house, and we got Brock betting into him. Just a flush draw. Yeah, he's going to raise here on the off chance his opponent does have a jack, knowing that it'd be hard for him to get away from it. It's one of those spots too. It's like, would he really raise me now with the queen? Why would he just call in position and raise the river? But wow, to use a time bank here, Brock really must be thinking about continuing. Usually, you don't posture to blow a time bank. Brock might decide to represent the queen himself, thinking that he does have some equity to make a flush if things are wrong. Here he goes. 75,000.
You sensed it, David. Is the thought on Wilson's mind is, why would Daniel speak up with the queen here? And if I can't assign that to him, then the door is open for me to do something like this. But this 100,000 is,
and it's great. It speaks to like how great Daniel's bet is, because what it does is like if you just call here hoping your opponent bluffs the river, you may not give your opponent a chance to do this. But now,
by just calling here is Brock might feel confident enough to just bomb the river and try to get Daniel to lay down. He's got 7 high here. Probably not. It's kind of spot where he called the 100K. It might be time to wave the white flag.
I mean,
it was only 55,000 more.
Is he ever calling with a jack that's going to go away in the face of another barrel on the end? Like, did Wilson ever give him credit for a hand that he can blast out of?
Well, because of that logic, which is why exactly Daniel might fold, not fold literally, but why he might think Daniel would fold, because it's like, okay, he would never really do this with a bluff, so damn, my jack must be good. Okay, it's got queens full. So it's kind of like the layering metagame here, right? So like we can see Daniel happens to have a queen, so it's just going to be an easy call. But I think Brock is like, can I get him to fold the jack here? And he is. He's going for it.
100.
I think for the viewers, it would be great for Daniel to have a jack just to see how he would proceed.
108.
Yeah, but
easy mode when you got a queen.
Instead, Wilson
finally caught him because I
just decimated the stack there.
You played it tricky and raised the jack. Yeah, that was. I was literally.
Yeah.
James Scott moves.
And that's why it's great to have you here to read between some of those lines that
secret
even Brock openly conceding.
You're like, wait a minute, that's not a thing. Okay, well, there you go. Breaks the brain sometimes.
It had everything to do with why Daniel earned himself a far bigger pot than he might have otherwise. And he knows that Wilson's deep into those solver streets, and Daniel well aware of what those solvers are preaching, finding the deviation and doing so profitably.
Just think about that. Turn bet by Brock was 20,000. So if you take the conventional thing to just call with Daniel, you call 20, and the river comes at 8. Brock bluffs probably 50,000, and then Daniel raises, and Brock just folds. So it's like you make 70K instead of doubling up. So hats off to Daniel for finding that line. I don't fault Brock at all. That was, like I said, that was very tricky. The queen doesn't usually raise there. So what's going on here? What's he raising?
Well. Phoenix. Oh, he wants to interview me? Okay, we'll do an interview. He's interviewing me, not because I lost, but because we won. So we're on to the next round. We beat Brock. We'll tell you about some hands on the break. We're going to have a few hours before our next match. And I don't even know who we're playing yet. I'm going to have to check the sheet. Who am I playing? I don't know. I'm going to have to look. But anyway, some really interesting hands. Brock's a great player. Let me talk to you. Stop talking to me. Okay. All right, guys, so here's the deal, right? Normally, we talk about hand breakdowns. I know what's coming with the footage. I don't know what footage. They're doing such a great job of cutting through hands and stuff. I would imagine some of the hands that I'm going to talk to you about should make it to the broadcast, but I don't know. And if they do, maybe we'll add it to this vlog. I don't know. We'll talk to our editor guys, whatever. They're watching to see. First one, big lay down with King 6 on a King 7 3-2 diamond board. I check call. And then on a deuce turn, I check call. And I can't remember. It was like a blank, like an 8. I check. He goes pretty big. I almost folded the turn. I swear, I had a bad feeling about the spot with the King 6. I think you can sometimes because he got really big on turn. He got 18K on turn. And then went 60 on river. I folded the King. I just was like thinking he's pure value here. I did not buy the bluff. So I folded that. Apparently, it's only a 2 card. I don't know if that's true. We'll find out. First day hand I won, which was key. I opened the button with Jack 10 of diamonds to, no. Whatever. I opened the button. He calls. Flop is ace, king, deuce, black. No, like none of my suit, but ace, king, deuce, but he checks, I go 3K, he makes it 11. I call, we check him. Turns a deuce, he bets 30K. I call again. I'm not buying this below me. He's going to have to show me ace, deuce, or king, deuce, because I got plans to river go. Whether he bets or checks, we're doing some stuff. River's a jack. I still think he's got like some sort of 4-5 type hand in my head. Now he checks, I got 105. We take it off. He did cool me in one spot that was kind of rough, and then I lost the chip lead a little bit, where the flop was 8-7-3, I had 8-5, turn was a 5, brings I check raised, he put it in, I called. Pretty sure I was dead. I don't know, it's hard to fold though, it's like that, man, you could just have like 9s, I don't know. He had this straight, so we lost that one. And then what? Oh, the brain breaker. I call this the brain breaker. The brain breaker. This is like, this isn't a diss to him at all. He's a great player. It's just in general, like, I know he studies and stuff like that. So when you do play against guys like that, you have to think of some lines that they're not really prepared for. They don't really navigate because it's not a thing in the real world. And I'll give you an example. I raise the button to with Queen 4. He defends. Flop is Queen, Queen, Jack with 2 hearts, 1 spade. I check this one back. Let him catch up. The turn is the Jack of Spades. Now he bets 20,000, which is a sizable bet. So here, the natural play is you've never raised with a Jack here, right? And you shouldn't raise with a Queen either, because you raise with a Queen here, it's like you're cutting out all his bluffs. You're not letting him bluff. But if you're playing against a really, really good player, you're opening the door up with the raise to have him re-raise. Now, not all players are capable. Brock is capable of 3-bet bluffing here, right? Because it doesn't look like I'm having a queen much. And it could be a spot where I'm making it 25 and ace high to sort of stop the action, right? He goes 100. Now that he's not up, because maybe he is setting up the river bluff. So I call. The river's the 8 of hearts. Now he moves in. I call. So we essentially got 120 big blind pot. So he was going completely dead. And we got all the money in. So that's my style of poker, you know? Curveballs, unique strategies, thinking outside the box, seeing what's available. Again, if I was like a new young player just studying the game the way everyone studies, never would have seen this move, right? And I don't know, you're going to look at this move. Some people would look at this move and say that's not correct. And I'm like, you're just not thinking the way that I think. No diss, but I know what I'm doing. All right, so I'm going to go up to the room a little bit here. And now, because I got 2 hours before my last match at 10, and then I'll be playing as late as I played in quite a long time. But we got this, ladies and gentlemen. We got this. I don't know. This third match will get us down to the final 8. There may be a second heat or may not be. They have to get 64 players. If they don't, it'll just be a 64-player tournament, which would mean we're at the final 8. If we win. The guys I'm playing, who the hell are they? Who the hell are these guys? I don't know. I'll have to look them up. Who are these guys? Who the hell are they? Who's Justin Dykes or Harvey Castro? I guess we'll find out. Back to work we go. We went to the room, a little bit of, it was like napping, watching the coverage, which is unbelievable. I'm not even playing. This is my entire life, watching poker, whatever. There's never been coverage this good. I'm dead serious. Across the board. The graphics, the production quality, the way in which they're going from table to table. If you haven't watched it, go to the WSOP YouTube channel and check it out. All right. As for us, next up on the agenda is a gentleman named Henry Castro. Never heard this name before, so we looked him up a little bit. He's a kid who can play. He can play. He's got some wins. I think he came in 5th in this last year. You know, I watched a little bit of the stream. I saw a couple hands he played. Just get vibes. You know, sometimes when I look at someone's picture, it's stupid because it shouldn't mean it. But like, I don't know. We all have to. I get sense of who they are. You know, or at least I try to. And sometimes it helps me to formulate a game plan for the person. From what I saw, he's probably the slowest opponent I played. First 2 are pretty quick. I mean, not excessively. It's a shot clock thing. But we'll see. I don't know. I don't have any sort of like specific tricks I'm going to use. I'm just going to, again, pay attention, see what he's doing, and then try to figure out how to take advantage. So it's almost 10 p.m. We're back to work, ladies and gentlemen.
What's that?
Just over the years, the Negreanu Hellmuth frenemy kind of friendship.
Rivalry.
Yeah. Well documented.
Uh-oh.
This could be trouble for Castro. King Jack is a good bit of hand heads up. And when being asked for all of it, let's see whether or not he's prepared to dig in. Taking inventory of his remaining stack.
He's still got 20 big blinds behind, so still can fold and be okay. Have enough to play with. I want to call many of these 3 bets.
Is it in range? Is it?
I think it's close. I mean, with 20 big blinds, you think you can still maneuver if you lay it down. And your best case is Daniel's got something like 2 7s or 8s. He's never really going to have the king 10 or jack 10.
Oh.
There he goes. Goes with it.
Yeah, he's going to regret having gone with it once he realizes he's sharing that king with Negreanu, who's got an ace to go with his. And this could be the end of the road for young Harvey Castro here. He certainly has looked good across 2 victories.
He had you up, or you did?
Suspense building. As the market is built, 546,000. This would be such a key double for Castro. Get lucky.
Oh.
Could with a queen. Jack, of course, would also do the trick for the time being. Ordinary 9 is of no help, so 7 outs. One time for Harvey Castro. Instead, the 5 of spades wraps it up.
Yeah, if you want to know what I had there, then I'll tell you.
Which one?
When
Yeah.
4, 5, 7 was good.
Ace king.
I bluffed you. I had ace 6 with the ace of hearts.
Nice.
So it was like a sick turn.
Yeah. Brutal turn card for my hand.
Yeah. You play great though. There's a couple things. I mean, you do some things, and I knew you were doing it. I'm like, there's nothing really I can do against it. You do a really good job of attacking the keyboards. Like with
Yeah.
There was one I almost just said, fuck you. At Jack 9 on ace 9. So and the turns a king, you bet one. And I'm like, screw this. This is horseshit. That's why I said sus.
Yeah.
Jack 9. You know?
Yes.
It's a good. It's very. You recognize range advantage. Really.
Right. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go.
Okay. Well, I'm at it.
Party gift.
So patiently having waited for the opportunity to rub elbows with the legend himself, Hall of Famer Negreanu, and Castro rubbed his elbows as well, but unfortunately at the expense of a trip into the money. As Daniel, the most recent to punch his ticket into a payday.
Look at this. He won. He beat Phil Hellman. Oh, what? GG. Oh, well, no, we already know it's not. What's up, son? Where's your son? Oh, yeah, I know this guy. Come on, I know this guy. Go way back with this guy. Okay, I'm going to go. So, what is the deal? We have day off tomorrow?
Let's play the 550. I'm playing the 550.
You're going to play 550?
What's in this class? We'll tell you a big stack.
Hey, why not? Have a couple drinks, have some fun. I don't think so. Okay, so. Okay, sure. All right, I'll finish with you later. No, it's fine. I want to talk to me. I got things to say because I don't know what I'm doing yet. Okay, done with talk. Okay, it might be golf day tomorrow because I don't think there's anything that we can play because this tournament has a day off while we play the other 64. So I can't imagine it makes sense for me to play a 500 or anything like that. But I'll take a look. I don't know if the GG Millions is tomorrow, the 10K GG Millions, because I could play day 1A of that. Let's take a look. Before we sign off. What a day. I mean, I got so many hands against this guy. The one big one, we'll just tell you right here. Completed. Don't share that. What's tomorrow? What day is today? Today's 29, 30. Oh, it's the 10K. Oh my, 8? Man, definitely want to play that. Yeah. Okay, thanks, Led. Oh, the big hand, the really key hand, heads up. You want the mic? Okay. The key hand heads up was I limped because we got shorter. I don't limp, but then later we shorter I limp. So I limp with ace of hearts 6. He raises pretty big size. 5x to 60K. I call. Flops king 7-5. 2 hearts. He bets 50K. I peel with the 3 flush, 3 hearts, right? Turn is a 6 of hearts. He checks, I go 90,000. He calls. I'm thinking this boy has ace king. No, we don't have the ace of hearts, right? So now the river's a 4. So it's 4, 5, 6, 7, king. I have a 6. I know it's no good. He checks. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. I stuck it to him, stuck it all in. He laid down the ace king. Otherwise, we'd be rebind. It's a day off tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going home. Why stay here, right? Gonna go home. See the wifey. Peace, y'all. What a great day, huh? Let's go.
It's a little bit of Mersh talking about this. Hey, why not? CJ Brown. Of all the Clippers, he's the best. Check him out. His name is Pest. Fucking genius. Fucking genius.
Tweet anything for. When did I get a suspension? I think it was like 5 hours ago. So I think for like 7 more hours I can't tweet or like or bookmark anything. But this is crazy. This was wild. Jim Norton posted some video, I don't know, a couple days ago, bitching about Starbucks, because that's relatable in 2026. He's such an old gay guy now. And I don't know who this person is, but this person.
Dare you say it. But yes, his takes on Starbucks not giving you a tray anymore. We're a little.
What are you supposed to do if you have 3 coffees?
It's true. It's a good point.
This was AI at first. It is not. It is, in fact, this is not AI. Somebody is posting these. Somebody is posting these all over outside of 77 ABC's offices in New York City. Like, I'm not kidding you.
I think it's Opie, by the way. I want to be the first to say that I believe this is Opie.
They're posting them. Oh.
Campy, he's at the beach.
Maybe Ron the waiter. Maybe we have Ron the waiter on. Hey, Ron, you want to earn some money? First of all, these posters, they're using Scotch tape. Scotch tape ain't gonna hold shit. You gotta. Anybody who ever had a band knows you need paste. You need tape. Scotch tape ain't gonna do shit.
He said he was a karaoke singer, and Simon immediately rolled his eyes. But then this happened. I have never seen the judges laugh this hard. Is this the most genius audition ever? Watch the full hilarious performance in the comments.
Now, I would suspect that this would be somebody.
Well, let's be honest. Is he stirring things up with recent antics and shenanigans, or is this old antics and shenanigans that people are still going back to? Let me see if I can find the post.
Close to the Stuttering John camp. Now, I have no way to prove it. I have no way to look into it. I have nothing to do with it. I just saw these on Twitter today, and I was like, uh-oh. Womp, womp. There's another one. Wait, is that just the one? Okay. I thought there was more. I thought I saw a picture of like 2 of them on some other thing too. So let me see if this guy's maybe posting. This guy should post all kinds of stuff. He's a chubby builder guy. Oh, there. There's another one.
Ketchup? Yeah. Like ketchup? Would you like it all away?
No,
Sorry. Just on the side.
Just,
Oh, you're gonna do it like that? Okay.
What in the? Do
you want a bit of ketchup in there? Just don't do too much. Well, that's not enough.
Not enough?
No. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, she's fussy. That's like.
Let's have a chip.
That's too far.
I was gonna say, it's a good chip. It's a good chip. I mean, money can't buy you love, but it can buy you a good chip.
Chips.
And some vegan chicken nuggets as well. Guess who I'm wearing today?
Could it be Stella?
Exactly, Stella McCartney. Next, two of Cape Britain's.
Hoping that some of the execs.
Yeah, like near WABC's office building.
So WABC radio platforms pedophiles. Playing here. You've never seen a lot. Can you read it? It's too small.
Yeah, it's a WABC radio platforms pedophiles. Here's a quote from Anthony Cumia. You never seen a hot 13-year-old.
Oh,
guess
that's a good thing. You've never seen a hot 13-year-old.
As a disgraced former radio host, Anthony Cumia has confessed multiple times on air to having a sexual attraction to children. WAC Radio must remove Anthony Cumia from airwaves.
And it's got the official WABC logos. I mean, it looks. You think this is from within WABC?
Like a disgruntled radio show that's like Anthony took my time slot, so now I'm gonna get him back.
Yeah, you think it's who did Anthony Cumia replace? That's a great question, JT. Who did Anthony Cumia replace on his Sunday night show? That might be a little upset. Again, I still think it's Opie, to be honest. So sorry, what was the I still can't read it. It's too small. What's the quote that was there attributed to Anthony?
I saw what Kiki Loco said in the chat. I'm not saying it again.
Damn it! Damn it! Stop looking at the chats. All right, thank you, JT. That's the poster that's going to put up around the station. Let's wrap up Mercer's coverage.
Oh, you know what? Rover in the chat has a good theory. It could be the dude well, I wouldn't say he hit him, but he smacked his glasses. What was his name? CJ Brown or something?
Clearly.
It could be. Hey, I'll tell you, I'll put it this way. It may not be. It probably isn't, but
a guy with the name CJ.
People that have them.
Don't remember Pam Anderson in Baywatch? Her character name was CJ, right?
Was it really?
I think so.
I think it was. Yeah, I think you're right.
Just a weird guy's name.
Mm-hmm.
Motive and
I think Pamela would be a better man's
opportunity and live in the air. I mean, yeah, it could be him too. I don't know, but having these outside your office is no good. That is no good. I just thought I'd share that with you. I thought it was really fun. I saw it right before we went live tonight, and I was like, that's not good. Let's see. I don't know where this is from. This just got sent to me. Why isn't it? No, just sent it. God damn it. Why can't it send the message?
Mercer's gonna fall apart. He's not the same Mercer anymore.
There's many more fish in the sea.
It's true. I just asked Karmic. Lots of fish in the sea. The Swellington tonight coming up. It's $5. I knew a guy that dated a 16-year-old, but she came from a war zone, so she presented 25 baby. That's what Anthony does. Have we considered life experience? No, we're not. We're not considering life experience. The Clear Age Fact Jack. Thank you, the Swellington Tonight. The Swellington Tonight. Check him out on YouTube. Very interesting show.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting I'm suspended. Whoever just sent me the Kumia thing, I can't DM you. So can you please DM me and tell me where you got this? Like, where is this from? Because I'm about to play this, and I can see it on my screen, but I don't have the audio on it. So I'm going to play this. This is nuts.
This is Matt and Adam, the hit show. The Adam and Matt.
Somebody's playing a crazy game, dude.
Anthony Cumia? So he used to host Opie and Anthony. He's a child predator.
Oh, God, is it him? Oh, my God, is it CJ Brown?
That definitely sounds like CJ.
Sounds like a guy who would call himself CJ.
Yeah, definitely sounds like the same. That same voice.
Oh, my fucking Christ. Is this CJ Brown?
And the radio station down the road over here, they have him on every day.
That motherfucker using a glue stick? A glue stick? You need paste and a brush, dummy.
Look at that. Look at mugshot. What an ugly piece of shit.
Yo! CJ, go! Triple N in the chat said, damn, he going to Hort. Yeah, he going to Hort. He going real Hort. Yo!
Alright, get one of these outside of Smith and Lewinsky's for good measure.
That's a mistake.
I'll be surprised if any of these are still sticking. Or still, like, posted wherever they are.
Anything gifts either.
Especially in the middle of New York, the heart of New York. No one's going to even notice this.
I don't even think anyone... How many people...
No one's going to even stop for enough time to even read what it's saying.
There's nothing going on in New York City on this track. Like, all these people walking in and out of the WABC offices aren't just head on a swivel waiting for a homeless person to hit them with nunchucks. Okay? They're not paying attention to posters. There's a reason why postering is generally irrelevant. It drives nothing. It doesn't bring anyone to your shows. It brings no people in the door, nor does it get any attention from the people at WABC. What it does do is give you, I guess, a funny thing to tweet to get Mersh all excited about to play on the show.
You know what, Tommy Jordan, if you're still listening and you're on your unicycle later today, take a ride down here to see if anyone are still around.
Good call. Great call, JT. Great call. Tommy Jordan, check out Smith and Lewinsky's in Midtown. I think it's in Midtown. There's an Uptown. Could be downtown.
Very good steakhouse. They should not be having pedophiles at their steakhouse.
Yo!
Try the spinach. It got so full on it.
Oh, man.
What?
Yo, that...
You got full of spinach and almost shit your pants?
Yeah. That's what happens.
is fucking crazy work.
Yeah, best hash browns. Interesting.
JJ Solis said Kumia knew this was coming and why he chimped out a few months back. Maybe, man. I don't know if that or if this
Kumia knew this was coming. Kumia knew a guy would go to Kinko's and print off 12 posters and tape them to street legs. Yeah, Kumia's running scared.
Is this a reaction to him chimping out with the glasses thing? I don't know. Yo, I don't even know what to say to that.
Trying is too much.
Led the charge against Kumia for years with not a lot of supporters. I mean, like even for me, I'm looking at that and going, "Damn, dog!" You know, you fucking around like that. Ooh, okay.
All right, Mersh with the hot take. The hot take. CJ Brown running rampant in New York City, getting people fired. AM 770 WABC. But now, JT, now I think it's time to end the show. At JT the Watcher on YouTube, Trash and Tukey tonight. Be there. At JT the Watcher on Twitter, TukeySoup.com. Go support our friend while he's in recovery. He needs it more than ever. TukeySoup.com. Patreon.com/Cardiff Electric. I'm your friend, Cardiff Electric.
I'm doing it for my daughter. Casey Neistat coming soon. You're not gonna believe how ugly he is.
People in the chat are asking about Joyride.
I can probably, if I sat down and thought about it, I could probably count on one hand the number of times me being right has helped me. Just saying. Yeah. And I'm right. I've been right like 1 billion times.
That's a lot of times.
What are they asking about Joyride?
They're asking about Joyride, but what I was going to say is you and Luke Valentine had a really great discussion on the Sam Hyde show about it. And I don't know if...
the game? The video game?
Yeah.
Okay, well, the whole point of from my perspective, is establish a realm where my crew can do creative, fun things and don't have to worry. We don't have to sell out. We don't have to cuck. We don't have to do anything that's 100% against our natures, etc. But the main goal is to get the paywall to $500,000 a month so that we can start spending at $450,000 a month on video game design. I've been writing Joyride this sounds retarded, but for over 15 years I've been writing this thing. It's my repository for ideas. It's thousands of pages long. That's the goal, is to grow the paywall to the point where we can just burn through cash for 10 years making a game that, frankly, if it flops, who cares? It's what I want to do, is build this game. And the reason for that is because all the things that I want to do narratively, humor-wise, and aesthetically, they can all sort of only be fully actualized in video game format, specifically in Bethesda, Skyrim, New Vegas style format, 3D first person, clunky, deliberately clunky by design, doesn't have any new features, isn't like a mold breaking from a gameplay standpoint, but it's just a sort of black comedy space opera that contains everything that I think is cool about the genres that I like.
And by black comedy, we mean like
Black Mirror,
Medea,
like Black Mirror and Medea and Black Mirror. My favorite show, Black Mirror. And yeah, Joyride Live was intended to be a live action playtest for those premises.
Have you seen the video of Casey Neistat ruining his Ray-Bans on purpose?
Is Casey Neistat rich?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't know who that is. Who is he?
He's a YouTube fruitcake guy. He's a YouTuber, but he's at the crossroads of like New Yorker magazine, intelligent geek hipster type guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and he's one of the ugliest people who's ever lived. He's a TEDx. He's a TED hipster. That's what he is. That's what he is.
So he takes his just regular Ray-Bans, Wayfarers, he spray paints them white, and then like sandpapers them down so they have this weird white sort of varnished weird thing going on. For
glasses, they're gone. They're gone forever. I mean, I could buy another pair. For the pair I had, they're gone. They're dead. They were given a burial at sea. See, this weekend was my friend Neve's wedding, and I actually officiated his wedding. I think I did a pretty good job.
You may kiss the bride.
And I would have that guy. And I had a thinking at the beach, I thought it'd be a good idea for me to try to surf. My industry businesses right down here had first these gradient lens ones. You see, it's like the lens is lighter. Then I had my busted classic. Now these are obviously spastic.
So he like takes them. I don't know if this is a video, but he like takes them and
I mean, I think that's fine. He's signaling that he doesn't care about material possessions, even though he's like extremely carefully material crap in his to a person like this dope work studio
in New York,
in a very expensive place in New York. Sure.
He's got a patch made on a pillow too, right there.
But he's just distressing his glasses, and his glasses are. There's a central part of his face. It's like a calling attention to his face, sort of like peacocking type thing. I think it's understandable. I just think he's ugly as sin.
What was his content?
His content is regular stuff, like it's like kind of DIY hackery type stuff, like making a skateboard that's remote controlled, like shit like that. But it's the editing is he's one of sort of I don't know if he's an originator. He might be an originator. He's one of the originators of ADD, almost musical editing in long form storytelling type videos.
So like Vice origin, post McKenna stuff. Post Gavin, Vice,
yep,
like ish,
yeah,
videos,
yeah.
Like yo, like kind of like.
And he's one of the guys that I'm sure. I think you could confidently say that he started. He helped birth the style. You know those like folk songs where it's like there's clapping.
Yeah.
And like almost like tune yards, kind of.
Yeah.
And you know how commercials. You'll see commercials that are edited to those songs.
Apple commercials.
Probably more like Me Undies. Like brands that like have to they can jump in there and grab that. Like Apple, I think would be too.
Like a Yeti coolers.
Yeah. Like Yeti coolers. Yeah. Go to Casey's channel and go to the just sort by most popular, or actually sort by oldest. Yeah, bike lanes. That's the one.
So like make everything on an iPhone.
I'm getting a ticket for riding my bike not in the bike lane.
Yeah, make everything on an iPhone. Yeah.
The thing for riding my bike is pouring rain out here. Yeah, look at this. Look at these assholes. Look at this guy. Double park right here. In a bus lane. You're not giving him a ticket. What's the time? Your bicycle, so it's anywhere from $10 up
And this is before he built his style. This is the proto style right here. Or like tune yards. Jingling change in the song.
we were around there.
So I got a ticket for not riding the bike lane, but often there are obstructions that keep from riding the bike lane.
It's kind of good.
That's a good point. Yeah, no, this got him 30 million views.
And in Birth, the guy who yells at, you know, the new guy that yells at the bike lane guy? You know what I'm talking about? Hey, Raymar and Flanagan's in New York City. That was a Raymar and Flanagan's song. Listen up. Has been hearing on our show and elsewhere.
Let's go back to his channel here. Yeah. But, I mean, it's important. It's kind of important. This stuff is, we're talking about this. This is kind of important because this guy is like, if you ever watch a YouTube video and wonder why it's so fucked up, now, I mean, nowadays you might have it might be able to, you might get more sense. You might have a more sort of clear conception of things if you watched Mr. Beast, because I think that's kind of who's driving the new stuff. But from like 2005, from like the late 2000s until like fucking 2016, 2015, this guy is like kind of who people look to for inspiration, I guess.
So I wanted to make this little movie.
Look at this shit.
And then you had this guy making fucking construction paper cutouts.
Yeah.
Getting a Facebook ads. And essentially getting work that you would get.
I mean, by the time well, this guy's kind of strange because his level of ability and level of talent, at this point in time, he would have been like a creative director at one of these agencies, you know.
Yeah.
That's what these people are. That's what these people are like. He stayed sort of true to the game. He stayed independent and hasn't. But it might just be. I mean, he's making it now. He's making more money than he ever could have if he was at Whedon and Kennedy or one of these firms. But the advertising companies they all think like that though. Like Whedon and Kennedy and Ogilvy and all the like Pentagram, all the big advertising companies. They all like they hired the kids from RISD who were the most like this.
Yeah.
Like the organized, creative nerd type kids that like would do shit like this in class.
Clean versions of
DIY crop punk type. It's like
almost
almost us type stuff. Construction paper crust punk. Yeah, very good.
Like no problems.
Yeah, I think that by the mid 2000s, big companies figured out that this was kind of the way to go.
Let's go. Ryan's been on the horn with Casey Neistat.
Casey Neistat coming soon. You're not gonna believe how ugly he is, and we're gonna beat his ass.
He's painting the Ray-Bans for us all to wear, right?
Beat the shit out of that guy, and he's gonna love every second of it.
Yep. We're all going on a 10-mile run too.
Yeah.
It's actually, we're doing something experimental with that episode. We're filming the entire run for 10 miles.
Then we beat his ass. When he's all tired, it's like, we did it, guys.
Yeah, but I'm gonna do a scooter for the run so that I have the energy to beat his ass again.
Yeah. Luke Valentine is learning how to ride a boosted board right now.
He's taking lessons on something called Neistat stomping, which is this new thing.
He's taking what?
He's taking classes for this new thing called Neistat stomping. It's a new form of thing. Yeah. In between dance and combat sports. And art.
He's actually gonna look better facially after like the beating. It's gonna be bone smashing to his benefit. That's not an actual threat. We were just joking around. We're live. Oh yeah,
he's welcome to come.
Wait, can Pelic learn a nice sad impersonation real quick?
I was just thinking if we did a Neistat style vlog video.
Yeah.
It's like standing on an electric skateboard, but he does the like moves the camera here and then hands out.
Let's catch up on your best friend Aaron Rodgers. He looked like vibes were very high yesterday whenever he did a little check-in to the TNT show alongside Chuck, Shaq, EJ, and Kenny. He had a great tan. The vibes seemed to be very hot.
Right. We're on like 2 feet of snow right now. We need to get building a shelter because it gets really cold today. Hey, where are we going? Follow me. And the cold is only the beginning. You're gonna get dirty. My toes are starting to turn a little purple.
You're miracle right now.
We failed our last survival. So this is me and my 5 friends attempt at redemption. I told none of the boys to bring tents because
Yeah. What's up?
this is gonna be our home.
We're staying in snow.
Yep. Today, we have 2 objectives. Create a shelter and build a fire.
Go deeper, guys.
Are you maxing shoveling right now?
We're getting more shovels.
Because as soon as the sun sets here in the Arctic,
Guys, if we don't get inside before it gets dark, we might freeze to death. No pressure.
it becomes so freezing cold at night that exposure to wind for 10 minutes could cause a limb to literally freeze.
I gotta move fast to firewood.
The deeper we go, the harder the stone
You
gets.
guys are just going at that snow fort.
We're making a snow fort not only to protect us from the Arctic wind, but also to share our warmth. Oh my goodness, guys. It's gonna get below 0 tonight. We really need this, or we could actually lose some of our fingers to frostbite. I need to make progress way faster.
It's all good. Really lucky.
We got fire on, baby. Guys, Hayes is here. Hayes is back. Let's see if we can all fit in the fort.
It looks a little tight in there.
We have a place to sleep tonight, and it's really comfortable.
If we can't extend our legs, yes.
I'm not even in here.
We have 2 hours left of sunlight, and we're never going to sleep well with it.
It might not be comfortable for these divas, but we're at least not going to die, which is the number one priority that no one dies in this video. And so, we continue bracing nightfall to increase the size of our somewhat habitable shelter while attempting to build a fire. This fire's going to be huge tonight. I'm excited. Gotta get it started.
You know, I don't think we're all fitting here tonight.
We gotta keep digging. Whoa, there he goes.
I can pull out my gloves now. Now we have a fire going. You know what that means?
Hold this.
Alright, what are we cooking?
Oh,
What are you doing?
now go put that on the fire, and we have drinking water.
It's a big celebration moment, but the sun is literally setting.
Yeah.
Is the house done?
No.
Nowhere near
Right
that, bro.
now, I think 2 to 3 can fit comfortably.
All right. See how the water tastes. Here's the test. Oh, you would think the water's hot, but because we keep adding snow, it's staying cold. Oh, my jacket's on fire.
Your pants!
Oh, wait. Oh, my pants were actually on fire. It's past midnight, so technically it's day 2, and I know everyone wants to go to bed, but the house still isn't big enough. Hayes doesn't fit in it, and neither does our cameraman Darius.
I'm going to sleep outside.
On day 1, we successfully built a fire and packed into our small and uncomfortable cage like sardines. But man, that was the worst sleep we've ever had, bro.
The camera is literally the camera is almost frozen. That was fast.
So cold last night. Frost all over our jacket.
There we go. This camera is freezing. Weird.
I don't have gloves, bro. I don't have gloves.
Cold but old.
You tell me I can shoot this play right now and I can go home. After we save your head. Now's your time. Last night sucked, bro. No, even. All right. See you tomorrow. Everyone's keeping their hand for today. It was clear that in order to survive 7 days here in the Arctic,
If I have another night like last night, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it.
we would have to expand our shelter.
Hey, why are you filming? Come help.
I'm just doing what I was told.
Alright, so there's 6 of us. The goal for the night is to have us be able to sleep side by side this way
and side by side over here. And if we don't, I'm gonna go home with both men. Oh, it looks amazing! Holy crap! We carved away at our shelter for hours. But the realization started to hit. What was your plan on pooping? I thought it was gonna be a pre-pack. But you didn't bring one? It was on the packing list. Who didn't pack it? Well, I didn't have room in my bag. How are we pooping? We're not! Everything is wrong! Nothing's going right! Listen to the scout a poop area. Oh, yeah. If we poop there, you know, on this intro, the creepiest thing about this whole thing is that I always see animal tracks, and I never see the animal, which makes me think that the animal's always watching me, and I don't like that. Not many good things weighing on my mind right now. I have thought pretty intensely about shooting the flare gun. We'll see. Cannot believe this is just day 10. It feels like a day 6 or 7 of a typical challenge. This is one that I'm not sure if we're all going to get through. The boys have been working their butts off down there, and I just want to say I'm very proud of them. I really hope we can all get a good night's sleep inside the house, because I probably haven't addressed yet, is that we only brought 3, maybe 4 days worth of food, and if we don't start fishing and hunting, we're not going to survive. It's not even day 3, and I think my nose might be getting frosted. It's starting to turn purple at certain points, so this is going to be an interesting video. As darkness set in, the temperature drop was so severe that not even our shelter could protect us from the danger of frostbite. I can't feel my toes. Can you feel my touch? Oh, your feet are cold. Oh, you have no color in them. Oh, that's not good. Stick it in my armpit. My big toe's never that flat on the top. Chandler's got white toes, probably frostnit, so we've got to get warmed up quick before it turns into frostbite. Unfortunately for Chandler, the other nature of another surprise is waiting for us. Anyone want to see another leap? Well, it's too bad. The pilot just said that it's too snowy. He can't fly.
So you're telling me the worst day of the challenge so far is the only day so far that we can't do that?
What I'm telling you is the days where you're most likely to get hurt are the days the planes can't come. Oh, man. Dude, how much did it snow last night? The weather has definitely changed. Looking kind of nasty. So, yeah, used to be our camp. Woo! It is freezing today. Our main priority was getting warm with that fire. Come on, this is normally not hard. But overnight snow, A-frame knew proper. It's wet. Collins is wet. It's bad. I've got an idea. Oh, we got feather. Feather master. Without this fire, this day cannot go on. Oh, there we go. That's fine. The feathers work. I got how to protect it with my life. Oh, please work. Woo! We got fire. Yes. We're focused on warmth right now, but we actually need to be focused on getting some food or something. I brought one thing that might help. It's an auger. Fun fact, near our camp is a frozen ice sheet over a lake. So we're going to use this auger to drill a hole and try to catch some fish. But before we head out, we have to see how Chandler's doing. It looks better. The color's coming back. Me and Hayes need to go get food. So who's going to take over Dr. Duty while we're going? I can make sure he's okay. Thanks, Nolan, for doing this. You're welcome, buddy. Let's go see if we can catch some fish. Good luck. Hey, boys. Hey, Nolan, take care of Chandler. We'll work on the shelter. All right, be safe. Don't die on us. Let's aim for one of those dark spots over there. Okay, maybe the ice will be thinner. Ooh, it's cold. It's so windy. So the walk back with the wind in our face is going to suck. All right, right there, right here. Wait, get it back in there? This shows? I'm not joking when I say we are literally camping on ice. Are we going to fall through? No way. It's super thick. It's too cold. Can I try it? Yeah. So the idea is not to push hard down. Let the blades cut. There, 3, come over here. I can't see. It's too windy. How thick is this ice? Hopefully not that thick. We're about to find out, though. Oh, this is brutal. Come on. Keep on going. No. See how deep you at? Yeah, let's go. Oh! Dude! Look at that. We're cooking. Oh, my eyes. Oh. The weather out here is worse than we ever could have imagined. Well, our situation just went from bad to worse. Our entire kitchen has been completely covered in snow. And we lost most of our shit. I want to see what it's about.
Hopefully they give us something to eat tonight.
What do you guys think? Like 2.5 feet now? 3? About half a 3, so 2.5 feet. Oh, okay. We really got to get this fish. So you guys are done. Day 5 and 6. The boys aren't going to be very happy. Look how deep this is. Here's my arm. Oh my god. We have about an inch left to hit water, or this thing won't be able to turn anymore. Come on. Okay. Come on. Cross your fingers. We physically can't drill any lower. Our drill is not big enough. This is how thick the ice is. You tell me we can't get this? Maybe not here. With the realization that the ice is too thick, and since we're risking hypothermia because our clothes are soaking wet, we have to come back. Not coming back with food really got me thinking. Thinking about our last survival video when we actually failed. You have my word, our next challenge video, I'm not failing. No.
So defeated right now.
Yeah. So far, things are terrible. The morale overall is really low.
So we're just like knocking out what go on day 7. Isn't that crazy? It's only day 3. 4 more days. Yeah, and everything, including my hands, are soaking wet. And it's gonna get really cold tonight.
Yeah. That's a very bad thing. When that water freezes next to your body, you die.
Okay, so we are soaking wet all the way through our clothes. Tonight it's going to get really cold. One of us is going to get hypothermia unless we do something right now.
See that spruce up there? We're gonna go get the limbs off of it to give us some bedding, to give us a little more insulation so we can sleep. It's really cold at night, and most of that is from touching the ground. These are perfect. This is good stuff for bedding. Hey, Hayes is here.
We need some.
I got a lot more, guys.
When Hayes showed up with those branches, it felt like an early Christmas present. We finally had hope of staying warm throughout the night.
Oh, this is a lifesaver, guys. Thank you.
We're good. Everyone's good. That's all it matters.
Y'all must sleep good tonight.
Oh man, it's gorgeous! Thank the Lord that the weather is much better today.
Wow, the sun feels so good.
Today is the day when everything finally goes right. Looks like some weather coming in. What? Weather. See the dark right there? That means blizzard. Blizzard? Blizzard. We gotta get cruising. And to top it all off, we're gonna run out of food today if we don't catch fish.
We ain't got many meals left.
Yeah, just hold up.
No.
To help us find a better spot to fish today, we're making use of Darius's drone.
Press up on that left thing.
Okay. We're gonna look for ice that has moving water under it.
Running water causes the ice sheet to be thinner.
Yeah. That's definitely a river. See the little egg right there? That's a big river. Big river means more fish. Guys, that's pretty far. Cross a lake. Cross a forest. Till we get to the river. And you all walk that far?
Yep. And then catch fish, drag her back. So we should start our journey soon. Don't worry, guys. Hey, see you later.
Maybe you not this game? Nope. I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, it looks like it.
Whoa! We brought cross-country skis to make the trek over the lake easier. Well, maybe not for me and Darius.
I hate this. So it's like shuffle, fly. So you're saying shuffle, fly. Look again. This is weirdly fun. Let's go catch some fish. Woo! Come on, fellas. We got this. Nice work, fellas. Not bad, you guys. Hey, Darius.
Yeah?
Do you mind not falling so much? Since these skis buckled up.
To get through the forest, we're changing it to our snowshoes, which have increased surface area so we can walk on top of the snow.
According to the drone, the river's this way. Let's try to stay in the shallow snow. So when you look at the...
Oh my gosh!
What were you in the middle of saying? Perfect timing. What snow? Look at all these animal tracks everywhere.
Oh yeah.
These footsteps look the woods are not us. What's that mean? Moose.
No, who's that? What's all of them?
They're massive.
Hey, these footprints! Oh my gosh! Alright, well, I say we go that way where the moose is not.
This fish better be jumping out of the hole that we drilled. I embarrassed myself so many times till I come back with fish.
Chandler.
Oh.
Yeah.
Dang.
Pull your pants up.
I'm sweating.
Jimmy, if I can make this place bigger, we're gonna give him a mansion. This is cold. We're tired. Been beat up. Here in the stats part, we just gotta get through it. I know the river's over there. Almost there, guys. Keep it up. How close are you to crashing out?
I'm there.
Guys, I see the river.
No way. Oh my gosh.
How gorgeous is that?
It's great.
All right, let's get to fishing. My leg is actually stuck in a hole.
I got you, buddy.
This branch is the only thing stopping me from falling. I wonder how the boys get. Oh! Hey, get on. Is that too big of a chunk? Oh, Chandler figured out a new method to do it. You know? Oh, that is the biggest chunk in the world, guys. I know you found a new shot. But please do not cave the ceiling in. That is a massive chunk.
I mean, we don't know what we're doing.
I guess right here? Right here? Okay. That entire journey you just saw was under the assumption that this ice is thinner. Let's see how screwed we are.
Let's go, Jimmy. Let's go. Let's go, Jimmy. Let's go. Let's go, Jimmy.
Cheerleading? Because I kind of like it. Oh. You got that much energy. Come use this. Too much energy. All right, something. Yeah, we're in there. We're going to the boys are going to do it tonight. We're going to do the rest of the weekend. I don't know, I'm just saying this to psych myself up. I'm wearing new laces all this time. They have big calories. I'm tired. Guys, the plane is here.
Plane's here. Where's the plane?
We built a shelter. Did a lot. We could just hit this.
We can easily shoot this and go home. Ah! Hey! That's the plane. Howdy. I mean, that does look a little tempting right now. I had finger on the trigger. I almost did it. You really bad. Bro, we can dude, let's just do it. We can end this operate right now. Jimmy, we'll just have to come back with our hair on the ground. I hope one of the boys aren't involved in that plane right now. I'll be honest, camp's really far that way. I'd have no idea to stop the flare. Close your eyes. I'll hold this deep with my arm, and we still haven't hit water yet. We might run into the same issue we did yesterday. Science said this is a river, so it should be clear. Right now, it's not looking much better. When I fell by the river, my boot filled up with snow, and now I'm freezing.
Yeah, put the tops on and wring them out.
Yeah, they're like red. Can you put my foot in your armpit real quick?
Yeah.
My toes were starting to turn a little purple, so I put them in Darius's armpit to heat them up. Thank you, Darius.
Hey, man, this is the last place I ever thought I'd find your foot.
You know what I would love? There's a fire going and hot cocoa, and we get in. Yeah, I don't know if you know who we're talking about here. After 3 hours in the cold and sun, I knew we had to head back. If we don't head back, unironically, someone could get buried. I think it's time to accept the fact that we failed again. The clouds are looking like they're about to storm. I mean, look at this. We're in the middle of nowhere. We gotta start heading back to camp. I hope the boys had better luck than us today. I can't help but to imagine the look on Nolan's and Chandler's faces when we come back with nothing to eat tonight. How was it? You guys okay? Doug, 6 feet deep, 4 grueling hours. And then the sun started getting. So you're telling me there's no fish? I'm telling you, I'm gonna go back tomorrow and dig till we get fish. I'm gonna go lay down. I should have shot the flare. We don't have food now. Day 4, no food. Let's all calm down for a second. I know the morale's low. We ain't got no fish. Let's go boost that morale by looking at the cave. Whoa. You see that? Crazy, bro. That corner is so much bigger. The goal is nobody wakes anybody up tonight. Thank you. We're all evenly spaced apart in a way that we will not bump each other. Today was super tough. We need a win, man. It's been just bam, bam, bam.
Today was a track. I want to say thank you for expanding the fort. I have lots of space between me and Nolan.
We will not be bumping shell.
I'm gonna get some sleep because I guess I gotta do that all over again tomorrow. Lovely.
It's day 5,
type of situation. Like in this case, John likes bee sticks. No, it's 6 grams of protein. It's perfect to give us a boost of energy for the day. There's a unified book. And if we weren't in the frozen Arctic, we'd head over to Walmart, where you can now grab some for yourself. But unfortunately, after these bee sticks, we're basically out of food. And we got a blizzard. There's no airplane coming. There's no rescue. We are all out home. We need to fish. But unfortunately, the snow is wet. We go out. It's soaking wet. Even for catching fish, it just becomes extremely dangerous. We're going to be going all the way back to that fishing hole to catch fish. And we have to assume that when we come back, somebody's going to have hypothermia. That means you guys have to have hot water ready to go. Basically, like an emergency station ready. It's very dangerous. All right, let's go. All jokes aside, I know the boys. And if we don't get this fish, they're all going to flare up tomorrow. And we failed the last video. Got close to the island, didn't make it. I don't want to fail another video, so we're going to go get a fish. Yeah, we are. What are we about to do? Catch a fish. Say it like you mean it. What are we about to do? Catch a fish. Let's go get a fish. See you later, boys. Dude, how are we supposed to get a fire started? Because there's a blizzard, we decided not to ski, so we have less gear to carry. But that means the trek will take longer. Let's see if it ends up working out. Our path that we tracked over to the river is completely destroyed by all this snow. We got it, don't worry. We just need to walk that way for a very long time.
So how does one start a fire? That's for us to figure out.
The firewood is soaking wet.
What wood does it release? Fire on fire? They need warm water when we come back, and we can't.
Anybody that knows what to do just left. Boys, we got a lot of figuring out to do. What's their trail? Well, where's their trail? The trail's totally gone. Oh, here it is. I see it. Yeah. This is the part where I got stuck yesterday. Oh. Are you good? I'm good. And I filled the in today. Come on, boys. We're going to catch fish today. Woo! We're going to use this dead tree that we found because it's dry on the inside. So what are we trying to get on? Some dry tinder. Come on. Here we go. Hey, so we did it.
All right, let's get it. Now that we got the dry wood, we're going to kind of shade it down so we can get stuff to start the fire. This is the only dry stuff we have.
There she is. Oh, man. Here we go. Yeah, fishy. We're calling for you, fish. Is that the auger? That's the tree out. It's like Excalibur, huh? Oh, crap. I might be frozen. Oh. Alright, our hole's still here. Let's get back to work. So you need to start off by expanding the sides so the auger can actually go deeper. While you ice pick, I might see if I can find a place that's thinner. I'm thinking where the rivers meet. Maybe the water churns more and gets a little thinner. Open. Right now we kind of need a miracle. We need to catch some fish. Eating is heating. You don't eat, you get cold. You get cold, you get hypothermia, and then we're done. I just need one win. No! Oh! What? No! Really? It's like 8 inches here. Let me see it. I need to see what the does. Oh, hell yeah. We got our first, hopefully, mini fishing holes. We got some frozen food as bait. Let's see if any fish bite. It's best if we have multiple holes to fish from. Leave work too hard not to get some fish. And now we wait. Because even though we're in the right spot, we take it all. Just take it all. I want a fish. Hey, they're both theirs? No. Guys, I'll be honest, guys. I'm really cold right now. Starting to lose faith that a fish might ever even bite this hook. And I'm worried that if we don't catch a fish right now, due to lack of calories, will get very cold tonight, tomorrow, and honestly, we might have to call the challenge if the snow picks up. Which, I don't know.
I just really don't want to fail back-to-back challenges. That's not who I am. I really just don't like failing, so I'm gonna sit here as long as it takes, and I'm gonna catch a fish because I want to succeed for you guys. Oh, wait, something there. Oh, that's crazy. They're gonna think that's fake. That's weird. You got a fish on. Oh, we got a fish on. Jimmy, you got a fish. Bro, 100% got a fish, Jimmy. You caught it during your monologue, Jimmy. Oh, no way. Jimmy, bro. I don't think that's it right there. No, I got it in my hand. No, you're kidding me. No, did you just lose it? No. Oh, no. No. Yeah, it was one of those signs. Yeah, it's a fish, it's a fish. Okay, the way these fish work is if you get one, there's a lot of them. We gotta get it back in the water. If there's one, there's more. We're going to catch a fish, Jimmy. I swear to God, we are not failing again. Oh no, this is bad. It's okay. I got extra balls. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. You fish. Every fish. Sorry, man.
Sorry, man. Happens. I was so close to sticking my hand in as well.
No, just like I've never done that before. I've never barehanded a fish. Oh. Got it. Stay tuned. Very nice and easy. Nice and easy. Up through the hole. I almost dropped it in the hole. All right. We gotta get back fishing. Because when there's one, there's more. Let's put this on the bench. I really hope Jimmy and the guys are safe. We're trying to get it all ready before they get here. Because hopefully they caught a fish. Are you ready to make them a fire, Chandler?
Almost.
You going? You going? What's the fire? We got fire.
All right.
Fuck off.
We got a little fire going now. We just gotta make it beat. Just gotta keep beating.
Oh. Hey, so we got a nibble. Keep the tension. Pull slowly. Keep the tension. Keep pulling. Keep pulling. We got something. Pull it up. Yeah.
It's been hours since I drank water. I got a headache. I don't know what's really going on, but I caught some fish.
After 7 hours of fishing, we caught 2 fish. Let's go celebrate with the boys.
Ready for insertions? No.
Hayes is gonna be so proud of us. He's gonna get back here. He's gonna be like, I don't gotta do that.
We got the fire going. We got the water ready.
All we need is a fish. Light a fire. Get him. We got everything we need. Yeah. Boys, I know what you're wondering. Hey, grab the blue bag. This better not be a prank. Boys, we're eating tonight. Let's go. Woo. All right, fish number 1 is cooked. Wow. Hey, good job.
Good job.
All right, we got a cooked fish. Who's hungry, boys? Let's eat up. Oh. Hey, don't worry. We have a second fish to get us through all of day 6. Oh, yeah. Oh, right.
I'll get better at fish this right before. So this ain't delicious.
Can you guys believe that we're just eating fish out here in the middle of the Arctic?
Well, I'm believing it. I'm living it. I'm living it, believing it, seeing it, dreaming it. All the above.
Gentlemen,
What'd you think of our fish? It was delicious.
so good. Tomorrow, I have something very fun planned for the gang. Well, before I tell you, Chandler, can you say cue the timeouts? No, don't cut you off at post. You just say the whole thing.
Oh, hey, guys. The plane's here. Not so alarm anyone. But I think I want to shoot the flare. Whoa! Because I'm worried about how much fun we're going to have today. After 5 grueling days, I think the boys deserve a little fun. And if they make it to day 7, I got a surprise for them.
Glad we caught the fish. We got the fish. To be honest, this was the hardest challenge I've ever done.
Harder than last time you tried to make me eat pickles 7 years ago.
Here we go. Oh, it's in there. It's in there.
Oh.
This is the second hardest challenge I've ever done.
Oh!
We've been doing survival videos like this for almost a decade now. I'm going to sit underwater 24 hours straight. They have stuff like this.
I feel like I'm gonna puke.
Like a couple days ago during the blizzard, these just keep getting worse, guys. But also some of the highest moments of my life. Actually, or in the cave, cracking jokes with the boys, disconnected from society. It's some of the most fun I have filming any videos. I just wanted to give a shout out to those guys because they're the reason why a video like this, that in theory should suck horribly, has a lot of really great moments. And I'm just very grateful for them. It probably goes without saying, but I'm obviously very grateful for you guys as well. When I was a little kid, I used to dream of living the life I'm living now. I need 10 years. Hopefully you still do YouTube. And so, just thank you so much. I want to go throw a snowball at the... Alright, now I'm soaking wet. Day 6 is a 10 out of 10. I've been holding on to these s'mores for the last night, and now it's time. Boys, got a present! Oh, that looks good. Yo, Nolan, hook a boy up. Cheers, boys! Yeah. Great way to end it off with the best tasting chocolate on the planet. Woo! Yo, bedtime. I'll see you guys in the morning for the surprise. Let's just say we're not leaving on a helicopter tomorrow. What? We are leaving, though, right? Depends. You'll see. It's day 7! Yes! Get us out of here. And now the twist of the video. We have another week here. Stop it. I'm leaving. What's the surprise? When we get out of this cave and pack up, I'll show you. Let's do that like now. Well, we're not allowed to leave until we clean up every speck of trash. Okay. Cue the time lapse. We don't got time lapse anymore. Cue the time lapse. Just signaled the secret, which isn't the helicopter, it's a pack of Arctic dogs. Oh, sweet! Oh, that looks so beautiful. That's a lot of dogs. Oh my god, I'm so ready to go home. That's my ride! Take me home, baby! And now 7 days in the Arctic! We're heading out! Oh, I can't wait to take a work shower! Hey, if you guys enjoyed this video, make sure you subscribe. Thanks for sticking around. This is crazy. That's how you end the video! Server, assign it.
Oh boy.
This is exactly like Among Us. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Yes, I ended up being selected to be the traitor.
Wait, so you're telling me someone's a traitor right now?
I'm not the traitor.
That's something a liar would say.
I am not the killer, okay? I promise you, I am not the murderer.
No, you're scary. You're scary. You're scary.
We should stick together as a group.
Yeah. Let's split off in big groups. Big groups.
If the YouTubers can rebuild the bridge and make it to safety, we win. But if the traitor can somehow eliminate all the YouTubers, they will win this Wheel of Diamond sword.
Whoa! That's crazy.
Hey, why don't we stick together, boys?
Beast Gang, let's stay together, guys. Come on.
Let's do it. Okay. And just like in Among Us, we actually have tasks we need to complete, or we're just gonna lose.
First task is 100 meters away.
All right, let's go that way. Me and Nish are going alone.
Alright, man, you can come with me.
You have to hit the tree a bunch.
Yeah, I got a bridge piece.
Woo! Look, I'm not a traitor. I have a bridge piece.
Okay, we gotta build this bridge.
Keep your distance. All right, keep going. Keep going.
I got a task over here.
My task is over here. Jude, why are you alone?
What's up? Oh my god. I should have seen it coming.
Alright, so we're all staying together. I just don't like that Jude went off on his own.
That's very suspicious. I don't know. Should we spy on him? Let's go do that. Wait, that was such a good kill. Jimmy might actually win this. Because he immediately went to a group, so they're going to think that he's safe.
I'm gonna be alone and hope nothing bad happens.
What?
It's not. This looks so bad. Dream.
Oh, what? What? There's a body?
Wait, there they are.
What's Dream doing? Whoa.
Who was it?
What?
Wait, is anyone dead?
I walked up and Ish was standing next to a body. He said, "Oh, this is awkward, Dream." It's Dream. How was it me? I was so far away. What do you mean?
Self-report.
Oh, Jude! Wait. I saw Jude go off on his own. I was telling the boys that at the start. I told you this is what would happen.
Ish was standing on the body.
Yes, I was on the body. I was off on my own. First I did campfire, then my second task was to do fishing. I see Jude laying on the ground dead. The only person who was with me, Grox, I lost you.
Oh my god. No, this is not happening. This is not happening right now.
Oh, of course.
Dream, could you relay what happened when you saw me standing on the body? How far were you when you saw me?
I was really far away. Like, I was far away.
Exactly. Why would I wait for you to discover me? Why would I make myself look really sus if I was the imposter?
Because either you or Grox. I'm almost 100% certain.
No. I was with everyone.
Man, we saw you alone, though.
Like, I say we vote one of them. We vote. I don't even care who. We vote the next one the next round.
Let's do Grox first.
No. Do Ish first. Trust. If we vote Grox off, we have to vote Ish because he literally was standing on top of the body. We cannot let him get away.
Honestly, let's do that. I agree. I think that's a good plan.
Oh, so he's cool as long as Grox goes first.
If it's not you, Grox, whoever it is, I applaud you. I applaud you for what you've done. Poor Jude, man.
Oh my god. That was such a good kill.
Alright, I vote Grox.
I don't know. I honestly don't know who to pick.
It is not me.
Let's see it. Did we win that fast?
Oh no. Alright, you guys are not gonna like the result of this. Make sure to vote Itch.
His last words. The game continues.
Oh.
No!
I think it was Ish.
Bro, by the way, can I just, like, hold it? I'm just gonna... that's fine. I'll just do that.
Oh, Ish jumped in.
Oh, it jumped!
Wait, it jumped in.
Does that mean the game continues?
It's definitely Dream. Dude, it's Dream.
Wait.
Alright, let me show you guys them. To go to the bridge, you'll see me place all the wood I have. You'll know it's impossible. It's literally impossible.
But you can do quests as a killer. Yeah, exactly. It's not impossible, but it's still possible.
Oh, this is scary.
Yeah, I'm sussing you, Dream. I know it's you, bro. I know it's you.
Cookie. Come to the bridge. Trust me.
If I die...
Did you see Mandani's got a new plan?
Oh, this is great. Yes.
I'm
Yes,
going.
I saw that
Not only am I
shit,
not busting perps, but I'm taking your property. It's a land grab.
It's not taking it, Gavin.
Oh, sorry.
It's if these horrible landlords and landowners and people that run these tenant buildings, if they can't put gold leaf on the walls and make sure there's giant golden toilets in the place, that's just cruel to the tenants. So the state must take over, or the residents of the building. Now it's your building. You manage it, you collect the rents, and then you divvy it up amongst everyone. Because that system known as, communism works so well.
Yeah. He called it a steward. We'll have to find a more appropriate steward. And that could be a nonprofit. That could be the tenants themselves. It could, and then just like you always talk about the whole like crazy people shouldn't have guns, but then who decides what crazy means? Is it a domestic case? Is it DUI? And who decides that this building is a slum? Who decides that it's not appropriately kept? And who decides it's the landlord's fault? Half of these projects, which are government run, that you go to the elevator and you cannot handle the decent bacon smell of piss, where people have just been using it as a urinal for years.
Nothing works. That's if the elevator works. A lot of times they don't. There's problems with mold in these buildings. They don't have heat. They don't have air conditioning. And they're disasters. The water is disgusting. And yeah, a lot of it is city-owned. There are some really shitty landlords that don't do things. But there's also landlords that are doing the best job they can. When people like Mamdani, and this is all done for a reason, when they insist on rent freezes and rent control, the cost of running a building goes up. But I can't raise the rent on the people that are in that building. So how am I supposed to maintain the building when I'm not even making enough money to pay my taxes on the property? Well, that's the goal of Mamdani.
Yeah.
He wants to freeze rents, increase the cost on the landlord, so now they can go, well, this guy's a piece of shit. We're taking over. And now you have state-run facilities where people go in, you give them their crumbs and tell them to vote for you, and they vote for you. And that's really the bottom line to all of this. Hi, this is Anthony Cumia.
And hello, I am Gavin McInnes.
Together, we're Compound Censored.
And we'd like you to subscribe to our network that has more fantastic content you could shake a stick at. Use this promo code for a one-time super offer.
Do it. It's uncensored and oh so entertaining.
There are some shitty landlords. There are no good shitty landlords. Every project is a fucking
all horrible.
I blame the tenants most of the time. I mean, we talked about this picture. I can't get over it. I must have seen it 15 years ago now. And it was about the disgusting state of the projects in the East Village. And this woman is standing by the boiler that's in her kitchen for some reason. And she's like, and it's covered in rust and peeling paint. And I'm like, go to Home Depot, get a fucking scraper, get a little thing of paint. Like, I know it's unsightly, but I mean, I don't think these renters realize that when you own, you fix that. You have to take care of it.
And it is legal, by the way, to do that and then submit that receipt with your next month's rent and deduct it. Like, this is your place. That's the type of man. It's not like, look, I broke a dish. Let me go and buy a dish and submit the receipt to the landlord. No, that's your shit. But if it's a boiler, it's part of the apartment, especially if you've been complaining about it. If you then decide to go out and fix it yourself, you absolutely can bill the landlord through taking it off your rent for the cost of what you did.
Here at the studio, we are 100% responsible for the air conditioning, the heating. We have an HVAC guy that comes by if there's an issue. A homeless person shat all over the front door. We had to get a pressure washer to come in and dry it in the August sun.
You make it sound romantic. Shit, drying in the August sun.
By the sunset. Yeah. I brought a date there, and we just sat enjoying it.
Yeah, we sat and watched, just sitting there, your arm around her, drinking some wine, watching the shit dry.
I can summon the smell if I think, because I started to try with like a piece of cardboard. I don't have a lot of shit cleaning tools.
Try not to summon the smell.
But I think the landlord's job is the heating, well, not in our case, but in general, the water should run, the heat should work. Even AC, you can get a unit that you put in your window. That's what most people do. So heating and water, I think, are your problem.
Yeah.
The rest.
And if there's any problems like a leak, something leaked from the roof and the wall is now breaking down, that's the landlord's job.
Yeah, definitely. You can't.
Maybe scrubbing the dirty wall around the light switches and the doorknob. Like, that's shit you're supposed to do.
You know why you have rats? Because there's fucking food everywhere. You provided an incentive. Take away the food,
roaches.
You take away the rats. Take away the food, you take away the roaches. We've done experiments.
There's rats in this building. Yeah. How about you fucking clean up your apartment and then go to your neighbors and go, you got to clean this shit up. Clean your apartment up. Because the rats run through the walls, and I'm clean, and I'm getting rats and roaches because of your fucking filthy ass.
But they're more likely to stay on your neighbor's side when there's food over there and not here.
Yeah.
So you keep feeding them.
Maybe that's the strategy, right? Keep it dirty. I don't know. I think roaches will go anywhere they can go.
Yeah.
There are people that live in a roach-infested apartment building that try to keep clean, and if you got one roach, that's bad enough. Bad enough.
Look, it's just not working. Okay, the original concept was you're down on your luck, and your husband died of polio, and you lost one of your 12 kids to tuberculosis. So
consumption.
Yeah.
It's a movie it's PG. It's the idea of this is, I want you to go take your whole family out to go to it. Take your mom, take your grandma. It's I just love that. I love that when people can go out
and they can all go together. I want to go to stuff with my family, like, you know, you want to go, and then so you go look at a lot of movies now. It's like a lot of horror movies. It's horror, or it's a big, or it's like a Marvel movie or something, or it's animated. Like there's no live action movies like this. I think that are being made that are PG, and it's kind of the direction that I wanted to head in.
Well, it's been a lot of your direction. It feels like, why is that? Like overall, like I get it 100%, right? Like I get it. It's been so successful for you, right? Like, I think you were the top touring comedian last year, maybe I think, and I don't mean to get that wrong, you know, but you know, you attract like, you know, you can attract all ages, right? Your comedy's kind of for everyone. It's for kids too, even.
I don't write it for kids, but kids can come. The point is, like, your kids don't have to leave the room.
Got it.
Like, so if it's on, like, it's when there's tons of kids on my show. Not tons, but there's kids at the show,
right?
And you see them, but I watch them and I can tell, like, they're not, you know, they don't, like, a kid's not gonna lie. They don't get everything.
They don't get.
Yeah, they like some of the dumb, silly jokes, but if I'm talking about like marriage and stuff like that, they're not gonna be laughing at that or. But I know when they get in the car, they're gonna just talk about the whole night.
Right.
And I hear that from parents, like they're just like, oh, they just kept, you know.
Whatever comes out of this is going to be very, very favorable to Iran. The Iranians, I mean, for 47 years, the United States has sought to, through sanctions and everything else, to control and limit the reach and power of Iran. And now Iran is the dominant power within the Middle East. This is why Bibi Netanyahu is freaking out.
Let's bring in our first guest. Oh, very exciting. Chris Hedges is with us. Pulitzer Prize winning journalist. Took second place to Samantha Power in the book award. He's an activist and best-selling author of 12 books, including A Genocide Foretold, Reporting on Survival and Resistance in Occupied Palestine. That's not out yet, is it, Chris?
No, that one's out. The one I did with Joe Sacco, where those are kind of essays, but the book we just did, we interviewed 29 families in Egypt who had fled Gaza. We tell the story of the genocide through their experiences. That's called Requiem for Gaza, and that'll come out. Fantagraphics is publishing it in October.
Okay. How did I never miss a book by you? I missed that one. A Genocide Foretold. Son of a gun. Anyway, he previously hosted the Emmy-nominated show On Contact for RT America. That seems a lifetime ago.
You can't watch it, Jimmy, because YouTube erased my 6 years of shows. So
that's right. Because YouTube's all about democracy, freedom, liberty. His writing now and his podcast, the Chris Hedges Report, can be found on his Substack at chrishedges.substack.com. And Chris Hedges,
what the fuck? No way I followed. I have an answer here. Like for this situation. Okay, we have to put the pressure like a queen of time. Maybe he wasn't something. Anyway, I have a nuts. Hello, Oasis. 50-50. Yeah, it's not Oasis. 50-50. Give me a roll flash. Roll flash, please. Curse table, roll flash. Ding, 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 ding. Just a flash. Fast. Easy. Flash needs flash. It's just like muscle.
The war on Iran has not only ended a humiliating defeat for the United States, but resulted in a dramatic shift in the balance of power in the Middle East and the global South. And there's just a little bit from that article. The humiliating defeat of Israel and the United States in their war on Iran, along with the savagery of the ongoing genocide in Gaza, are ushering in a new world order. This order is one where voices of reason and stability emanate not from the West, which spent tens of billions of dollars sustaining Israel's genocide, but from the global South, including China. It is an order where alliances are being rapidly reconfigured to protect countries from a rogue American state that lashes out like a wounded beast as it spirals towards terminal decline. Now, first of all, my first question, has Israel and the United States suffered a humiliating defeat?
Yes. I mean, they may bomb again. But Iran holds all the cards because it has a stranglehold on 20% of the seaborne natural gas and oil. And it's already, of course, created catastrophic consequences in countries like India and Bangladesh, Philippines, and everywhere else. In the United States, we have a buffer because we're a net exporter of oil, but nevertheless, diesel is up to almost $5 a gallon. And we've been cushioned because Trump has drained 40% of our strategic reserves. Petroleum. Japan has had to now go in twice. Their strategic reserves, they get about 90% of their oil from through the Gulf. So you can't wait much longer. I mean, we'll work weeks, I don't know, maybe a few months, I don't know, but we're not that far away from a global depression unless the strait is opened up. So, yeah, it's been a complete catastrophe. Remember, it used to be free passage through the strait before this war was launched. The Gulf countries, which our Gulf allies, where U.S. bases are, they were not consulted. No one was consulted. Our European allies, which have nothing to do with this project, were not consulted. They were attacked. The interceptor missiles were prioritized for Israel. There was significant damage and to our installations. system, but mostly the radar installation, which cost hundreds of millions of dollars. So by the end, both the Israelis and the Americans, if they weren't blind, they oftentimes didn't know where incoming missiles were actually the trajectory of incoming missiles. So yeah, it's been a utter catastrophe. Iran has you've seen countries like Pakistan move in to fill the kind of vacuum, including Saudi Arabia, where they've sent fighter jets and all sorts of other things and provided a kind of security umbrella. No, this has been, I mean, many people liken it to the 1956 Suez crisis when Gamal Abdel Nasser in Egypt nationalized the Suez, and the Israelis and the French and the British went in this blundering effort to militarily seize the Suez Canal, and actually Eisenhower intervened to end it. That was, many people marked that as the death of the British Empire, especially because the pound sterling was removed as the world's currency. We saw the rise of the petrodollar. But yeah, I mean, the empire has been in long decline. I think you can go all the way back to Vietnam. In the last 25 years, we've had 6 different wars, all of which we've lost. But Trump is, you couldn't sort of find a Caligula-like figure better to accelerate the implosion of the American empire. So, yeah, there's just no good outcome for Israel and the United States.
I remember the last time we talked, I was under the impression that Trump was going to be less of a warmonger than Biden was. I have a lot of egg on my face over that, but that's quite a con. He pulled in his. I mean, I haven't seen a con job like that since Nigerian princes learned how to email. I mean, that was quite a con. His campaign, what was it not? I mean, it duped a lot of people smarter than me, but you didn't get duped.
Well, because everything that comes out, you can't trust anything that comes out of his mouth. His entire trajectory, his entire career has been conning people one way or another. Whether it's, I mean, I wrote a book, America: The Farewell Tour, and I was kind of looking at the American pathologies, the breakdown of American society. And there was a chapter on gambling. So I wrote it out of Trump's Taj Mahal in Atlantic City. Yes. I didn't know Trump was going to run for president at the time. And he had driven the Trump Taj into bankruptcy. Half of the hotel and casino was mothballed, was closed off. There were literally rodents running around the corridors. The people were shooting up in the elevators. And that's kind of a good metaphor for where he's taking the country. I think you have to look at, I wrote a column a little while ago called America's a Banana Republic. I lived in Latin America for 6 years, but El Presidente Trump is really no different from all these caudillos and dictators that I either covered or read about in Latin America, such as Trujillo in the Dominican Republic, or Anastasio Cachito Somoza in Nicaragua, or Francis Papa Doc Duvalier in Haiti. They're all the same. I mean, they act the same. I mean, the playbook is remarkably similar. You had, for instance, Duvalier would show huge billboards of himself around Haiti, Jesus Christ with a hand on his shoulder with the caption, "I have chosen him." The ICE thugs are very similar to his 15,000 strong Tonton Macoud, the secret police who tortured and killed and shot, I don't know, up to, nobody knows, 30,000, 60,000 of his opponents. He resembles Venezuela's old dictator, Juan Vicente Gomez, who looted the country the same way Trump and his family are looting the country to become the wealthiest person in Venezuela. There's kind of no bribe too small, no violation too egregious, no stupidity too absurd, and all dissent is treason. I mean, so I've seen it all before. So yeah, I think your mistake was believing that Trump means what he says. He doesn't. I I mean, this guy shifts with the wind. I mean, he shifts within the same. Maybe he contradicts himself within the same statement.
So yeah, I did read the America the Farewell Tour. Mike.
Hey guys, this is not. Cletus is eating something over there.
You found something yummy, Cletus?
Every time Cletus comes on the boat, he is
Got wigglers.
throwing up when he gets home.
Aw.
Because he's always looking something weird. Feeling something. Now, this particular line, we've got big fish on both sides of the river.
Oh, yeah? Well, here's hoping.
What up, man? Man, how you feel? I feel great when the Thunder lose. I feel so like, man, food tasted better. You know, when I stretched, I didn't pull my back. Really fun. It's a real danger. And the Thunder lose. Hooray for me.
Tell you that yesterday.
Yeah, man, but I agree with you.
You guys are right.
You know what it was? It was the hopeless. My man, Chris Brock. Full of no.
I guess, honestly, when the Hall of Famers come on the show and they tell us things, we need to listen to that information. Chris Webber was on here earlier this week with Susie and said, "Oh yeah, San Antonio's going to blow them out in Game 6. Like we're going to have a Game 7." And we were all like, "What? Blow them out? They looked terrible in Game 5."
Yeah, no legs.
No legs. Wemby was terrible. They were, him and Fox were 8 for 30. Nope, didn't matter.
Yeah,
blowout last night.
Yeah, it was incredible. And wait, hold on. No, Chris Webber was here? Wow. I'm a Laker fan, man. He's Sacramento. That's a fan. No,
time out.
But, yeah, time out. Chris Webber was here? Terrible. But, yes, the Spurs handled business. 118-91. Gotta love that. Victor Wembanyama, there he is. They said, that you get 15 shots, put up 21. Hit 10 of them, but 4 of those were major threes at great times. Really set the gap where it was needed. And they did what they were supposed to do at home. The key to that victory, though, while, you got your starters doing your business, how about Dylan Harper? My man Dylan Harper with 18 points off the bench for San Antonio. Hooping. All right, 6 for 9 shooting, and remember that the 3-point percentage I said it was going to change. It got up to 37. 37.
Yeah, 29 to 37. That's huge. I think they made 5 more threes than Oklahoma City. They doubled their free throw attempts. I mean, everything was going San Antonio's way last night. And again, that's why we're getting a Game 7, which we all would have expected. After the epic Game 1, we were hoping for the Game 7 in this series. The games have not been great. Once again, that's now 5 out of the 6 games that have just been kind of yawn fest heading into the fourth quarter. The stars are coming out early in the fourth. It's not what we want. It's not what we were hoping. But we are getting a Game 7, so still fingers crossed that that's going to be an epic battle, and we'll see who makes it to the NBA Finals to play the Knicks.
You ever had a sandwich where the bread kind of made the sandwich? Like the bread was so good that it was just like the key X factor in the sandwich. Maybe that's what we're going to get. It's Game 1 and Game 7. You get 2 great games right there. That's a pretty good sandwich, man. And I don't want Oklahoma City to go any further. But, there might be a chance of 5v8.
Do you think, so let's say Game 7 is, let's say it's like a 5-point game. Like it comes down to the closing minutes, but free throws makes it a 2-possession game or what have you. Do you think that is we are gonna look back and remember this as a great series? Because this has not been a great series at all. But do you think the great Game 1 and a close Game 7 will kind of make us forget that this was kind of almost like a snoozer?
A little bit. It's one of those, when you look it up online later on in life, you're like, actually, I don't remember it that way. Because that Game 1 and Game 7 were so crazy. It might be something like that. But my grandpa John, he kept complaining to my grandma that somebody was stealing his firewood. My grandpa, he would go out of his way to cut up his firewood, he'd split it all up, stack it all up neat. And every evening, he'd carry an arm load or two back in the house and use it to burn a fire to keep the house warm at night. Grandpa, he kept saying that the stack was shrinking quicker than they were burning it. My grandma, she was kind of always liked to see the best in everybody, and it was just hard for her to believe that anybody would actually steal their firewood. She said, "Oh, John, you're crazier than hell. Ain't nobody stealing your firewood." My grandpa knew something was up. He set a trap. And today, well, you'd probably go to the penitentiary for what he did. This was back in the 1960s. Now, he took a piece of firewood, and he took a big old wood hog and bored a hole down in it, and poured that hole full of black powder. And then he drove a plug in it, so you'd never know the difference. Then he just went out there and put it right back on the wood pile. Well, he wasn't about 3 or 4 nights later. About 2 o'clock in the morning, Grandma said the whole house shook like a bomb had went off. Now, Grandpa ran outside the neighbor's wood stove and blown clean out the front door into the front yard. Grandpa, he looked at Grandma. She knew he was right. Not about setting a booby trap. She never did prove that part, but somebody had been stealing firewood. Well, needless to say, the neighbors, they never did figure out why their stove blew up in the middle of the night. And firewood, well, it stopped disappearing. Grandpa didn't say a word. He didn't have to. Because he was the kind of man, if he didn't accuse you, he didn't argue with you, he just set a trap, let the truth blow the door off. Yesterday's medicine is today.
Matthew, leading up to the draft, the Ty Simpson situation was kind of what everyone was talking about, and then a lot of people were shocked on draft night when you talked to Les not too long after, he kind of said, "Hey, that whole thing got overblown a little bit by the media." But what has the communication between you and Ty been, and have you talked to him much since he got drafted?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm in there with him, in the meeting room, on the practice field, trying to share as much knowledge as I can. Listen, I was a big fan of Ty when he was playing at Alabama. I sent him a text after, he got drafted. Said, "Really enjoyed watching you play. Just you were in the wrong jersey. You weren't a dog." So, but no, I did enjoy watching him play. He's a talented kid. I'm going to do everything I can to get this team ready to play, to win. But at the same time, share some of the knowledge that I've gained throughout my career, because I wouldn't be in the seat that I am right now, talking to you guys after a really good football season, if I didn't have you helping me out along the way too. So I'm happy to do that. But he's been a sponge, man. He's looking to get better, and really that's everybody on our team, all the young guys that we picked.
You're the best, ladies and gentlemen. That's the MVP for a reason. We appreciate the hell out of you, man. Good luck along the way. Did you happen to see last night's State of Sports and Matthew Stafford saying all the right things? He said, Ty Simpson, although he was Alabama, kind of ass, no dogs, had felt obligated to obviously put on there. He said, "I'm ready to help him. That's what I've been around a long time." Do you think that's strictly because they just paid him the amount of money that they just paid him that he feels that way, or do you think he felt that way the entire time? Because it felt like to me that Matthew Stafford is very content with who he is. Whenever we were talking to him, I'm incredibly pumped for him that he has gotten to a stage of life, especially after having a Super Bowl win and all the records and everything that he's done and put his body through, that it feels like he does understand that he is going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. We think, with the first ballot Hall of Fame. So that feels like a different mindset, that's a different, maybe a younger player would have. Do you think this is how all Staffords would have been, like in Detroit and maybe at the beginning in LA and now LA? Like, what are your thoughts on that type of relationship with Ty Simpson and anything else that he said last night as we chit-chatted about him looking ahead, being healthier than he obviously was last season going into the year?
Yeah, I saw a bunch of the clips from the stuff on social or on social from last night. Outstanding as always. I think you got to pinch yourself in some of those moments, by the way. Yeah, it's awesome, dude.
Pinch is not really my thing, but I will. We did last night. So.
I don't know. Do you ever take a step back and be like, "Oh, the playoffs for one of the main sports is over. You're the guy they go to." Like, it's pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, I never thought of that. What I thought, the only thing I thought of is, oh no, these people think Jalen Brunson, Timothy Chalamet, Ben Stiller, Spida, James Harden, Atkinson's going to give some quote, Penny's going to give some, but that's who these people that are, paid for that particular show are thinking about. So us getting presented the opportunity, incredibly honored to do something, but how do we make something that would make it anywhere near okay to be presentable at that time? So yeah, there was afterwards there was a sit down. Oh, I can't believe that just happened. That was pretty cool. Yeah, we felt really, and the execution from the graphics department, everybody in the back. I mean, it was a whirlwind of 24 hours. And so all the commissioners that came by, and obviously Shefty and Rap Sheet kind of sitting there together.
Cool.
Yeah, and PK and Monica McNutt was incredible. Jet Passon immediately after the entire thing. It was cool. We were very, very thankful for everybody to stop by and for the opportunity. But yeah, I don't like the pinching thing, but we definitely did sit back and do a whole wow, that was a fucking crazy run from New York, baby.
gonna say?
Hold up, Reitmans? What?
New Centrum Adult Spin.
Wait, can you fuck the hip hop? I can't fuck to no music. You turn on music, my mind gets going right away. Allergy symptoms?
It's said that people are products of their environments. For Canada's Ryan Rizicki, despite its natural
Poker has begun. 2026 edition. 20 years of coming here and donating ends this year.
Oh my gosh, we're right into the booski. I can't believe it. I can't wait till he takes it down with his 6'9" suited.
Of hearts.
Of hearts.
Big,
Sorry.
big look, baby.
6'9".
As a special bonus to all my subscribers, I'm giving away 1% of all my cashes for the next 2 months. All you have to do is be subscribed and comment anything under every vlog that I post to be eligible. It's going to be a big giveaway. We're going to be winning 6 figures this summer. We're firing hard. We're here 3 hours before Late Range is over, so let's hop in this $500 Mystery Millions event. Flight 1A, bag and tag, and we can play more events the next couple days. Stay tuned. This is going to be a crazy summer. We got Dana for you. We got Billy Baxter in the house. Oh my God.
How you doing?
And we got Dana for our good luck hug.
Good luck, guys.
We use the convenient World Series of Poker Live app to register and get our seed draw. And we have 25,000 chips at 1,000, 1,500. Fold for a few orbits, chatted up with my table mates, get situated with the live whole card cam iPhone 15 to your pleasure. And we look down at pocket sixes under the gun +2. We make it 3,000 to go off a 25K set. The button flags and the big blind who has 6.5K. We're attacking his short stack. He just calls. He doesn't shove as I was hoping for. So we're 3 ways to a flop of ace, jack, 3 rainbow. We have a decent range advantage against our opponents. And we're willing to run it versus the big blind, who doesn't have much ace X or jack X in their range. So I bet 5,000. And unfortunately the button calls, but that's okay. We could still be ahead of hands like king, queen,
king 10, or queen 10. The big blind folds, and we're off to see a turn, which is a 7. Do we continue our story and let it go? Sixes, or we check? I decided to check and see what it does. It checks behind, which is indicative of a hand like the aforementioned king queen, king 10, queen 10 combos, which there are plenty of. The river is a brick, an 8, and over to our 6s, but they shouldn't have any 8x in their range here. So I check, hoping to get the showdown against king or queen high. But my opponent has other plans. He bets 15,000. I'd assume that he'd bet an ace on the turn. I also assume that he wouldn't bet a jack on this river. So that weighs his range heavily to the missed Broadway draws. So we put in the call with pocket 6s, and he does not have an ace. He does not have a jack. He has 2 3s in his hand. For the flop set, check turn, value bet river line. And we're down to 4,000 in chips. And in the very next hand, we're all in with queen jack against king 10. We lose. Off to a good start. $500 gone. Oh wait, $550. My bad. $550 gone. All right, we got the list of places I can get 4 free drinks every single day because I'm Diamond Plus from losing at WSOPonline.com. Nice 1% rake back or whatever. And we made it. Official vlogger pass, the right to film with, respect to other players and such, or else they're going to take my pass away. I'm also not allowed to berate the property, so keep that in mind. We moved to a new table with a fresh 25,000 chip stack. Lines are about to be 1,000, 2,000. No reason to panic. We got plenty of room to play. Field is soft. Dealers are recreation. Seat open on my left, which gets filled by Calvin Anderson. Mr. Anderson.
Why, Mr. Anderson? Why do you persist?
A world-class player who I'm friendly with. We chatted up for a bit. He's lagging it up, and we're folding. Win a few small pots. We have 44,000 in our stack at 1,500, 3,000. Under the gun, +2 opens to 7,000 with a 50K stack. I'm in the small blind with pocket 10s. Pretty easy jam. 15 blinds effective. On. And I do just that. Calvin Anderson asked for a count in the big blind, and he shoves all in for 125,000. He's been sucking out. He's been running the table. And he has pocket 8s. As the original razor folds, we have him suit dominated. Suit dominated.
You don't want to, just split it?
Chop it up. And the board comes king, jack, 9. Queen on the turn. He's drawing to a chop, but he hits an 8 on the river or a set, which is no good. Big though. And we get the full double and then some, up to 98,000 from our 25K starting. Feels good, man.
We got some rotator cuff issues, but never fear. They have masseuses on call. Crystal is here. You can find her roaming around the Paris or Horseshoe. I've known her for many, many years, and I give her my seal of approval. So find Crystal, and she will treat you right. I do not get any kickbacks, but it is $2 a minute, and it's worth it. You're paying for a lot of money. Take good care of your body.
We go to dinner break. I go to Guy Fieri's Flavor Town or whatever.
We might be at Flavor Town, but this is not Value Town. I'll tell you that. Holy shit.
And as you can see in the video, all the prices are inflated like a Brazilian butt lift. Don't cancel me. Until I see a little flyer that says something like, support our veterans and get this combo. Only $25 for a burger, fries, and a beer. I don't drink, but I could substitute it for an iced tea, and that's going to be your best value. I'll give the burger a 7 out of 10, the fries 8 out of 10, and the iced tea a 6 out of 10. The $40, and we're on our way to shoot this promo for the new World Series of Poker apparel store.
All right, here
tournament area, and you got the World Series of Poker retail shop. Walk in, very spacious environment. Get your officially branded World Series of Poker branded hats, hoodies, shirts, and other paraphernalia or memorabilia today. Tell them Boski sent you, and you won't get a discount at all, but you will have a souvenir from the World Series experience, so you don't go home completely empty-handed. You know, us big and tall guys appreciate that. We come back from dinner after brushing and flossing our teeth in the men's room, of course. Hygiene is crucial in all aspects of life. Use deodorant and brush your teeth after every meal, or at least use some Listerine or healthy alternatives. The blinds are 3,000, 6,000. The button off a 150K stack opens to 13,000. I'm in the big blind with the Cowboys, 106,000 in our stack. We could shove, we could flat, or we could make it 35,000 to go. Good amount where we can balance this with our 3-bet bluffs with hands such as Ace X and King X for the blocker effects, or our value hands such as 10 plus, Ace King, Ace Queen, etc. Good fold. He goes the tank and folds pocket fours because a 4 has been exposed by the dealer, which makes it less likely he hits a set if he needs it. So the dealer exposure might have cost me a double up, but I'm not here to blame anybody. We just move on to the next hand. 1% of all my cashes will also go to the Henderson Animal Shelter. Donate whatever you can today. It goes to a great cause. And as an added bonus, if I'm lucky enough to final table any large field tournament this year with over, say, 100 people, I'm giving away a $2,650 golden ticket for every time I final table. To qualify, all you have to do is be subscribed and comment anything of relevance on every vlog I post. I will be checking for the official winners. With blinds at 3,000, 6,000, 269 players remain from over 1,600 in this opening play. Love to see it. Get bigger and bigger as the series goes on. 246 get paid, so we're maybe 10, 15 minutes away from making the money. But then I looked out at Ace King of Diamonds under the gun +2 with 118,000 in my stack. What do? Fold and not tell anybody? Open limp, play a little small ball, min raise, or shove all in? We're greedy. You only live once. I'm here for that action, boss. I make it 12,000 to go. Action folds to the big blind, who goes in the tank. He's got about 48,000 in his stack, and he says 36K and shoves all in. It's more than that. I look at him and I say, that's more than 36K. I just got angle in me? What's going on here? But the dealer confirms he has 48K. It's effectively an all-in. Of course, we call and covered with Anna Kournikova Deluxe. He shows Alan Jackson offsuit. We're way ahead. Let's hold. Two diamonds come on the flop. Brick on the turn. King on the river. We hold and eliminate a player and chip up to about 178,000 from a 25K starting stack. Take it.
Wow. Oh my God.
What are the odds? Calm before the unbubble storm. We fold for a few orbits and we are in the money. In for $1,100, cashing for $655. Still down, but glad we fired that second bullet. 3 bullets per day. Let's build our stack. Let's bag and tag. With a 118,000 chip stack at 4,000, 8,000, I look down at the ladies. A's in middle position.
Hello,
We opened to 18,000. I misclick. I should just min raise here, but I make it 18 for some reason. The cutoff with a 300K stack calls, and the big blind shoves all in for exactly 100,000. Easiest all in of my life. All in. Cutoff tank folds, and the big blind has ace king offsuit and a Kornikova. We're 57% to hold with the dead money. These are the hands you must win to win tournaments, and here's the video. We hold about 250,000 in our stack, and 200 players remain. First event, we're going deep. We're card dead for a while. At this point, 101 players remain. Blinds are 10,000, 20,000. We've been moved a few times as well. I have 180,000 on the button. That's 9 bigs. Middle position shoves 85,000. He should be desperate with his 4.25 big blinds. I look down at ace 10 off. Should be ahead of his range. I know it would be ahead of my 4 blind shoving range. All in. I shove all in. Keep in mind, there's 50,000 in the blinds as added money if they fold, and they do fold. But we're up against pocket queens. What the hell? All right. We do not win with ace 10, as you can see in the video, and we double him up, and we're down to 95,000. It's okay. We'll find a good spot. A few hands later, we have ace jack of spades under the gun +2. Could jam, could limp. We decide to min raise to 40,000 for some technical reasons. The big blind with a 120,000, the same guy that had the queens versus their ace 10, puts in the call. I have 55,000 behind. Let's see a flop. The flop comes queen 9 deuce. Goes in the tank. Is this a tough spot? He's contemplating shoving or checking, and he eventually checks. I read this as weakness. I'm happy to take the pot now, so I shove all in for 55,000, giving ourselves 2 chances of fold equity, pre-flop and post-flop. But he does call. It shows jack 10. We have him dominated. Big hold to get over 200K. Brick on the turn. And a king on the river, giving him the straight and knocking us out in 94th place at 12:40 in the morning. Tournament poker. Not for the faint of heart. And we are out of the $500 win. And we are out of the World Series of Poker. $500. Two bullets gone. No, I'm not. I'm talking to my phone. It's okay. We got that min cash though. We beat almost 95% of the field.